So we're going to be back into Farming Simulator to pick up where we left off with the Survivor Man Challenge. For those who do not know what the Survivor Man Challenge is in Farming Simulator, it's not a challenge that has like very specific formal instructions of like, you must have this setting, you must do this, you must do this. But it's like thematically a thing where the idea is you start with $0. You may not take loans or leases, a chainsaw, and then sometimes people give you a little bit more than that. But the gist is you start with pretty much the minimum you have to make any money whatsoever, and you just work with that to slowly build up a farm from nothing. That has been going well. We've got our granary. We've got, well, it's technically 4 fields. We just combined 2 of them into 1 field last stream. And then on top of that, we've got a decent amount of money set aside. We just finished loading up our greenhouse with wheat. But yeah, so when we started, I started with this place to sleep where we got our nice wood fire stove, a bed that should be burned, some MREs, and this chainsaw, as well as this truck. And one of my extra rules is I may not sell the truck. And that's because most people don't start themselves the truck. That was kind of a practicality thing I gave myself because of, you know, streaming or whatever. But if I sold the truck, I'd get an instant influx of a bunch of money. So I didn't want to do that. Since then, we've got ourselves 3 tractors, a little 25 horsepower, 100 horsepower, and one that's like 350 horsepower. I've got these greenhouses over here that have been making us money. How full are they? All right, let's check out the greenhouse. I'm worried they're getting pretty full. No, okay, they're doing all right. We've got our granary that's now operating and all that good stuff. But yeah, anyway, circling back to what I was saying is, before we got this started, I do have the whole thing where if we hit a certain amount of money, or sorry, not a certain amount of money, certain number of sub points, which ultimately to me is a certain amount of money, but if we hit enough sub points, I have all those things I'm doing for the redeems that kind of like reward the community for hitting milestones. And for the record, that lowest milestone is actually the average from the 6 months with the outlier that was the highest taken out, rounded down. So I pretty much tried to make it as fair as possible to be like a very, very conservative, maintaining the channel in kind of its current shape. And then we set goals higher than there. None of those are like wild goals that we've never hit before or anything like that. But that does end when, like, I don't stream tomorrow. So that's, like, I don't stream tomorrow. Saturday is my day off until next week, at which point it's switching from Saturday to Thursday. And then I am streaming on New Year's Eve / New Year's Day. So to be clear, that's only 2 more streams to hit it. If my math is correct from beginning before this stream, we were at 147 sub points. So we were 13 sub points shy of what it takes to set ourselves up for the Twitch integration stream. And to give you the context, that's either 13 tier 1 subs, 2 tier 3 subs and a tier 1 sub, or 6 tier 2 subs, or any combination thereof. Ooh, actually, did I count the Ko-Fi ones in that? I may not have. Basically, we're close. I don't have the exact count because the thing I was using to count the sub points is broken right now and says we are at 21 sub points. And considering tier 1 subs are a sub point, I don't know how we're at 133 active subs this very moment and somehow at 21 sub points, but that's just Streamlabs being garbage. So unfortunately, the thing I usually use to track that I could set it for the month doesn't work right now. So what I'm going to have to do is, like, after my stream on New Year's, like the stream that starts on New Year's Eve and goes over New Year's, like when that stream comes to an end, I'm going to take the numbers right then and there, and that'll decide where we made it or not. But yeah. And obviously I'm plugging that one partly because subs are one of the things that help pay my bills. And also it would be a bummer to hit like 150 subs and not get those last 10 subs and just not get the prize. Okay. Yeah. No, for those who didn't notice, we got our brand new emotes. The artist I have is also from Ukraine, which I didn't choose the artist because they're in Ukraine. I went through and found the artist who had the style I really liked, and then went with them, and they happened to be in Ukraine. But yeah, it was they've been able to be really responsive again, but there was a good while where, like, you know, I knew that nothing had happened to them because I was hearing more than nothing from them, but it's just kind of one of those things that they had gotten displaced. So it is a rough thing for everyone going on over there, which we don't need to dig into all of that. But yeah, it actually has technically impacted this channel even, just because of all that thing. Yeah, no, usually between the video cards, like video cards and processors, it's almost like each generation, like every couple generations, they kind of switch back and forth who is, you know, well, I mean, war is bad. Like, that's a truth. But, that's not even a controversial thing. It's like, war is bad. But we just don't need to get the specifics and all that. But yeah, no, when it gets to, like, the differences between, like, generation to generation, this one, you know, this video card generation, like, that one's in the lead, that one's in the lead. Sometimes it's more nuanced than that. Like, it used to be for the longest time, if you were building on a budget, you went with AMD. If you were building for something to last, you bought Intel. But those rules change from time to time. Can you recommend them? Some of your streamers are watching are looking for a person to create things. The person's name is Molokoko. So Molokoko. They like to work through Fiverr. I would do the thing on Twitch where I'm like, here's who you're looking at, but they don't have a Twitch account. Or at least they don't have it attached in a way they want to share or whatever. If they ever do, I will absolutely connect them to that. But yeah, so they like to work on Fiverr, but it's Molokoko. Is the artist who's done all of her emotes. The only exception is the cave emote. The cave wall emote, that's this guy right here. 100% me in Roots Apache. We use Roots Apache, the cave walls, as our palette. It is also extreme scuff, which is why we have it, because it's funny. I think there might be one or two other emotes that I have made. I know the Pride emote, I basically took one of the emotes that she made me, and then, you know, replaced the heart. So I won't claim that. It's based extremely heavily on her work. I just wanted to adapt it. Let's see. There needs to be more GPU. Yeah, I mean, yes, I agree. There needs to be more GPU companies. Is that a beer? It is. For Christmas, my it was from my parents. I don't know if it was like my mom or my dad's idea, but they got me a thing that was like just 9 different beers from different parts of the world. And by different parts of the world, it was basically like Germany, Denmark, oh, there's another country right in that area, and then China for some reason. And it was kind of cool. Which is good. I normally don't get Pilsners, but most of them are Pilsners, and I like a good Pilsner, but it's just not something I normally get, so I haven't had a Pilsner in like years. And so I was looking at like almost all of them are Pilsners. I'm like, oh man, I can't remember if I like these or not. Then I was like, oh yeah, these are fine. There's one or two in the set that I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna like those ones, but I'll still try them. I don't drink very often, but you know, it was a Christmas gift, so I figured I'd have like one once in a while. Because this is a Carlsberg Elephant Pilsner. And I want to say, was this, yeah, this is Denmark. Yeah, no, I don't drink super often. I used to drink really, really hoppy stuff, and then I kind of moved more to sweeter stuff. Like ciders. Yeah, no, I think both the ones I've had so far were Carlsberg. I think there was 2 or 3 Carlsberg in it. And I've liked this one and the one I had the other day. But I've only had the 2 so far. Like, this will be the only one I'll have tonight. At least that's my intention. Yeah, no, I used to, like, I never got to the extreme hoppiness, but I used to do some fairly hoppy stuff. Like, I wouldn't do the beers like the Hop-pocalypse or anything like that, but I did enjoy the occasional IPA, which get pretty hoppy. But, I don't know. I end up drinking a lot less beer, and it is literally a thing that the bitter will desensitize your tongue to bitter. So if you do like really bitter things, you have to like get more and more aggressive on how actually bitter it is to get the same taste. Which is how people get to the thing where they're drinking, you know, Hop-pocalypse or whatever. It's because they've desensitized their tongue so badly, they have to go like absolutely like practically chew the hops levels. To a lesser degree, the same thing happens with spicy food, but it's not quite as significant as what happens with the bitter for desensitizing you to it. But that's the reasons why people who have like no spicy food in their diet at all, and then they get something that's like mediumly spicy, it can be really rough, is because it is a desensitization thing. That the capsaicin acid in like most spicy food that's like the most common one. It activates your nerves that detect heat, which is why it feels like you're getting burned kind of thing when it's really bad. And it is one of those things that, you know, your body adapts to it after a while. But if you don't eat spicy food for a while, your tolerance will come back down. Does your brother and sister-in-law drink an IPA and it has hemp and is extremely hoppy? Yeah, no, there's definitely been times I've, like, when I was traveling for, like, doing conferences, different people would take me to different places, and I'd have, like, stuff that was getting too hoppy and all that. These days, I don't think I could handle stuff that's even, like, moderately hoppy. These days, it's mostly stuff like ciders that are a bit on the sweeter side. If I can find one, an Irish Red, which is a, it's a little hoppy, but it's more of a caramel taste to it, usually. Like a light caramel taste to it. But good luck finding them. Like, if you go to a place that's like 100 beers, they'll have one. Raspberry Rattler? I've had some like ciders and that are raspberry. That's actually one of the reasons why there's a location nearby. I won't say what it is. They do a food and wine event that I like going there because it lets me try a whole bunch of stuff without having to, you know, go to like places that have like ridiculous quantities of stuff or like, you know, heavily travel between like the bars or whatever. And even then, I usually am pretty light on what I drink. Because it's like, you're supposed to try a bunch of stuff, so like you get a drink and it's this like tiny little glass, but it lets you try a bunch of stuff. It's a good one for also finding stuff you like. These days, though, it's mostly the food. Oh, it's kind of hard to find expensive. Yeah, I don't usually spend too much. I can't even think of the last time I bought like a case of beer or something to bring home. I know it's happened since I started streaming, but I think it was like one time and it was like Angry Orchard cider or something like that. But that was like only once since I started streaming, which has been over 2 years ago now. It's not gonna be too long till we start creeping up on that 3 years, actually. I mean, we're probably 2.5-ish years that I've been streaming, maybe more. All the dates are in the About section, but I always forget what they are, because time has no meaning. To catch people up into what's happening in the game, though, What we've got going on right now in the game is we did just do a harvest of our wheat, and that was extremely lucrative. Right now, all that wheat is sitting inside that granary, though, becoming flour, so that it becomes even more money. And we were going back and forth a lot of where we wanted to move on to next, so far as, like, okay, what's our next investment? And we were waffling back and forth between upgrading our equipment, which is primarily upgrading the header on our harvester and upgrading our seeder. And the combination of that would have been 300,000, 100 for the header, and about 200 for the seeder. But, the alternative was to buy another tile of land so I could put down another set of fields, and where these ones would stick to being wheat, I would make the other ones sorghum. So basically, I'd work these sets of fields for part of the year, and then there'd be the time that we're just waiting for them to grow. I'd be working on the sorghum during that time, and we'd, like, ping-pong back and forth. And after waffling back and forth in that for, like, an hour, hour and a half, like, we did a, not like a pull, but like kind of just an open thing. And it was pretty universal that chat was like, yeah, we should probably get the equipment. And so we're like, cool, we're gonna get the equipment. And then we had like, why don't you get the bakery? The bakery only costs 50,000. It'll be another thing that'll improve your margins. And it just uses the flour and the water. And it's like, crap. That's a much better idea. So I think we're going to get the bakery, which will set us back a little bit on buying the new header for our harvester, but in turn will likely reduce the entire time it takes to buy the equipment. So rather than get one piece of equipment faster and then take much longer to get the second piece of equipment, we're delaying getting the first piece of equipment, but making it so getting both pieces of equipment will be faster after that kind of thing. But what I haven't decided where I'm going to put the bakery. There's certainly the option of putting it right next to the granary. I actually feel like I want to put the bakery, like, right on the corner there, because the plan is to eventually make the main section of the road there, like, kind of like a farm town, downtown kind of thing. We'll put a couple houses, like a restaurant and other nonsense there eventually. And what'll happen is at that point, these fields nearby will go away. But we'll have expanded a whole bunch out there. But yeah. So I'm thinking about putting the bakery, like, right on the corner. Alright. I keep needing to shorten this field, and I keep putting it off. Because right now, I am on limited real estate. So I want to get everything I can out of it. But yeah, so I think the order of operations so far as our upgrades right now is get the bakery for 50,000. Once that's built, get the header for the harvester for 100,000, get the seeder for about the 200,000, then we get the extra field, or the extra tile for all our extra fields, and then once all that's done, what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to circle back to trying to upgrade some of our other equipment. So I'll probably go and get, like, a really giant thing for putting out the liquid fertilizer. And then with that giant thing for the liquid fertilizer, I can go and I can get herbicide as well to get rid of weeds. And we could switch to using the biggest cultivator I can find, because that'll be much faster than this plow. The downside of the cultivator is you get weeds, so you have to go through with the herbicide to get that knocked out. So it actually hurts your margins a little bit, but it is way more time efficient. Because that'd help with that process. And once I've got all that, I think the next big investment would be we'd check to see what we can do with our production lines to expand. And if we don't do the production lines, what I would look at is potentially getting a bigger harvester, like the harvester itself. But I'm going to delay that till later, because that thing's going to cost us like $500,000. That's the big piece of equipment to buy. Can you just do a couple stripes at the end to get near the rock? Yeah, that's what I'm going to ultimately do. Is I'll do probably about 3 passes right at the rock, like horizontally across here. What my intention is in the midterm is probably when I get the next tile, on that end, I'm going to shorten this field about, I don't know what the units, about 2 tractors lengths. Because that should give me enough space that I don't have to worry about the rock stopping the AI from doing its job, and make it so I don't have to do this weird thing where like I make the little cone at the end and have to clean it up afterwards. But I have to do that. It's an expense. It's a very minor expense. The bigger thing is it would be cutting down the size of the field like 5% or so. You know, and then by proxy, by reducing the field size by 5%, you're reducing the amount of money this field makes by about 5%, and yada, yada, yada. This is not going to be a cheap repair in this tractor. But this is the repair cost having the tractor have done plowing for almost all of the fields and all that. It's fine. It won't be too long before I have some of these pieces of equipment need to start being, looked at for maintenance. I'm trying to remember where that is. Yeah. Oh, nope, the New Holland is getting up there. Because the New Holland's almost 10 years old. Not quite, it's like 8. Yeah, so I'm starting to get the warning that this tractor is, getting up there in age, that it's gonna need to be replaced. What I'm probably gonna do with that, because I believe the sellback value for this is gonna be like 10,000 or something absolutely horrendous. It'll be under here. Yeah, so it'd be 34,000 is what I would get from selling this tractor. And if I were to replace it, I'll have to look up the price there. I imagine it's like 300,000. So it'd only be recovering about 10% of the cost of the tractor. So we're not ready to get rid of it yet, not unless I get real lucky and I find one that's lightly used I can get on a major discount. But, that's something we're just going to have to eat for cost for a little while. Now granted, with the 34,000, I might still keep it. And what I'll likely do is I will switch what its job is around here. So what I might do is like permanently attach it to the to that trailer, because that means it won't be doing that much effort around here, but I'll be really good at it. So that just gives me an extra vehicle to toss around. But I won't be able to do that till we replace it. And replacing it, I think all the other things we've already mentioned are the higher priority. Because while this will cut into my profit margins a little bit, having to repair it more, I don't think it'll be that bad. Because also under the rules we have, our version of Survivor Man, I'm not allowed to just lease one. Because that's what you'd probably do at this point for the cost effectiveness, is you would just, likely you'd sell this one, you'd lease the other one, or buy the other one if you can. Or take a loan to, you know, buy the other one. Probably take a loan would be the most cost effective in this game. But that's against the rules for the challenge for us. But considering we went from, what was our last harvest? Or sorry, our harvests we were making somewhere in the area of like 20,000 for a full harvest. Then since we started the bakery, it's looking like it's closer to like 50,000. And that was with oats. The wheat should be a bit better for us. Actually, it would have probably been higher, because we had to dip into the oats several times to sell the flour off-peak to afford to keep things moving, because I wiped myself out financially building the bakery. So it wouldn't surprise me we make 50,000-60,000, give or take, per harvest from the wheat now. Not counting whatever expenses we have. That'll be our revenue. And then assume that's somewhere in the area of like 5,000-6,000 would be our operating expenses between repairing the tractor and all that kind of good stuff. But that'll be good, because at the lower, and none of that's counting the greenhouse, by the way. That's just talking strictly the fields that I have to work on here. That's also good because it'll also free us up to being able to realistically use workers as we get the bigger tools. Because right now the problem is if it takes me like 12 passes to do a field, having the worker do that gets very cost prohibitive because it ends up being like for one step of the process that ends up costing me over $1,000. Whereas if we get like the really big header on the harvester, it only takes like 4 passes or something, which, you know, it means they fly through there where it only costs me like $300, $400, $500. So it doesn't cut into the profit margins even remotely as much, which is important when we had one stream I used all the AI for like almost everything. And it ended up being I did an entire stream and only made $1,000 because I just lost all of it into salaries. I overstaffed, as it were. Which this game, it's not like you hire employees. You kind of be like, I need someone to plow a field. You hire them, and they work until they either finish the job or you say, okay, I'm taking over. But the game pays them pretty well. Hey, Kirst, how's it going? Alright, get that out of here. And now we're back to the usual sodas and all that. Alright. Yeah, so I just have this field to do, which is our second largest field. We're right about to finish. And then those 2 fields are pretty small. Drinking on the job. It's my farm. It's the only one I had. and I started, like, I opened that before stream. So that gives you how long, like one beer over the course of 4 straight hours. You know, that's pretty nothing. You know, like the, what brand? Oh, that was, I mentioned it earlier, it was a Christmas gift. I don't know if it was my father or my mother's idea. It was from my parents. That it was 9 beers from other places around the world. So that particular one was a Danish beer.
What's the worst that could happen?
Which, it's funny. I like a good beer. But, I don't drink beer, like, very often at all. Like, I'd say in the course of a year, I have single-digit number of beers, typically. Obviously, starting this year, well, I mean, if I split it up between the 2 years, I could still probably hit just single digits. But if we're counting all of this for the new year or whatever, you know, obviously I'm probably going to get closer to, like, 12 or some actual hydration. I mean, if you're looking for water, we don't have, like, just straight water bottles. So the soda's going to have to do, which is just sugar water with, you know, sugar water with carbonation, which is not exactly great for you. I take that back. I actually do have water bottles there, but they're in my hurricane preparedness kit that we've got, where we've got a whole big thing of water bottles for just in case a hurricane is really rough. You know, you've had no alcohol for nearly 20 years? Yeah, I don't have that little, but I, oh yeah, no, the beer's gone. I finished it. I don't plan on having another one tonight. Yeah, no, it's not that I don't ever drink, but it is very, very lightly. Actually, this current year, I definitely had more than single digits. TwitchCon, it's not like I ever got to the point that I was like drinking to like get buzzed or whatever. But, you know, every single day, like, there was networking and after parties and all that, and, you know, I'd have 1 or 2 drinks while I was there. Because almost all of them, they gave them to you for free, and they didn't really have much otherwise available. They had some stuff for people who don't. I shouldn't state it like there wasn't. But it's very clear where the preferences were so far as their offerings. it was hosted in Vegas. Hey, Insane Spork, how's it going? Yeah, no, and I'm definitely the kind of person who would not pressure anyone. Came at the right time, farming stream? Yep. Yeah, no, we did, While the Iron's Hot is what we did for the first half of the stream, which is like an adventure blacksmithing game. Really good pixel art in that one. It's a very interesting combination of genres, but it's in a good way. Versus sometimes when you have that where there's a game that's like 2 or 3 genres mixed together, it ends up being kind of a disjointed mess. That's like, okay, like, I don't know what to do with this. But While the Iron's Hot is it feels pretty good. It's kind of like Dave the Diver's another one that's like a mix of like 4 or 5 different genres, but I feel executes it very well. Now, that said, I do have some beef with Dave the Diver. I very much enjoy the game, but they really need to take accessibility better. Specifically, screen shake. Because Dave the Diver gets real aggressive on that screen shake and does not let you turn it off. Unless they've done something with their latest update. Last I looked, you could not turn it off. And I know there's a number of people who were really enjoying the game and just had to stop playing because it was giving them motion sickness. I'm doing pretty good myself. Yeah. I'm obviously not going to advocate for people necessarily drinking underage or anything like that, but for me personally, my dad was very clever in kind of ruining the fun of drinking. It's not that it didn't happen, but where I had friends who would party hardy, you know, at definitely what was the legal age of drinking, somehow in high school. It was never a thing I like. It's not that I never had a decent amount to drink with that. It's not something that was super alluring to me, because my parents were the kind of people who are like, hey, if you want to have a drink, you can have it here. And so where, you know, a bunch of friends like, you know, there's a whole, it's like, we're gonna go, I could get my brother to get us a case. Like, we're gonna go and have like a party and all that kind of stuff. Like that kind of mentality. For me, was like, I could just do that at home. I only took my dad up on it once, because, you know, it's kind of the, you know, as teenagers, I was going to call his bluff kind of thing, like, you know, have a beer or whatever, and, you know, hey, have him be like, hey, don't, or whatever. He just kind of smiled. I took a sip of the beer and was like, this is terrible. And he took it, like, and I gave it to him to finish. I was like, this is terrible. Why would people drink this? So it's just one of those things that, like, you know, when definitely, like, when I'd have, you know, friends who wanted to go, like, that was the point, was to drink. It's like, you know, I'd hang out because it's hanging out with my friends, but, you know, the drinking part of it meant nothing to me, which for a whole bunch of them, it was just, you know, balking at the rules. Like, it wasn't even the matter, like, it wasn't even about drinking or anything like that. It was that they got told no, and they were doing something that they got told no, because, you know, they're grabbing their destiny, their control of their lives, whatever you want to go with. The typical teenager thing. You're on the edge of becoming an adult. You're striving for independence. And when someone tells you you're not allowed to do something, it makes you really want to do things. Yeah, I've never blacked out either. That the idea of just having big gaps in my memory where I don't know what I have or haven't done terrifies me. Like, I don't expect I would do anything wrong, but, you know, you're not in your best judgment at that point. It's very easy for you to do dumb things. And then, you know, you have to just kind of go with what others tell you you did, because it's not like you can argue. I shouldn't be turning this way because I'm slamming my tire against the plow, but, you know, we could do it anyways. It's video game. It doesn't have real life rules. Yeah, no, that's the thing that scares me. That would not be a fun time with me. Like, I had one time I was with some buddies that we went out that I ended up getting sick. And that was immediate loss of all fun. Now, granted, that was more than likely food I ate rather than the actual alcohol. I hadn't actually had that much that night. But, you know, it certainly didn't help. Like, it was a mild food poisoning kind of situation. But yeah, that was instant not fun. Straight up instantaneously, here's the fun, straight on down to the garbage. Man, that's never been a desire. I've never been the kind of person who's had the desire to, like, get plastered or get drunk just to get drunk kind of thing. Again, no judgment. Everyone's allowed to do their own thing. Like, obviously, if it's being detrimental to your situation, then that's a problem. But it's just not something, like, there's things I want to do and there's things that I don't care about, and that's something I don't care about. That said, I don't mind a drink. Like, genuinely, that's one reason I like the cruises. I want a fruity frou frozen drink with a little umbrella. No, like, you can judge me all you want. I want my little frozen fruity frou drink with my umbrella. I don't need to prove how manly I am or whatever by eating something or drinking something that tastes like sod. Younger me drank liqueurs, like liquor. But older me is like, I don't care about this. I just want something that tastes good. That said, be real careful about those cruise line bartenders. They will really, really mess you up on something you don't even realize what you're drinking. That's probably some of the worst I've been is on a cruise where you're like, hey bartender, make me what you want to make. I want something fruity, have at it. And they get all excited because they get to play mad scientist. And then you take a sip and your lips go numb and you go, oh no. Oh no. I've done that one. It's like, this is delicious. I don't expect to be able to taste it very long. Let's see. Yeah, no, it's definitely, like, if you're going, like, it's one of those things that when you get sick drinking, the fruity drinks are definitely worse. But yeah. No, it's just a thing. And we don't need to make the whole stream just about drinking. It just came up because I'm having a beer, which, like I said, is pretty rare. I think on stream, I think there's only been like 2 times I've had like an actual beer on stream, maybe 3, including today. And that's over like 2.5 years. Well, I mean, technically they were ciders, the other ones. Yeah, no, I already finished mine, but, you know, cheers and all that. Plus, alcohol's expensive. I've been doing, like, unrelated to that, more the money side of things. I've been trying to be better about eating out less, because well as things that I try to go through and do like a bunch of, either if we've had like like me or Toombs have a major change so far as our financial situation, like, you know, one of us changes a job or whatever. Either that or I do that like once a year, and I did that about a month ago. Not quite a month ago, like maybe about 3-4 weeks ago. But and so I was going through that, and it's the classic thing of going through and being like, all right, you know, check all the accounts of these things that like we've signed up to, you know, for over the years, like Netflix and all that. Are there any of these we're not using anymore? Any of these that were like, maybe it's just not worth the money? Like doing that whole bit. But as well as things that I noticed just because of the you know, me and Tomb's work schedules, where it's like she works this part of the day, and then now we're going back to it's basically like she comes home from work, I've started work, she goes to bed, and by the time I'm up, she starts work. And don't get me wrong, we get time together. But it is a thing that, you know, we weren't having a whole lot of time to spend time to like prepare meals at the house. So we were eating out a whole lot because, you know, you can run out, grab a quick meal, and be back in no time at all. Especially if you're grabbing stuff like, you know, like Chipotle or, you know, whatever. But, you know, like one side, it's not super healthy to eat that way. And the other thing is it's way the heck more expensive than cooking stuff at your own home. So I've been trying to be good the last, like, week or two about coming up with stuff that's a lot easier to cook at the house that would work with that work schedule. And, you know, part of it is being, like, you look at some of the costs of, like, eating out, where 2 people eating out could be, like, you know, $30-40 really easily. And you're just like, okay, it doesn't even matter if we have the budget, we could put that in there. It's the same thing of just, but is that where I want to put my money? Is that where I want to spend? Like, would I rather put my money someplace else? The nearest Chipotle to you has gotten you sick 3 times. Oh yeah, no, if I go to a place and they give me like proper food poisoning, I'm not going back. Like, it's one thing if I get just like an upset stomach because I have a thing I deal with from time to time, that it happens. But if it's something like I get proper food poisoning where you're knocked down for a couple of days or something like that, yeah, I'm not going back. Nah. that is a one and done thing. Because you gotta mess up pretty bad to have that kind of thing happen a lot of times. But yeah, so I've been doing stuff like we made the pho/ramen yesterday. It's not like technically correct for either of them, but it's in that ballpark. Where all was, you know, we threw in the broth, threw in, like, I got like the really thin cut like pork chop things at the grocery store, and since it was like less than a pound or whatever of pork, it cost almost nothing, relatively speaking. It was like $2-3 or whatever. So cut that up, threw in like threw in 2 shallots, threw in an entire thing of diced up a bunch of portobello mushrooms, the little ones. Tossed a whole bunch of that, and just basically chucked a whole bunch of stuff into a broth, put in the slow cooker, because that works really well, because it just means when it's time for me to eat, just get a ladle, take it out. That was solid. Nice and easy. Relatively healthy. Very relatively. Today we did tacos. Chicken tacos. So that was nice and easy. Like, that was easy because a lot of it was just already handled ahead of time. Now, granted, today I didn't have to worry about the schedule so much. But, what I'll probably do is I've messed this row up real bad. What I'll likely do is I've got some ground beef that what I'm going to do is I'm going to brown it all up. I'm going to take aside, like, 1 pound of that. Put together, like, cumin and all that to make it taco seasoned. Take another, like, pound of that, maybe 2. Probably pound and a half. Take that aside, use chili powder and cumin and all that, make chili seasoned ground beef. Well, I mean, I won't put it on the meat. I'll make up some chili seasoning. Do all that. And I'll be able to make beef enchiladas. And it'll be basically like 2, maybe 3 meals worth of food that I can prepare all at once. That, it can freeze totally fine. That when we go to eat it, just chuck it in the oven. Pop it out a little bit later. And you got a meal that's, relatively healthy and all that. Dice a tomato and onion ahead of time. So literally it's just go down there, chuck it in the oven, come back in 10-15 minutes or whatever it takes to just, warm it up. Because, like, everything will have already been cooked so far as the ground beef and all that. It'll just literally make it not cold. Go down there, chuck some salsa, some, already diced up tomato and onion and all that. That's all said and done. The chili, I just dump it all into the crock pot. Put the seasoning, put the beef, put the tomatoes, all that in there. Put all the beans. Put on the slow cooker before I start streaming. When it gets to be time to make the food happen, the little 5-minute break in the middle stream, we're going to have to go back to... Well, that's the downside is, with my schedule changing back to the way it was before, it does mean, for those who haven't been for it, before Toom went on this temporary assignment, because of the timing for me and Toom so far as meals and all that, it does mean since I was streaming 11 hours, I would go about halfway into stream, I'd take like a little 3 to 5 minute break in the middle to quickly make my food happen, and then we'd do the rest of the stream. Because Toom wouldn't get home till 9 p.m. EST, of which my stream was starting at 5 p.m. and going to 4 a.m. Needless to say, at some point in there I had to eat. And so I didn't want to make my wife fend for herself every day. And that was a pretty good one. Curry's good and easy. Yeah. I was like, I don't have a problem with curry. Like, curry's one of those ones I can eat, and it's like, I don't get excited about, but it's also not one of those ones that, like, wrinkle my nose, being like, yeah, curry. If it's there, I'm cool with it. I could do some curry. I haven't done curry in forever. I had a close friend in high school / college who was, every time you hung out, wanted to do curry, so I ended up pushing back at the curry pretty bad there. Mostly because, how long are you streaming tonight? We have somewhere in the ballpark of about not quite 5 more hours. Is that... What's wrong with my math on this? I go till about 4 a.m. EST, and I believe that's a little bit over 4.5 hours from now. So I'll have streamed 9 hours tonight. My normal streams, before the schedule change, were 11 hours. We are going to be going back to our old schedule, definitely on the days. I'm still going back and forth about the hours. You never learned to cook? Last time you tried, you set something on fire? It is very worth it. For me, with the cooking thing, I had learned to cook a couple of, like, really simple things when I lived with my parents. But what ended up happening is when I moved on my own, I got really tired of the same handful of recipes I knew, and I really didn't have the money to go out all the time. Broke college student life. So I definitely learned to expand my knowledge on cooking, because as much as I loved spaghetti and that, I was getting really tired of spaghetti and, like, instant noodles and all that. Oh, we just switched to Farm Simulator a little bit ago. Has it? I don't think it's been an hour yet. I mean, maybe. No, actually, it might have been an hour. Yeah, no, we were playing While the Iron's Hot for the first half of the stream, which is a adventure blacksmithing game, which is a lot of fun. Really, really, really solid pixel art in that game. Really well done. It's definitely a game I could see myself playing more of. I don't know if I'll stream more of it, though. It feels like one of those games that it's been about 51 minutes. Yeah, that's the whole reason. Like, it doesn't feel like it's been an hour. And I looked at it, I was like, oh, it's pretty close to an hour. It's close enough. I would go with calling an hour. It's close enough. Also, as a reminder, we have new emotes, so don't be afraid to use them. Don't be afraid to check them out. Don't be afraid to make all those who don't have subscriptions jealous. I mean, Look, man, it's marketing. You know what it is. I know what it is. I won't be quiet about it. I won't be secret about it. It is what it is. So jealous. I will say, of the new emotes, the steer one I really like as like the outliers. The steer one I really like, and I really like the jam one. The tomb one is absolutely, I expect that to get a lot of mileage. The only downside with the tomb one is if you have a dark background, it's much harder to see, which, it's fine. Tomb was excited because I had, first I asked her if it'd be like, okay. Like, be like, hey, are you cool? Are you cool if I make an emo with you? She's like, oh, that'd be amazing. And then when she saw the first version of it, where it didn't have like any of the shading or coloring yet, like the hoodie part just really looked like a beard. Like really looked like a beard. She could see what it was, like, okay, like that's fine. It's like I see what it's supposed to be, but it's like I can't not see a beard on this thing. Because it's like just the way the hoodie came down, like framed the jaw and everything, it just came down like that. It really looked like a beard. Which one of those emotes is actually getting changed, by the way. The chaos emote, we are going to be changing the color of the fire in the background, because it looked fine in the bigger image, but when we got down really small, it's a little hard to differentiate. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to change the fire to be tones of blue as opposed to that. So it's just a really hot fire. I went back and forth if I was going to make it like a really deep red fire or a blue fire. I'm like, the blue fire is probably better. Green fire? No, green fire is the evil fire. No, I've already reached out and said, hey, yeah, actually, let's... It's like, I know this is kind of hard to see, because the artist is like, hey, I'll let you do 6 revisions, and thus far, I've never once had to do a revision, but like this one time I was like, okay, like the fire here, it's like I do think I have to change that. It's like when I made it this big, it's a little hard to see what's going on. The fine and chaos type emotes are often hard to pull off because of the fire background. Oh, Extreme Panic's been here for like ever. That is one of the most used ones. And you've got Layla Sims with a 15 stream streak. Been here for the last 15 streams without missing one. So thank you so much for continuing to tune in and being here all the time. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, no, the Chaos one, because it's that bright, and most people have brighter main things, is hard to see. That said, actually going with the orange and blue together, I do think some people are going to have a little difficulty seeing that. It's not as bad as it could be. I'm trying to remember which two colors. Was it orange and purple that... I can never remember. It's orange and another color that are hard to see together, like oranges and yellows together.
Thank you, Dookie, for gifting a sub to Gorfy00.
Thank you, Dookie, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Gorfy. Gorfy now have some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So I really do appreciate that. It does mean a whole lot, Dookie. I really do appreciate that. And thank you so much for that support. And as a reminder, I believe that should put us up to, it's like 148 sub points, I believe. Out of the 160 we need to unlock Twitch integration. And then, and all that. You ever play Dwarf Fortress? Or what are your thoughts? So, I personally do not enjoy Dwarf Fortress. I gave it a try when it came out for Steam, and I did end up ultimately refunding it. I do know it's kind of a whole thing where people will crap on its UI. I will be in that camp. I understand the UI is way better than the ASCII it used to be so far as visualization and all that. But for me, it was like, what, it was $40? I was like, nah, man. Nah, I'm sorry. I play a lot of games with some pixel art stuff, but that was too much for me. I was very not having a good time with it. I haven't refunded very many games on Steam over the time. I think it is my thing I would say in the past is it seems like an amazing game held hostage by a terrible UI. And to be clear, I don't say it's terrible because like it's pixel art or it's classic or whatever. It's the obtuseness of it. That like it tells you to do something and you have to just kind of click through and just already know where it is. It's not intuitive. I really hope with the success they've had that they will go and hire someone who specializes in UI and then just, well, UI UX, which I can explain the difference between those in a minute. Just hire someone that's what they do. And be, here's like 6 months, have at it. Like just it is yours to do what you want with. And then get us what we have on the other side. I would absolutely be willing to give it another go if they brought the UI a bit more up to date. Because it seems like it is one of the games that frustrates me because it seems like such an amazing game. But yeah, it's just not where it should be with the UI. And I do get everyone's like, but it was ASCII before. It's like, right. But when it was ASCII and first released, it was already years behind what it should have been as far as user interface. And I get it was the two people involved with it was like their first game that they were doing in that matter and that they didn't specialize in game dev. I understand all that. That's fine. That still doesn't mean it doesn't have its problems. That said, to be clear, I watch people play it, and I very much enjoy watching people play it. But for me playing it, I couldn't get past the UI. And again, the obtuseness out of it, not looking like it was straight out of the late 80s. Alright, so we're just emptying out the flour so the machine keeps running. But if you want my thoughts outside of the UI, it is an amazing game with amazing depth. I like the fact that they do so much to tie everything into each other, so you can have like these big stories. For as much as we talk about RimWorld being a story generator, like by comparison, and this isn't to belittle RimWorld. I actually like RimWorld. I play RimWorld a lot. The depths of the stories you get between those games. It's like RimWorld is the toddler's baby book depth of stories by comparison to the nonsense that Dwarf Fortress lets you do. Like, Dwarf Fortress is absurd in what it lets you do in that game when it comes to the story building. Like, that everything's associated with everything else and connected to everything else, and you'll have people who show up at your place who is like this person's uncle's sister's daughter who went looking for their epic weapon that ended up being stolen by this other person, and you have that other person in your colony. And like this whole big depth and nonsense going on that just piecing together even what's happening in your world and all that is a whole thing. And to me, that's the strength of Dwarf Fortress more than anything else. It also does have a lot of interesting depth in its different mechanics so far as, like, you've got the many layers deep you can go and just all the shenanigans you can get away with. That's the reason it frustrates me that their UI is where it is. Because I want all those other things, but I need a little bit more on the presentation so far as how I can interact with it. Like, the things not having animation jittering around the board, I'm fine with that. I used to play things like Dark Sun? The old D&D turn-based combat game. That was certainly not doing anyone favor in its aesthetics. It was appropriate for its time, but definitely if you're listing off what makes this game good, bad, or otherwise, you're not saying the graphics. Yeah, Enoch says, I totally understand and agree. Even Dwarf Fortress is probably my favorite game. The learning curve and the UI preventing many people from joining. I don't mind the learning curve. I have played a lot of games with a horrendous amount of complexity with an absurdly deep learning curve. The classic EVE Online has a learning cliff. To a certain degree, Path of Exile has a learning cliff. That's fine. Heck, Stellaris nowadays has a learning cliff. Games having that level of complexity is usually a draw to me because I know I can get a lot of mileage out of it. There's a lot there to unpack. But its UI needs to be navigatable. Like, to me, that's like what they have there. They have a lot packed in there. They just need to do stuff like work on their iconography. They need to there's a lot of stuff where I'm going to interact with this and that they need easier ways for me to bridge between those two places. So like when the UI goes, hey, you need I can't remember, it was like an inventory manager or whatever. I should be able to click on that and it takes me to the screen where I assign the inventory manager. And I don't need to like find the 8 different clicks I have to do to get to it. Like, obviously, you've told me I need something. Do you know where I'm going next? To the thing. Give me the shortcut. So, do you like games that have a steep learning curves, but a lot of games that have it just aren't the kinds of games you enjoy? That's fair. Like, I will definitely say, like, for example, I mentioned EVE Online. That is absolutely a game that is not for everyone. Like, and I don't mean that as in, like, you know, usually when you hear that, it's more like people doing the whole get good kind of thing. That's not what I'm saying. EVE Online is a game that has a lot of information to crunch. A lot of information to crunch. It is also a game that you can put months and months and months of work into something and just, through no fault of your own, just wrong place, wrong time, it's gone. Like, you have to be okay with losing a lot of progress all at the same time and backtracking and all that. It is a brutal and unforgiving game. But it is also a very rewarding game. It's also a game that, honestly, playing by yourself, you're really not going to get... You can succeed, but you're really not going to get your mileage out of the game as you would teaming up with others. Hey, Insane Spork at a 7 stream streak, catching the last 7 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate that, you know, you tune in regularly and don't miss them and all that. Like, by all means, I understand everyone's got their stuff going on. I myself don't get that high of stream streaks. There's too many channels I want to keep up with. And then on top of that, like, you know, I went to go visit my folks. Well, I couldn't catch any streams that night, so all my stuff dropped off and all that. Oh yeah, and Product Zomboid for a learning curve. There's another one. Yeah, let's see. Someone like that could be very well end up with a hole in my desk. At least something like Zomboid, if you die in a long run, you can at least learn what you did wrong. Yeah, well, I mean, you still learn stuff in EVE. It's just, there are times that, like, there's still only so much you can do. Like, for example, one of the lessons you learn in EVE pretty early on is there's what's called high and low sec and high and null sec. So null sec basically is lawless. People can do whatever the heck they want. Low sec means they're not allowed to do crimes, but they can get away with it a lot easier. And the system that takes you from high sec to either of those is almost always, like, high to low sec is hit and miss if it's a bad time, but high to null sec, you can expect there to be someone waiting to fight you on the other side of those gates, and usually you're going to be at an extreme disadvantage in that fight. And so if you're trying to go there alone, it's super risky. But, you know, sometimes you have to do. And, you learn a lesson about that, but, like, what do you do about it? You know, the answer is usually get someone you can scout on the other side, but that requires you working with someone else. Lisa says, is this your last stream for the year? No, I will not be streaming tomorrow, but I will be streaming the day after that, on the 31st. So I do plan on streaming New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, because Tomb will be working that day, so, you know, I might as well stream. And she'll be home at like 9 p.m. EST. Realistically, what'll probably happen is we'll get down to when it's like counting down to 0 here. And I'll probably take a minute break or so kind of thing. Like, we'll probably do the countdown on stream. I'll probably take a minute break or whatever with Tomb and all that, and then we'll come back after the break. That's what I'm expecting. I haven't run any of this past her, but I know she's working till at least 9 p.m. and all that. Time needs to stop moving so fast? Yep. So Ian X says, I really wanted to play Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, but it takes too long to learn the game, and you don't have the time to play games much. That was, I got asked a couple of times if I would play that on the channel. I'm like, no, I don't think so. It also has a fairly obtuse UI from what I've heard and all that. And it does have a lot there. And it is an unfortunate reality that I have to face nowadays since most of my gaming is on stream. That if it's a game that's going to take me a long time to learn, I have to be able to justify learning it. As in, it has to be a game that realistically people are going to be tuning in for to, you know, warrant me putting in that time. Because, like, you'll notice sometimes when it's a game that takes a while to get anywhere in, I'll be hesitant to start it because if it's something I don't think people are going to stick around for. You know, it's just hard to put in the time when you don't know. You get what I'm trying to go with this. If it's a game that to have a proper playthrough is going to take me 200-300 hours, so a bunch of streams, but it's like viewership on the platform is basically none, and I don't have like a very, very strong number of people in the community like, we really want to see this. It makes it very difficult to justify and all that. You watch the heck out of CDDA streams? You want to learn and see it and process stuff? Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, I imagine there would be a handful of people who would be, like, super excited and very, like, diehard wanting to see it. The issue is I think it'd only be a handful. I'm just moving this real fast so I can get to the other side of it. Like, that's kind of the issue. That was actually the thing that kept me from playing Medieval Dynasty in the first place was, when I was first introduced to it, like, there was almost no viewership on the platform for it because it was just too far in between updates. And then on top of that, like, when I did stream it the one time for half a stream, it only did okay. It didn't do badly, but it did, like, okay. And it was very clearly a game that was going to take me a while to get things done in. That it was like, okay, I don't think I could justify putting in a proper playthrough of this right now. But I've been very happy they just had that update recently, and it's gone fairly well because of that. Like, there's newfound interest in it. Alright, so we still got plenty of storage inside the granary. It's also one of those things that I suspect will probably be like what happens when I play Oxygen Not Included. That there's a lot of interest early on, but it is one of those things that like, you don't end up getting more viewers in that game as you play it. It gradually goes down as people fall farther and farther behind on what you've been up to. And then on top of that, there's also the issue of mid to late game Oxygen Not Included gets, like, what you get done in the course of a stream gets to be way less. Because, you know, setting up the whole thing around a volcano where you put all your cooling and all that kind of... It takes a lot of time to set that up versus, I'm going to make a poo pit. Like, making a hole to dump your waste in is relatively quick. So you get to see, like, 8 or 9 mini projects get done on the first stream or two versus you'll have 2 or 3 streams that get dedicated to some major macro scale project. That's actually what things I think will work out for if the interest continues to stay on Farm Sim, is I feel like it's less of a big deal if you miss a stream. It's like, oh, okay, well, you got that extra building. Okay, and you're kind of caught up. But I feel like as the run gets farther and the rate I'm making money picks up, you know, you'll see progress happen faster. So you'll get to see like more buildings pop up. You'll get to see like the town grow more. Versus, you know, like getting that poor granary was 3 streams, where we basically worked our fields for 3 streams to afford the granary. The very last 13 saying, well, it's kind of random, and I guess I just want to know if you're weird for it. But there's one streamer whose content and personality you really like, but their voice reminds me of someone I used to know that usually just lurk. Don't watch, even though when I do tune in, you have a good time. It could be a thing that, like, it could be the voice that it is, but it could be anything that you tune into someone, and while they themselves, everything is cool, like you like their vibe or whatever, but they remind you too much of someone who isn't that. And so even though it's nothing on their part, it just, you know, dredges up certain stuff. That's a totally valid and reasonable thing. No, obviously you wouldn't make a scene there or something, be like, you remind me too much of my ex or something like that. But it'd be just the same. Where it's like, okay. Or, like, it doesn't even have to be anything like that. It reminds you of, you know, a friend who's not around anymore. You know, like, it could be all those kinds of things. That it changes what should otherwise be a totally chill vibe for you. But there is a thing there that kind of adjusts that experience to something else. I'm missing that. But yeah. I've also had content creators I really, really enjoy, but they'll have like one thing that just not a huge fan of. Like there's some content creators I like, but they're like very, very high energy, and it just becomes too much for me, and I don't end up tuning in that much. You don't know, you felt weirdly guilty about it? I wouldn't say you should. So it's the same kind of thing. So like I, as a content creator, if someone pops in, even if they're doing nothing wrong, but if it's just the way they're acting, just like, you know, it gets under my skin kind of thing, even if what they're doing is like really not wrong or just really kind of gives me an uncomfortable vibe, that's honestly enough reason to be like, yeah, I need you to go, even though that person has done nothing wrong to deserve it. But because if it's putting the content creator into like a bad headspace or whatever, it's distracting, it negatively impacts the content, it's still one of those things that is impacting the entire stream. Should it? Probably not. But not everything that happens is something you can easily fix. I haven't had that issue so much myself. Most of the people we banned, it's because they came in here asking for a ban, basically. They came in here knowing the most likely, you know, getting banned. Oh, somebody that used to know. I forgot about that. Yeah, I know that song. And, like, that's a thing. But my point with that, like, that's considered perfectly reasonable on the content creator side, which means it's got to be completely reasonable the other way around. That it doesn't matter if I, as a content creator, doing literally anything wrong. If it's just, I'm not giving the vibe, I'm not giving, like, you know, it could be something, like, completely nothing that just you don't like about it. That's good enough a reason to go on to the next content creator. Like, that's the nature of the beast. You know, you're here because you want to. I'm doing this because I want you, or want you. Very forward of me. Want to, but like want to and all that. So, you know, if if at any point it's not working for either party, that's a good enough reason for either party to be like, yeah, nah. There's no obligation for you to tune in. There's no obligation for me to stream. I do, and I continue will, but like it is one of those things that if I decided one day that I was just done, it would be totally fair for me to not do it anymore. I don't think like if I ever had to stop streaming for whatever reason, unless it was something like I was forced to stop immediately because the channel got suspended. But like, you know, okay, getting a new job, my internet's gonna suck, I can't stream, like that kind of thing. You know, likely it wouldn't be an instantaneous thing. We would have a final hoorah and all that. You know, close it out or whatever. I don't anticipate that being a thing, but you know. But they do remind you of someone lost, so that might be also part of why you do enjoy hanging out. Yeah. And it can be a difficult, like, especially that could be a difficult thing to navigate. Because, like, getting to kind of experience someone who's not around anymore has some positives, but then at the same time, it can be, like, reopening that wound of someone you've lost, kind of, like, digging that up again and again. And so, there's that whole bit. That also can get kind of rough, because it's easy to accidentally misattribute stuff with that person who is not the person you lost, but remind you of them. That can get messy. So you just have to be careful about that. Mostly for yourself more than anything. So it's completely normal for various stimuli, including voices, to trigger memories and association with people from your past. Oh yeah. Realize what Dean, Enoch saying, I have this problem too, but for me, it's something many streamers have as part of their stream, so it's a bit more difficult to avoid it. Gotcha. Yeah, and I've definitely had people reminding me too much of people, good, bad, or otherwise, that's like, I don't want to really be around this person. Luckily, it was never a person like someone I was becoming friends with and be like, yeah, I can't be your friend anymore because you remind me of someone. It was usually like someone I would bump into at work or whatever that, you know, it's like, oh, you know, I could try and like strike up a proper friendship with this person. Like, like I believe I would associate them too much with this other thing that it wouldn't be fair to them. Now, obviously, if they tried to reach out and started to build something, like a friendship up or whatever, maybe that'd be different. But it was just, I wasn't going to go out of the way to be the one to try and get that ball rolling. Yeah, now I can also imagine, because there's things that happen that become part of streaming culture or content creation culture, that there's things that, you know, become commonplace. Like the way people welcome people into stream, the way people, you know, handle rating out. Like there's stuff that people find that, you know, it works for whatever their objectives are and all that, so they'll stick to it and people will notice it and it works for them as well. You know, which happens with everything. Let's see. Next, the person who watched the stream because the streamer, not the game. Yeah. It's kind of one of those things that usually what it will say is, people will typically tune into new streams because of the game. Like a stream that they're not familiar with. And then if they stick around, it's because of the streamer. Now, that said, it is absolutely, I would say the bulk of people on the platform, just to be clear, the majority of the people on the platform, the game is kind of the big draw. Like, very much you watch someone switch game category, and you will watch their audiences fluctuate heavily. If it's a game or topic you're interested, you might not actively watch, but you'd absolutely leave a lurk. Like, that's a majority, and that's not to say anyone else is in the wrong. Like, that's actually one of the things that's difficult as a variety streamer, is very genuinely people when they first find streams, they don't know what your personality is going to be one way or the other. They find you because of the game you're playing. And when you stop playing that game, there's a good chance they're going to go away. Or if they're no longer interested in that game because they've got, the next obsession, then they'll go away. And that'll almost always be the bulk of your viewers early on. But the hope is, as a variety streamer, someone pops in, they're interested in Project Zomboid, and you're playing Project Zomboid. Oh, cool, there's someone playing Project Zomboid. And then they grow to like your channel regardless of the game, and then they just stick with you even though you switch the game off to something else. And if all goes well, and you continue to manage to draw more people in that do that, over time, you get more reliable numbers, you get more people tuning in, and your channel gets into a healthy place. That's actually one of the things to me that is a very terrifying idea as people who, when they have, like, their game they play. Because sooner or later they're going to burn out, they're going to have to switch, they're going to have to do whatever. And eventually when that happens and they switch, because their entire audience is built up on that game, that when they switch, yes, they're going to have some people stick around because they like the personality, but for all the people who are there for that game, they all drop off real fast. Like, and that's real tough. I've known many a content creator who they had their game, and usually something like that game falls out of favor, like it's just, something else kind of takes like the new action RPG pops out and kind of really takes the lion's share of the viewership, and suddenly their channel's struggling. Or it ends up being something like they just burn out and they go to switch games. And then that dip in the numbers, even if they will recover eventually, is so severe it just, it hits them personally too hard that they just kind of can't deal with it. Yeah, so we did connect this field to the other field behind it. They were two separate fields. We did make it one. You stay with a channel and personality vibe. Yeah, and that's the dream as a variety streamer, is that you get more and more people to stick around where they're willing, like, even if the game isn't their favorite, that they'll still hang out because they like what's going, like, they like your personality, your content in general. That it's one of those things that when you're playing like an objectively not good game and people hang out for it, that's usually a good sign. Let's see. Watch someone who has a major audience for one game, stuck playing it when they burnt out for years straight is rough. Oh yeah, no, I've talked about it, and I'll never say names on this, but like you'll have the people who they're starting the stream, like, oh yeah, Chad, I'm so excited, like it's gonna be a great day, we're gonna, you're doing all this stuff. Hey, it's good to see you. Like, it's good seeing you back. Hey, look at this other person. This is great. And they're like doing all this stuff, and their audience is vibing. Everyone's having a good time, and they love the game. You just kind of watch the soul slowly leave their body. Just, it's gone. You just feel like all the energy drain out of them because they're in that game they put 30,000 hours into, and they're just so passed over it. But it's just, they're too, like, they know switching games is going to hurt them in the short term, like in a big way, and so they feel trapped because they got their bills to pay, and their bills don't care that they're burnt out. And eventually it becomes a thing where people see, like, that just their content begins to get worse and worse and worse as they just, that burnout bleeds through in their content. Oh yeah. And, like, a lot of times that is Enoch saying 5 minutes later, they're, cursing up a storm. There's a lot of them that happens. That stuff that's, like, normally such a minor annoyance, and they're, like, cursing up a storm because they're so past done dealing with it. That, those little things, because they've dealt with it 1,000 times, are these huge frustrations that they just don't want to deal with anymore. Slim Cat saying, burnout, tell that to... I actually don't know Flory, who plays EU4 every day for the past, like, 10 years. There's some who can do it. I'm not one. Like, that's the reason why even when Project Zomboid was absolutely blowing up on the channel, I pretty close to always had it so at the most it would get, like, 3 days a week. Like, 3 or 4 days a week was the absolute most it got most of the time. that I had one day that was hard dedicated to variety games I wasn't playing normally, and then I had 2 days that were dedicated to just something that wasn't my main game. Like, wasn't the game I was playing the most at the time. But even with that, when Project Zomboid's numbers started dropping off on Twitch, like, it hurt the channel's numbers really bad because I had, like, become such a big thing for this channel there. And I kept having this feeling about pressure about playing more of it to try and, you know, keep what audience I did have around, and also, like, doing the hard switch off of Project Zomboid because, like, you could just kind of see that ship sinking so far as its numbers. And it literally came down to the point that when my variety content's numbers were getting higher than Project Zomboid, I backed off Project Zomboid a lot because I was also super burnt out in the game. Lism says, you see GTA role players do that after a while, their soul just leaving their body. Yeah, I mean, it happens pretty much in any of the things. It's just, anytime you're getting to the point where you're getting to, like, really, really high hours into games, that, you know, there's very few games can you put in thousands of hours and still enjoy it. They do exist, but there's not many. Now, games that you can cross, like, 10,000 hours, that is, I don't know many games that you can cross into 10,000s of hours and not be totally burnt out entirely. Now, it's one thing if it's a game you put in, like, several hundred hours here and there, and then you take, you know, a couple weeks off and you come back. That's a lot more likely. Yeah. No, I have the same, Shushu was saying, like, it's hard to put in hundreds of hours. Yeah, there's not even that many games that you can put hundreds of hours. Like, I would say the vast majority of games that come out are like 60 to 160-ish hours worth of content is pretty typical for someone who's like, I'm into this game, they play it, they beat it, and they move on kind of thing. There are definitely many outliers to that games that you end up putting way, like RimWorld is a game that typically people put in way more hours. Project Zomboid, for those who get past that first hurdle, it's a lot more hours. Games like Farming Sim and that, the same deal. But a lot of your typical games, people put in, like, you know, a little under 100, a little over 100. Then it's time to put it away. Let's see, even your most played game is nothing. You play nothing but like 2-3 days, and you're already burnt out. You just need variety. Yeah, I'll put in way more than that, but it's still one of those things that, generally speaking, there is only a handful of games I put thousands of hours into it. Likely, like, I don't know this for a fact, likely my most played games of all time, Path of Exile is almost certainly in, like, the 1 or 2 spot. World of Warcraft and EVE Online are also up there. Ultima Online is probably up there, but that one I'm less confident because I just had nothing telling me the hours back in the day. And so you'll notice 3 of those were MMOs. So they kept bringing you back, and they kept having major expansions and all that. Elite Dangerous is way up there. Project Zomboid is way up there. Ooh, what other games do I have that I would say that I've probably broken 1,000 hours in? There's definitely more than that. I'm just trying to think. Like, there's definitely more on there that I'm not thinking of. Like, there's a whole lot of games that I'm sitting at, like, 3, 4, 5, 6, 700 hours. Oh, Warframe would be up there. Warframe would be pretty high up there. I played that a lot up until they added that radio thing that reset after every N number of weeks. Like, to me, because it was no long... Like, you couldn't take a break without taking a loss effectively with that. Like, missing out on important stuff. And so the moment they introduced that as being like, you have to log in almost every single day and do our objectives or else, it, like, the moment they did that, I was like, nope, I'm out. If it's an or else, I'm out, I'm done, I'm gone. You take this and you can shove it where the sun don't shine. I want my games to respect my time. I don't mind a game being, like, super grindy. That's okay. But when there's an or else on me playing, that is a straight no. You played Warframe for like 700 hours and just quit. Yeah, I was in the I was 1,000 something. I don't know where it's at. Like 1,200, 1,700. I could probably check. But yeah, the moment they introduced that, it was just like a hard. I am out. I'm done. I'm gone. Not coming back. This is done. And I used to play that like every evening. Like, don't get me wrong, usually I'd play, do a couple of missions and all that kind of stuff. Let's see, then there's the folks who find a good streamer and the streamer can't get rid of them. Yeah, I mean, well, a streamer can get rid of you if they want to. There's a ban button. That said, you gotta give them a reason to get rid of you. But that circles back to my comment earlier that it's a totally valid thing for a content creator that even if you've done nothing wrong, if you just really don't jive with them to the point that it bothers them, it's a good enough reason. Like that's if you ever get into the whole streaming community where like, you know, we have a bunch of discords that content creators are on to like discuss stuff. A very, 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 very common discussion thing is, hey, I've had this person, they've been around my channel for a long time, and they were cool at first, but like they're saying, and what the actual thing will be like a wide range of just different things. Like sometimes it's like, well, they kind of sort of hit on me this one time, or you know, they said something and like it really does bother me, like, but it's not actually something bad. Like, I mean, the hitting on people is, you know, not respecting boundaries. That's bad. But like, it's like, you know, I don't know what to do. Like they've been around here since the very beginning. They've been supportive, yada yada yada, and the entire response is you need to ban them. It's like you either need to talk down to them, say, hey, you cannot do that, or you need to ban them. It's like this is clearly messing you up, which means it's gonna bleed through on your stream, and people are gonna see that it's bothering you, and it's gonna hurt your content. You know, is it like fair or anything? Not really, but it doesn't matter because like it is going to negatively impact you and your mental health, and it's going to negatively impact your content, so it is what it is. I haven't had to do that myself, fortunately. I've only had one or two people who like push boundaries, and the one very clearly looked at the boundary, said nah, and went right over the boundary, and they were gone. Like it was uncomfortable for people involved. Like there were multiple people like, nah, this is not okay. And it's like, yeah, it's like I gave you one or two, please stop, and you're gone. But it was someone who had like only been there briefly. You hate the cold? Yeah. Warfare is a fun game you hadn't touched for years. Yeah, and I had a really good time with it. It is a hard game to stream because it is super frenetic. It is streamable. There are people who do stream it. I don't know if there's as many people who stream it like all the time like there used to be, but it was chaos. I liked the chain-fed shotgun, the comb. That was always my go-to. Just roll in there and just be like, yeah, you're worrying about like you with your sniper rifles and your precision. You're silly. I'm just going to fill the entire screen with projectiles forever. It'll be fine. Let's see. I think the highest play game on your Steam account is like 800 or 900 hours. Nothing has ever broken 1,000. But you also play at family members' account too a lot. Gotcha. 49 degrees Fahrenheit is too hot for you. I much prefer cold over hot. Hey, Infinity Simplex, thank you so much for the raid. Can I get a shout out for Infinity Simplex real fast? You just got home from FNM and it's 49-ish? I have no idea what FNM means. But with all that said, welcome in, Raiders. Let me go ahead and take a quick little peek here to see what you were playing. I hit the wrong button. That's not how we do that. Let's back up our tractor real fast. Don't go away prompt. I need you to be there. You need to be clicking on that to figure out what you're playing. Why do I keep hitting the wrong button? I'm just gonna do this. We'll deal with that in a moment. Infinity Simplex playing some. It won't tell me. What a tease. Oh. There we go. Twitch teasing me. So what were we playing and all that? Hello, it's us again. Well, welcome back. But what were we playing today? Oh, it's because they're still live. Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's all those things that usually the way I end it is I raid in, and the moment I like the moment I see the like where it says, you know, Rual has rated whoever with however many viewers, I immediately hit stop streaming, and then it props up its prompt that says like, "Are you sure you want to stop streaming?" And you're like, "Yep." But yeah, so what were we streaming today, and how did the stream go? And for those who were over there with the stream, what would you say was the best part of today's stream over there? Playing some XCOM 2. So yeah, so if you're looking for your like tactical, your turn-based tactical kind of game, definitely check out Infinity Simplex playing some XCOM 2, which is an excellent turn-based tactical game, where the percents mean nothing. It'll say 1% chance of missing, and you will miss 3 shots in a row. It's just XCOM math. Yep, that's the hope, Darth, is like when someone you know what, like that's the thing. There's different levels of stuff that happens. When someone says something, they're like, all right, maybe don't. That you do have to be like, okay, we're gonna put you in, you know, put you in the corner and let you cool off. It's also a thing like, I can't remember who it was. It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna say their name anyway, so I don't know why it matters. We had someone who normally is like super duper chill, and they had gotten drunk one night, and they were being a bit of a jerk, is the way I will phrase it. And so we did the whole thing of, you're in the drunk tank of, you know, the timeout to next stream. And that was a while back. That was like a year and a half ago we did that. I don't remember who it was. I wouldn't say who, even if I did remember. But it was like, okay, you're normally chill, but like tonight you're getting put in the drunk tank. We'll see you tomorrow and see how you're doing. It happens. Like there's sometimes people are just like in a bad headspace that you just have to be like, all right, we're gonna have to sit you in the corner here for a minute, like, just, you're not listening kind of thing. And then the hope is they come back and they're better. Now, if it is those things, they come back the next day and it's just as bad, then, you know, if you time them out and they don't learn, then you're forcing the creator and mod's hands to put you in the long-term timeout. The stream's gone really good. We did While the Iron's Hot earlier today, and that was fun. And then we switched over to some farming. As a reminder, we do have a poll going on the Discord, and that poll, we are voting to see what games we're going to be looking at for, like, you know, where we're going to be switching in since we finished our RimWorld run. We got to, you know, finish the run and roll credits and all that good stuff. So we're just trying to figure out what's going in there. Right now, it's looking like the majority of people have been voting for Traveler's Rest as, like, the big outlier for everyone seems to be excited about. But then we got a bunch in there, like Space Engineers, that people seem to be interested in, and then a handful of games that I put on there that people are less enthusiastic about, which actually works out because one of the games I had been considering, some other content creators I know have checked out since then. And one of those games, the consensus I got from 3 different people is, it's kind of like this other game. If you're looking for a game like this, don't play this game. Play the other game, because this game's not very good. So I was like, oh, well, that's unfortunate. But that's a different game. Ooh, it's going to take me a moment to catch up with that. We had a couple of posts all at the same time, and unfortunately it pushed them off the top. I like the prompter a lot. I just wish the screen was bigger and taller instead of wide. It would make it much easier for me to have chat in there. All right, so what do we got going on here? You peeked in, so thank you for that. Oh, those are some of the funniest screens. Yeah. That you reminded me of a stream I was in, but was not with the longtime viewer. It was a new variety, first time chatter, and they came in. It was like, "Do you want to hear a story?" No. Hi or hello for the first message. The streamer was like, "I would rather not. You're kind of giving me a weird vibes." And they started into the story and got the ban. That's fair. Honestly, I would have probably responded similarly. Usually when you have that first time chatter and they pop it like, "You want to hear a story or do you want to hear a joke?" or something like that, you already have your finger hovering over the ban button. Because when people pop in that way, it's usually almost always not something that you want to have on your channel. Infinity simply saying, "Okay, Twitch. One thing that could be really improved, I just rated this channel. Why is my suggested channel Rual on my profile showing a different channel?" Yeah, no, they come into troll. It's 100% with that. Like when you have one of those things where they have that question right on the intro of the first time chatter, you can almost feel like all the moderators and the content creators' hand going over to the ban button and hovering. Like you're not gonna ban them in advance. You're gonna be like, okay, is this like, because they might actually have just like a fun little like intro joke that, you know, everyone's having a good time kind of thing. I have yet to have that happen that I can think of, where they start with a question then followed up with something chill. But in theory, at some point, it might happen. Yeah, no, there was definitely one time that, like, Strider, you were in, like, bad headspace. You're like, all right, I probably need to be timed out. It's like, okay, man. It's like, I can see you're having a rough day. If you think it's in everyone's best interest for you to be timed out, I'm not going to argue. That is, honestly, it is a thing to recognize. Like, it's the same thing, like, you know you're in, like, a really bad headspace where you're not going to be a good friend hanging out with people. That's like, yeah, you know, I don't want to hang out tonight. It's not a good day for me to hang out. Being aware of that is a good thing. Or have that... I've had to do that once or twice where I've had to tell people, like, hey, I need you to sit on your hands. Like, it's cool you being here, but, like, right now, the vibe, I need you to sit in your hands. That was Subnautica, where people got backseating real hard, and we had that moment where I had to stop the game and be like, all right, y'all ruining the game for me. Like, the backseating is getting to new levels I've never before experienced in the channel. I'm gonna need y'all to sit on your hands. I'm glad you're passionate about this game, but you're kinda killing the fun. And it was just people being excited, like, wanting to wait, like, they couldn't wait for me to see this, and they're talking about it. I was like, alright, come on. Definitely, I've never put my mouse over... Oh, I've done that tons of times. It never seems like when we're playing a game that, like, suddenly I'm driving worse or whatever, when someone pops in first time chatter, real good chance that just what happened is I got the vibes, and I'm just like, like, ready to run interception in case the next thing they say is, like, super racist or whatever. Let's see. You were not even a moderator channel, but I told the streamer afterwards that my band sense was tingling, and they laughed. It was like, yeah, good senses. Oh yeah, no, there's... I honestly feel like when you have that one who pops in first time chatter with that kind of question or whatever, like half of chat, like, the hair stands up. They're like, oh, it's about to go down. You want to hang out and watch, but I know I'm not very nice mood. So just time me out so I don't... That's, there's a bunch of channels. It used to be that, a bunch of people would have the redeems, like, banned for 24 hours. That, you know, you would pay a bunch of points and we would ban you for, like, 24 hours for the channel, like, as a temp ban. Unfortunately, it changed a lot of stuff, so when you did that, when you banned something, I think it would, like, automatically unfollow, and a whole bunch of other stuff would get broken by it. So a lot of people have stopped doing that, like, stop offering that. But, you know, instead people have just been doing, like, 24-hour timeout. I've debated putting that one on there before, that you could redeem a 24-hour timeout against yourself. But I've known people who've been like, you know, they'll pop in a chat, it's like, I'm in a mood, so I'm going to do this proactively, and they'll redeem the 24-hour timeout. You don't like that? The timeouts can mark you as a band evader on our channels? I hadn't heard that. I don't offer that. A lot of channels I know who did, like, made the price really high, because it usually requires a mod or the streamer to stop what they're doing to deal with it. But, yeah. Nah, it's one of those things that I'm more of the stance, like, hey, if you know you're, like, you're gonna be... Like, you're not gonna be someone who's gonna be a good person to be around. You know, you kind of have to learn, like, sit on your hands so far as the keyboard goes. Like, just deliberately don't be in chat. And normally I'd like be like trying to de-escalate. Yeah, and that's the thing. You can usually recognize that people, they realize they've gone too far and they're trying to, like, bring it down, be like, hey, you know, I messed up. Hey, just look, I'm sorry, that kind of thing. Then there's people who, like, double and triple down. You're like, all right, well, look. It's like, unfortunately, this is not a democracy. This is my channel. If I tell someone to hush, they don't get to make an argument about that. That said, it's not those things that I just randomly go, hey, you're not allowed to speak anymore. Hey, I suddenly have decided you don't get to talk. You didn't do anything wrong, but I've unilaterally decided you've lost the ability to talk. Because it would amuse me slightly. That'd be a pretty jerk move. Saints Works, this factory was one of those, hey, sit on your hand moments for someone you frequent. The community was so bad with the backseating and turning toxic that they never streamed the game again. Oh no, I've seen a number of people, like not specifically Factorio or Subnautica, but I've been in a number of streams where, you know, the streamer was streaming a game that does have that very, very heavy backseating kind of following. And it would be a mix of their own normal regulars as well as people popping in there because, you know, it's a game that doesn't get streamed as much, but has, like, that huge following. And I've known one or two of them that literally midstream say, I can't, like, I'm just gonna play this off stream. Like, it's like, I can't deal with this. And they ended stream, like, on the spot and just kept playing the game by themselves. They're like, I'm enjoying this game. I'm not enjoying this game, like, with the people around me. That was Undertale. I won't say the content creator who did it, but they kept asking people to stop backseating, to stop backseating, to stop backseating. Like, literally started banning people, and then finally was like, you know what, never mind, and just ended their stream. Like, and they were hours and hours and hours before the end of the stream. And I think that's right, when you've gotten yourself in, like, that kind of bad headspace. I do think ending the stream, so you don't, you know, cause a lot more problems. Like, ending the stream and just letting yourself cool off is the right answer. I said, what you don't get on Twitch is you get 100 people watching a gaming stream, but then you got 5,000 watching some... Hey, different folks with different strokes. If that's what they want to do with their time, I personally see nothing wrong with it. It's not something I'm interested in. For me, honestly, what little I've ended up catching from that is very uncomfy for me. But they're offering content that people want. Like, what I think of that content makes no difference. But I have no issue with that whatsoever. As long as they categorize it and tag it correctly and all that sort of stuff, so to get to it, you have to actually be seeking it, that's fine by me. The very last Sardine saying, I try to avoid backseating. If I ever mention something, it's usually I think the streamer forgot something or have a question about it. Yeah. No, it's, like the one I usually get, it's like, hey, you forgot to fill up in gas, and that's totally fine. Like, that's not backseating to me at all. Like when it's like, hey, I need to fill up gas and I drive away and they're like, you forgot to fill up in gas. Like, oh crap. That's fine. no qualms with that, whatever. Sometimes we'll have where, like, you know, people be like, you should do this. And it's like, I have to fight the temptation where someone's like, you need to do this, and then to immediately not do that. I've done that in RimWorld. It's like, hey, you need to set up your room like that, and I'll deliberately change my room layouts to all be the opposite of what they've suggested, or as far from it as I can get. Because I'm like, no, I don't, and, like, that's not how you navigate this. You need to change your worker assignments. Nah, that's fine. I'm just not going to. And you can almost like feel the person getting frustrated with you because you're not doing things like meta. You're not doing things like the min-maxy way. Like, it's different. They're like, they're like, would it be more efficient to do it this way? It's like, I don't know. Maybe it would. That's fine. Unless it's very obvious they're like doing the thing where they're trying to backseat and they're trying to dance out around it. Where it's like, literally every action you take, would it be more efficient to do it this other way? Then you're like, okay, come on. It's like, I see what's happening here. You're trying to backseat, but also trying to be like diplomatic about it. Because one thing to like say it like once in a while, but if it's like just one after the other, it's like, okay. Kira says that sometimes don't really know what's backseating. Like, is it backseating to offer theories over ideas? I know it's like, I know how this works. Here's that. So, like, if you're guessing, like, you're like, I wonder if this would be better, that's not backseating. Usually the backseating, when you start creeping into territory of backseating, is when it kind of feels like the content creator, whoever you're playing the game with, could like hand you the controller to, like, it almost feels like you're asking to be handed the controller to look into it. Like, that's when you start crossing the line where it no longer feels like I'm playing the game so much as someone else is playing the game and I'm just the one pushing the buttons. Like, I'm just an interface between them and the game. And also, different people have different lines in the sand on what is and what isn't. I missed a small bit of edge, by the way. Yeah. I thought I circled back and got it. Pick A trait is way better than B trait. That's fine if I ask. Oh, I missed a tiny spot. Right there's the spot. Alright, unfortunately, we're already seeing some wear and tear. If you're looking for how long you've been following the channel, I think it's follow age as one word. Dr. saying, I look as I suffered through this. Let me help you avoid it. That can kind of be, it depends on that one. There's definitely times that one crosses the backseat, definitely times it doesn't. Like, that's always, like, that's kind of the harder one to navigate, because there are some games that, like, going through those pains is kind of, like, a major part of the game. Yeah, no, that's... I haven't had a situation, like, for what it's worth, I haven't had a situation with you where I've ever had to be like, oh, man, this is getting a little out of hand. Like, let me say something kind of thing. Yeah, no, that's totally fair. Like, if something's happening, the creator's like, I'm trying to figure this out, and, you know, they turn around and you go, hey, is it okay? Like, you know, they're like, I'm trying to figure out how this works, and you can just go, hey, do you want me to tell you how it works? Or, like, another way you could say is, like, how much, like, would you like a hint, or how much of a hint would you like? That's totally fine, because then that gives me the ability to consent to being, like, backseated or not, or, like, how much, being like, hey, you know, and there's been times where you're like, hey, would you like a hint? And it's like, yes, but, like, I would like a little hint. Like, don't tell me how to do it, just point me in the direction. And let me figure out from there. Like, then I can kind of opt in and out of where I want to draw the line and all that stuff. So that's a really good way of dealing with it. I don't think I have a watch time command. And also to be clear, Rawlbot isn't going to get that time right if you followed way back. Because I believe if you followed before I switched to Firebot, it won't know. I believe that is the case. So if you're like, it says 1.5 years, and I've been on this channel for at least 2 years. 1.5 years would have been when I brought out Rual, but I actually don't know when we did the switch to Firebot, like off the top of my head. Another stream you watch has a redeem that's a back seat pass, which is pretty cool. I assume they reserve the right to refuse the backseat pass to like refund you the points. Because I could definitely see that kind of... Like, it also depends, because different people have different tolerances for backseating. Like, that's, there are content creators who I know who are like, you know, backseat, like, you know, any amount of backseating is fine kind of thing. Like, not that it obligates them to do it, they're fine with people explaining the games and all that. I'm not quite there. Oh, does Firebot pull it? There was I can't remember. There was one piece of data I remember Firebot couldn't give you because, you know, it only started keeping the information once you turned on the bot. You know, he had found you around September, probably October. Yeah, now the issue I think you'll run into is because you had, like, your Darkstrider with one number, your Darkstrider with the other number, then this you know, account and all that. I'm assuming it'll just... You'd have to go back to whichever one was first if it's still around. Well, actually, you got rid of that account, so it's not around anymore. So you kind of lost however long you were, like, the exact time of, like, how many days. Alright. So it's going to take me a while to do these fields. We already did the biggest field. This is the second biggest field. Once we get this planted, basically we advance time until it's time to cash out. My New Holland is getting pretty old. It's creating a fundamental problem. Unix says, your watch stream streak has been reset in our channel that I watch every stream of. I think it's time for me to forget about the watch streaks because it's not good for your mental health. Well, and that's one of the other things is one of the things I would, like, one of the things that I used to do is when I was testing, like, a new camera or a new mic that I had to see it, like, live to, like, get an idea of how it looked. Like, the stuff... Or, sorry, that's not a good example. Like, I'd change, like, my encoding or whatever to see how that looks. Is I would spin up a quick, like, 2-3 minute stream and make it go away, like, real fast. And I, like, now with the watch streaks, I don't want to do that because it would ruin everyone's watch streak unless they manage to snag me in the 2 minutes. And so, like, it's weird. One of the things I want Twitch to have is I want Twitch to have, like, a separate server that I can point my OBS at that doesn't actually go live. It's something I have to be logged in on my account and everything. And it can effectively say it's a test stream. So it doesn't count for any of the data around anything else. It's just a thing I can point my stream at, turn it on, and be like, does this work? Like, let me just pull it up, and does it work? Oh, it is possible? Neat. Because I was trying to find out something like that before, and it wasn't working. What was my favorite game growing up? That would all depend on, like, any given year. This sure doesn't look like No Man's Land map. It is. Like, I could still pull up the map. And you can see it is No Man's Land. It's just, as you can see, I bought these 2 tiles. And we've been slowly making our fields, and we put, like, I put down that road there and everything. Yeah, proper test environment versus tested production. Right. Oh yeah, that hill there, that was covered in trees. And I got a chainsaw. And then it wasn't as covered in trees anymore. And actually, like, literally right behind us, that little red and yellow thing, that's a stump grinder. So we cut down the trees, we ground down all the stumps. That said, I found a few missing. There's actually, I see a stump right there on the very right edge of the map. I can't see it now, I just saw it peeking out. There's another stump right there that I missed. You planted 4,000 more? Oh, you're saying, yeah, you've changed your map a lot. Eventually I might do the whole thing where we start, like, a tree grove, that kind of thing, back in the corner. But, I'll probably wait till we have, like, everything else set up. I honestly plan on trying to keep most of the rest of these areas that are hills with trees on it. I plan to keep those as hills with trees and working around them. Because I want the map to have personality, so I want to leave, like, rocks that I have to go around, and the occasional, like, forest I have to go around kind of thing. Because, like, honestly, there's enough land here, I don't have to try and use every single inch of ground. I still wish I found a way to, and people mentioned that this was a feature in mods in 2019, or 19, yeah, whatever. The previous version of this, and it maybe is a version. I do wish there was a way that while I'm driving just myself doing one of these, that I could be like, AI, take this over, but it wouldn't charge me as if I had hired a worker. Only while I'm sitting in it. If I got out of it, then it'd start charging me as if the worker had worked it. Just for when it's like the back and forth here where I have to make all these little course corrections, that'd be like, nah, just let it go. Just let it do its thing. Like, I don't care if it's less efficient because it does like the 4 or 5 point turn on the other side. Because that to me, like, when it's doing that, it's, you know, perfectly fine for me to do that as far as I'm concerned. But the hope is when we get our payout from the bakery, or sorry, the granary, that we can use that to buy a bakery. And then, and actually, I'm actually hoping that the greenhouses will give me enough for that. Because if the greenhouses give me enough for that, then I can buy the bakery. I could take all the flour and start moving it into the bakery. And use that to make bread. So that we get even more money per harvest. And with our even more money per harvest, that'll speed up our rate of buying our new tools. Well, unfortunately, the cake, I'm not going to have the materials I need for. Because I need eggs, milk. It was, let's see, was it just eggs and milk? Because I have the strawberries. So I have the wheat, we have water, we have strawberries. Yeah, milk's gonna take us some time because I will need to set up the stuff for making animal feed. Sugar, that's the one I'm missing. Sugar. Sugar's also gonna be not an insignificant investment to get that set up. Yeah, no, milk it's, you have to get, I think that's not even like just feed. I think there's multiple things. I think you have to have water. I think you have to have feed. You have to get the cows themselves. I want to say there's something you do to, I think you have to have like a dairy to process the stuff to make it from, you know, like its initial product to actual milk. So you have like an early production line there. And then after all that, you get milk. But for the feed, I need all the stuff to do grass. So I need like the lawnmower thing. I need the thing to you know, create the feed from that. I can't remember what else you need. It's a whole big process. But it would be nice to set that up at some point. My thought for what we do crop-wise is once we finish where we got the where we've got the bakery, you know, and we've got these fields, and I've got my tools upgraded, and we expand our property, I'm probably going to invest in some more of the grains to be grown here, and basically make it so I can max out the bakery, or very close to max out the bakery, or sorry, the granary's like stock. And once that's done, I'm gonna have like, okay, we're done with the grains, and then from there we will go, okay, what's next? And I haven't even looked into that. I could see pursuing the like the vegetables. I could see starting to get into stuff like potatoes and all that. Pretty much I'd probably find what is the next production line I want to get off the ground and start investing in that. Plus a bigger tractor and planters. Oh yeah, well that's happening. Well, the bigger tractor, I mean, honestly, it's gonna be probably replace the tractor. It's gonna be the planters. To be clear, the order of operations we have right now is get the bakery, get the really big header for our harvester, get the really big planter, because I can actually use the biggest planter on this tractor. So it is get the giant planter on here. The downside is this tractor is starting to get up there in the years where it is. Why do they make grapes so terrible? I've heard both grapes and olives are a huge pain to deal with, and I have not done either of those quite yet. But I've heard nothing but like bad things from everyone who's done it. That I've heard like the AI cannot handle it at all. That you have the machines that you like ride over the trellis or whatever. No, on this map you took your grapes down. That's kind of what I've heard is people would set up grapes, they would do it once or twice and be like, yeah, no, I'm done, and get rid of them. I hope with stuff like that they do revisit the ones that's like, oh, this is just a bad time. And just, you know, like clean it up or whatever. With the my first attempt at a Survivor Man off stream, I had this whole idea about how I was going to set my fields, where it was going to be a line of the really big beehives. There would be a with, you know, a gap in between for the collector spots. And then I'd have a road on one side of it, and on the other side I have a small gap, and then it'd have like a big old field of like sunflowers. And then on the other side, you know, you'd have again the gap, the beehives, the road, the beehives, and then we'd put, I think it was canola, the other one. And I had this plan to like have this giant apiary situation. That didn't work out because I was like, you know, bees will be great. Literally, you put nothing in it and it makes money. I didn't see that the quantity of money you make in a month for a beehive is like $54. So you drop $4,400 for like the medium one. You get like $50 per month from it in honey. And you're like, oh good, it'll only take me like 100 months to pay this thing off. Great. That's perfect. Oh yeah, no, if you gotta get some sleep, Darth, you know, make sure you take care of yourself. You get more growth from having beehives near some crops, but the range is tiny. They need to increase that. Well, I thought it was a mutual thing, that it increased the amount of honey you got yielded from the beehives, and I thought it also helped the crops as well. And I want to say it was sunflowers and canola were the two crops that helped. There might be a third one I don't know of or don't remember. I never looked in the exact numbers, but I had started that run and I had invested big in bees. I'd gone all in on bees. And I had fast forward through what was like 10 plus in-game years and went, this is stupid. And it was more now, it was like almost like 30 in-game years and went, this is dumb. And then just wiped out the run and started a new one. It was like, lesson learned. Bees are a supplementary thing. You just can't bees as your main thing. It's just too low of income. Now, that said, I'm sure if you set up the whole thing for cereal and you're doing that, it probably makes up a lot of wealth for what the honey does otherwise. But then, you know, back to the whole grapes thing. Oh, we'll probably put bees in eventually. Just, if for no reason, just because. Even if we don't set up the whole thing for cereal. Let's see. Have you considered bees here to honor those? That one? Yeah, we'll add bees eventually. You wanted passive income only? Bees and greenhouses? How much would you need to be self-sufficient? Would be sufficient. So the greenhouses are actually not terrible. In all honesty, the greenhouses that come with this map, like the modern map, are absurd. But when it comes to the greenhouse in general, like it is profitable by itself, and you make it you make an okay income per greenhouse. So you could just do the whole thing of scale it up, just keep building greenhouses. That said, you could also go, like, if you're looking for a truly passive income, there is power generation that you could literally slap down a solar panel on your map, and it just makes you money. You spend X dollars, and you just make money. So, like, you literally, no more effort, you just make money. They have, like, wind turbines, it's the same deal. You slap it down, it just makes you money. So you can absolutely passive income. I've deliberately not done this on this map, because, honestly, if I wanted to meta getting through this as fast as possible, like to just build up wealth, I would probably have gone and just got like the biggest solar panel or wind turbine right away, and then just built another, and then built another, and then built another, and just scaled up that way. Because it'd be every single month you just get a huge paycheck, and every one you add it gets bigger. Like, I'm sure so to do the numbers, like, well, actually, if you plant this crop on this day, and you do it this way, and you go ahead and do this, then you'll actually make more money. Like, I know silage makes ridiculous amounts of money. Like, that was... Every one time I talked to someone about this, like, oh yeah, you just gotta make silage. You'll have all the money you need. It's like, that's not the point. I don't want to just mow grass and then make my grass ferment. Because peak dollars. I want to farm. Yeah, we're going to do it just because, says Kira Liz. And then we say it's unbelievable, saying Eonek. All the puns popping out. But yeah, no, greenhouses are fine. The only problem you'd run with greenhouses, you'd want to get a really big water tank and put them, like, side by side. Bulk silage conveyor belts are terribly slow too. So the people I've seen who do the silage thing, like for making ridiculous amount of money, is they just kind of set up the troughs. They do all the thing where they mow the grass, they dump all the grass in the big trough. You know, it takes like, what is a season or two, and then they take a thing to collect it all and they run off. And they use that to like get a whole bunch of money relatively fast. I'm sure later on they'd want to automate it as much as possible. I have no idea what's there. But it was one of those things a lot of people are like saying, oh yeah, like your early game, you can just like absolutely bootstrap yourself up into the largest tractor really fast if you're doing silage. Get yourself a couple 100,000, get your best tractor, get a couple 100,000, get yourself the best, you know, tools on it one by one, and you can get going real fast. But it means the entire early game, you're mowing grass. It's what you're doing. You're mowing grass. And there's nothing wrong with that. When we eventually someday get animals, I will have to mow grass to make it into feed and everything, to make it into hay and get her straw and all that, which straw is not grass, straw is from like wheat and all that. But you know, get all those things for the animals. I actually have no idea the value on straw. Like, if I got all the stuff for dealing with the straw, so you know, I got the baler, and then we got the we got stuff for picking up all the bales. Yeah, no, it's absolutely, like, that's kind of the thing. Usually when you look at a game, and it's not just this, you can look at games like Stardew Valley, and you look at, like, the meta strategies for making money, they're usually painful to watch, where it's like, okay, so you do XYZ in the early game until you can get this item. Once you get this item, this is the way you can effectively scale this up as fast as possible, and then that's what you do for the rest of the run. Don't, like, a lot of them are like, don't put in the casks, don't put in the barrels. While that's worth more for what you're doing, you know, those are a luxury you get super late game. You just produce hecking all of it. And you're just like, well, what about this? No, that's a waste of time. I remember there was a meta if you're doing the long form where I think it was it Starfruit wine was the meta before they added the tropical island? And I think there was something that was on the tropical island became the new meta. It doesn't matter. I've never done it. I never would. Best to play the way you want? Absolutely. That's one of the reasons why whenever we get into a game and people start trying to explain to me how to min-max, like, I don't care. Min-maxing a game is usually the fastest way to ruin the fun of the game. Unless the whole point of the game is to min-max, which is usually when you get to, like, automation logistics games. At which point, by telling me how to do it, you've bypassed the entire fun part of figuring it out. Ancient fruit, that's right. Yeah, wasn't it the old strategy was there's a handful of things you needed to do first, but you'd get to the mines as early as you could to try and get an ancient fruit seed. I think... Or there's a way you could not quite guarantee yourself an ancient fruit seed, but realistically you could get into a couple of days of trying. But you go to, like, the mines, you make a bunch of bombs, you just hit the bombs in the dirt to get the ancient fruit seed to pop up. Because you could get one by hoeing the dirt in the mines. But you get your ancient fruit seed, you'd immediately run over to the museum, turn it in, and it gives you a seed back. But, and then there's something you did to unlock where you could produce the seed maker or whatever. And I want to say you tried to do that as early on as you could. And that was, like, one strategy. There's better strategies now, but I remember that was a strategy once upon a time. And it was one of those ones that there was the RNG on the first one, but once you got the first one, the rest was not RNG. Which, honestly, for a lot of those games, is really good when you can go, okay, well, I only have the one step that's RNG. Considering, I want to say, like, the Minecraft, like, completing the Ender Dragon... like speed run, there was like 8 or 9 different steps of heavy RNG you had to deal with that if you didn't get like the winning rolls, you just skipped because you couldn't make the world record. Yeah, no, but as I recall, it was the whole thing that you'd get your ancient seed, and you'd use the seed maker as soon as you got your first harvest. But I want to say you did other stuff to get the greenhouse, like you targeted the greenhouse or something to get it up because of, you know, when you could grow stuff. There's like a whole strategy of like you had to do, like you had to get the greenhouse before a certain point or you just throw away your run. It's not doable. And you had to get your ancient seed in the first, it was a handful of days so you could plant it in time for you to be able to like do a couple rotations so that when you got the greenhouse, you were already sitting on a small stack of ancient fruit seed. Because you do that, you'd pop into the mine and explode the ground a couple times or so. Like, there's a whole thing. But yeah, no, it's I never knew, like I never had an interest in that. It's those things I do like to watch how people do speedruns out of curiosity, because usually you get to see the ways that people figure out to break games, which can be fascinating. That's also the same reason I do enjoy watching like videos by people like Spiffing Brit and Let's Game It Out and some of the other ones. Because they'll usually find ways to play the games that the devs never really intended. And it can be just fascinating on how some games do and don't handle it. That's actually one of the ones I enjoy. So, like, usually the format for the Spiffing Brit is the Spiffing Brit figures out, and that can be with their community and a whole bunch, but, you know, they figure out whatever exploit they're going to be abusing the crap out of in their run. And sometimes it's multiple. To accomplish whatever the point of the run is. And then they do it. So usually it's just they already know what they're going to be doing for the video and they do it. Whereas it's 1 o'clock? Alright. You have a good one, Jed. Thank you so much for hanging out. But then we check out something like Let's Game It Out. Like, usually Let's Game It Out doesn't go in knowing how he's going to necessarily abuse a game. Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. But it is fun when he's playing a game for the first time. And he's like, I wonder if and you know, it won't work. He's like, like, I wonder if I can glitch over this wall. And it's like, no, okay, I can't. That's no fun. And then, you know, he'll figure something else out. And it'll usually be something like the game starts and it goes, oh, I'm supposed to make an arcade and, like, actually have people play the game. It's like, or instead, I realize that being here costs money per hour. I can put the place where they want to naturally walk at the far end and make it a big maze. And just, you know, try my best to trap them in there. Used to watch him for City Skylines, particularly for traffic. The Spiffing Brit, yeah. Where he'd do the thing, like do a bajillion toll booths between where the people work and where they live. So it was like, what was it, like $156 each way worth of tolls. But because the game didn't have the concept of a person not going to work because they would lose money going to work, they do it anyways. I actually used to do, it wasn't an exploit, but it was definitely an abuse of power I used to do in City Skylines 1, which is I had all of my mass transit was in the middle of a park that was like a, if you're looking at like New York, it'd be the equivalent of Central Park. So it was in a park in the middle of like the really dense population area, and then it'd have like all the metros and all that, their entrances would be there, and I had like 3 different metro lines that go to the different parts of town very efficiently. But you had to go to the park. And just all of the people paying to go into the park, because it was not free to go into the park, to ride the free metro. And just the amount of money it would roll in, because everyone was paying for admission into the park. It was also funny because, if I remember correctly, it would show me having like a negative income on the sheet, because it just didn't account for the revenue for the park correctly. Yet that park was making me millions of dollars. There was many ways to break City Skylines 1. But most of those games you will find, like whether it's Planet Zoo or Roller Coaster Tycoon, like any Tycoon game, there's always some combination of stuff that you can just break the way the game was intended to be played and just have it print you money or whatever. So it didn't damn limit apart. Oh yeah, where you do the whole thing where you'd have this giant sewage reservoir on this volcano thing on the top, and then you have that feed into a dam that immediately drop it down to where you had a pump that pushed the water right back up. And it would just, by the magic of broken physics, create more power than you used. If you're using it for power, is it really waste? It is not. Yep, now in my case, I actually made a tiny little pocket inside the middle of the park for the metro, which I remember being an absolute pain in the butt to set up. Because the metro needed a connection to streets. So I had to figure out ways to navigate the streets in there that the people wouldn't walk on it with pedestrian traffic. And I vaguely remember being a thing that I think I had like a road that went up the middle of the park, but not the whole way through to connect them all. And then that road connected to some of my city services that were then not connected to the rest of the city. Or not connected in a way you could walk it as far, because it'd go out to a major highway. I also used to do that just to traffic manage sometimes, because you would tell it no industry trucks here, and then the industry trucks would go there anyways and completely clog your residential roads. And you're like, you know what? I'm going to make sure it's no trucks. I'm going to make it so there's no actual way to truck to get there. I really liked in City Skyline 1 where they introduced towards the end the walkable city DLC. I really liked that one. Like, I wouldn't use it for the whole city, but it was nice having a lot of ways to, like, manage the vehicles and where they were and weren't allowed to go. They had that in City Skyline 2 out of the box, and that's how I handle my traffic in City Skylines 2. Is that have, like, the major thoroughfares. Like, even if you're doing a grid city, you'd have your major thoroughfare would be, you know, whatever amount of lanes you want to deal with, like 4 lanes or 2 lanes or whatever. It'd be a normal road. But then, like, once you got off of that, it'd be nothing but, like, the walkable city roads. And so you could kind of force all the vehicles onto the main avenues you wanted them to. And then what you do is have the whole thing where you wouldn't have as many intersections on the actual roads. Those would be all on the walkable ones. To try and mitigate how many intersections you had, effectively creating a resistance to traffic on that road. And like just managing that, doing proper lane math and all that, would make it so inside your city traffic wouldn't get that bad. Then you just had to deal with the major highways, which was always a thing. You'd always have those handful of exits that you have to figure out how to mitigate, which usually the thing is finding, one, other forms of transportation that isn't cars. Because the more you split up your load so far as traffic between pedestrian and metro and trains, and like the more broadly you can put people out, the less they're in their cars and the less awful traffic gets. But then you could also turn around and make multiple routes to places. And that also helps, because instead of 100 cars going down one road and clogging it up, you split it 50-50, depending on where they're exactly going. And now that makes it so both roads could handle a lot more. That to me was always one of the interesting parts of the interesting parts of dealing with City Skylines. When you have like that fresh new city where you can plan it all out from scratch, and if you're very careful and growth mind and all that, you can actually set yourself up pretty well so that you kind of know what the traffic situation is going to be in the long run, and you're just kind of setting up the ideal situation. And that can be really good. And that can be fun for like the pre-planning thing. But to me, a big part of the allure was, you know, your city would grow and all that, and then you'd start having places that would become pain points because you hadn't planned it all in advance. You know, it's kind of like in real life, you have your plan, but you don't always know where things are going to pick up or not. You know, you're building a city and you don't know when Disney World's going to be the one that moves into the corner of your city, and then you go, crap, I now have this thing trying to draw in millions of people a year in an area we never intended to have more than, you know, tens of thousands of people. How do I completely rework my entire infrastructure to accommodate it, where, you know, I can't just build a new highway right through it, have to eminent domain half my city, and that's not going to fly for a whole range of reasons. Many of which are very good reasons. So how do I take my current options, do as little damage to my current city situation, but also accommodate having a whole lot of people where I never expected to have a whole lot of people, and then just trying to work with it. Like, I kind of wish, and it would probably be a mod, I kind of wish there was a mode in City Skylines where instead of where you just kind of cut a road through the neighborhood and it doesn't really give you any penalty, you just lose a couple residents who come back in 10 seconds. I do wish when you went to, like, take that land back, there was almost, like, you'd have, like, two kind of pressures. You'd have the monetary where you'd not just delete that building, you'd actually have to, like, pay a bunch of money, like, an excessive amount of money to get people to, like, force them out of their houses. And then you'd also wish that there's almost, like, a political pressure that you're kind of banking in political points and all that, that you could really only do so much at a time. You couldn't just cut a highway through the middle of your city all at once. You wouldn't have the political capital to do it. That you'd have to be like, all right, we're gonna do this segment this year, and then you gotta wait till, like, you recover to do the next segment. You know, if you just butchered your whole city, there was no way people would stand for it. They gotta, like, slowly work through the project versus just unilaterally doing it. Which that's the reason it had to be, like, a mod or an option or, like, an extra difficulty or something. Because that would probably be no fun for, honestly, probably most of the players. Not even a lot of players. It'd probably be most of the players would not enjoy that. But to me, that'd be interesting of dealing with the real world kind of problem of, okay, you know, you built the city with XYZ plans and couldn't tell what the next 100 years are going to hold, and it went a different path than you expected, and just trying your best to make the most of it under the constraints and limitations you have. Like, to me, that is a fascinating thing from having worked with city planners and all that. Again, IT side, I wasn't involved in any of the planning. And we didn't have anything quite that dramatic where it's like, oh god, like, what do we do? We have to, like... The only way to fix this is an extra route, which is going to be, you know, mass eminent domain situation or whatever. It was way, way smaller stuff going, okay, like, you know, we need to expand these roads here, but we have a balance. Like, we can add an extra lane onto this road, but it's going to cost us sidewalks on both sides, like, go from, like, really wide, walkable, nice sidewalks to the super, like, kind of mashed up against the building kind of sidewalks. Well, that's not ideal. We could eliminate the sidewalk on one side of the road, which is going to hurt all the businesses on that side of the road tremendously, but leave a normal-sized sidewalk on the other side of the road to get the lane. Or we could try and make an alternate route that goes around the other way, but that exacerbates a whole bunch of traffic problems and a bunch of these other roads on that side that we have to figure out how to deal with then. So we're trading one problem for a different one. And, you know, them sitting there getting like 10 or so different plans, and they all have their pros and cons, and, like, any one of them could be the plan they go with. But, you know, kind of ruling one or two out because it'd be just cost prohibitive, and just trying to figure out how to deal with this, you know, a problem that was not their fault it arrived in the first place. Like, the city had been around for over 100 years. The person who planned the city in the first place, they're long dead. And they're just going, what the do we do with this? And a lot of times the answer, you don't do anything, you just, like, the problem you already have is not as bad as the problem you would create trying to fix the problem. Or that you have to wait till you get, like, 4 or 5 other things solved before you can tackle the actual problem you want to be tackling. Like, if they were to move the road back to, you know, move the traffic, as it were, they start knocking out 1 or 2 of the little problems that are going to be brought up by it, one by one by one. And only after they get 90% of that done do they actually move the road. Well, start moving the road. So, correcting an immediate traffic problem is something that ends up getting kicked down the... You know, like, it takes 10 years to process because you got all of the different things you have to figure out just to get to the point that you can finally tackle the actual problem. You just came back from Gig War, the first thing. We were discussing, like, with City Skylines and that, you know, where you have a city that they had a plan and it was a good plan for what it was expected, but you know, every good plan when it faces reality falls apart. That's not fair. That's not worth planning. But it is one of those things that, you know, the farther ahead you plan, the more likely reality will deviate from your plan. But you'll have a city that they planned things out, and it was like 100 years ago is where the city was founded. And then, you know, you're the poor soul who is now the city planner at this juncture, and not like you're only a ghost of what the original plan was, but you've got real problems that are happening as the city's grown and things have changed and where people are living and what businesses are where, and trying to figure out how the heck you fix that problem. And it's always a convoluted mess. Versus, again, City Skylines, you go, oh, I need to move traffic? All right, this entire length of houses and businesses in my city is gone so I can run a highway. And we're done. That doesn't really fly in real life. Even the times that we have had major highways move through cities like that, usually it's a whole big thing. Yes, there is a period in time that did happen pretty aggressively that we don't need to dig into because there were not traffic reasons that happened that we don't need to get into, because politics. But nowadays we have a lot of rules that really limit what you can do there and how you have to compensate people and all that, which makes that a not reasonable thing you can do. You can't just go, I need a highway going through the middle of New York City. Hi, 10,000 buildings, or 1,000 buildings, you're all gone. It's a highway now. So you end up finding other solutions like shifting traffic over to other roads that you then expand at the cost of sidewalks and all these other things, or maybe you strategically knock out a handful of buildings that you eminent domain to, you know, massively mitigate the risk even though you're not quite getting the solution you want. And it becomes very complicated. But the doing nothing also has huge problems and all that. And half the time you look at the plan, and the plan takes 10-15 years to go through between just slowly inching everything over, little by little. And then finally moving everyone over. And the whole time, half your residents grumble because they're like, why are they investing all this money on this stupid road that no one uses? Until the plan comes to that last step, and then everyone's on that road that they've been little by little flipping everything over to. Alright, so you finished both our big fields, we're on to 2 little fields. Oh, right. You take this over. No, you don't take this over. Alright, so what I need to do is I got 2 things. That's not the one I need. That's what I do need. I need to, when that planter gets over to this side, I need to trade out which tractor is running it to this tractor. And I need to take that tractor, and I need to get fertilizing. I haven't looked. It hasn't warned me that I need lime. I probably need to have lime by now. I think it's because it's stuck on needs rolling. I think we're actually supposed to have relimed these fields by this point. But I don't own a roller. I need to get a roller. But it's a thing we need to get happening. You forgot where, but on the city development topic, one of your favorite things you've seen is a family with property in the middle of the city, several acres, has refused to sell the city or anything. And they just had this quaint former ranch or whatever it was, surrounded by skyscrapers. Oh, that actually happens a lot. That's occurred like very famously. There was a farm like right next to Disneyland, I believe it was. So the one in California that they just did not want to sell or anything like that. It was like the grandparents owned it or whatever. Well, I mean, the people owned it who eventually became grandparents. But they kept getting offered like millions of dollars and all. They're like, no, that's okay. We just, like, we're happy with what we have. We don't need the money. And it became this whole big deal that, you know, you had hotels trying to buy it, and Disney was trying to buy it, and everyone was trying to buy it. I want to say it was a strawberry farm, if I remember correctly. It was something like that. It's just like little farm. And it's just this ongoing thing that everyone wanted to buy this land because it was worth a fortune and it was well positioned for all this stuff. And they're just like, no, we don't want to sell. We're happy. We're just happy with what we have. And it was just a whole thing. All right. So it's fertilizer time, which is going to cost us a bunch of money. Please have a bunch in here. 2% is not a bunch, no matter how you look at it. So it's time to open forth our wallets, as our wallets scream in pain as we buy fertilizer. But we had similar in Central Florida that it was closer to Universal Studios. Like, it wasn't right up against the property, it was a bit down the road. But there's this really teeny tiny itty bitty little cattle farm. We're talking like it had like 2 to 4 cattle on it at any given time at the absolute most. Like, really tiny one, because there's like long narrow strip between International Drive, which is like the major tourist road that goes towards Universal, and then there was I don't even remember what was on the other side. I need to look to see what's on discount here, because I kind of hope we can get something really nice here, but no luck. So I need fertilizer. I'm gonna regret this. It hurts. Goodbye, 8,000 bucks. But that should handle us for probably 2.5 harvests, maybe 3. Oh, I should also repair. But yeah, no, it was the whole thing that they did the same thing. Yeah, that was the idea, is I'm spending a good chunk of change, but that should be good for us for like probably 3-4 years. Give or take. It'll be at least 2.5 harvests. If not more. Alright. Because the good news about the solid fertilizer is it does get pretty good mileage on a pretty low percent. Yeah, this only filled up to like 20 or so percent. But filling up, like doing all of the fields was something like 1,600 liters. If I don't do an absolutely horrific job. Which is a mixed bag. Alright, I just want to make sure, are you actually... Cool, you are doing the right way. I've had before where I'll set the cedar person, and I'll walk away, and I'll notice that they're going back the way I had already done. And you just kind of stare at them like, but why? Especially the stone picker-upper. I've had that one be real bad about that kind of thing. Yeah, so we need to fertilize our fields twice to get the maximum output. So we do one pass today, and we do the next pass tomorrow. So ultimately that's going to be about $3,000 or so worth of fertilizer. Probably not quite that much. More like $2,700, I would guess, worth of fertilizer by the time I've gotten everything done here. But it's going to give us way, way more yield. Now, downside is we're eating into a lot of our profits. Well, we got our granary, we built a bunch more stuff. And like I said, the last yield we didn't have like the ideal crop for the granary, and then on top of that, we ended up selling a lot of it earlier to make ends meet. Oh, did I get a bigger sprayer? Nope, this is the same one we've had the whole time, actually. That was the thing that impressed me, was the, I had this for the lime, like, it was when we did our very first field that we put down the lime on and everything. This is what we used for it. And just the amount of spread you get with the fertilizer is just excellent. No, it's the biggest one. We got it on sale used right at the beginning. The biggest solid one that you get as like a separate vehicle. There is I want to say there's a smaller one that attaches to your tractor's back directly that has a much larger spread than this one, but has a much smaller storage than this one. So the idea with that one is you can get the much larger spread, but then you need to get a separate thing for storing fertilizer on the vehicle, or do like multiple passes to like restock. But yeah, so this whole field's gonna cost us like 2, maybe 3% tops. Oh yeah, no, if you're thinking about the vineyard one, yeah, that's still laying around here. That's the liquid fertilizer. Yeah, no, someone had, like, I had forgotten you could put fertilizer in this one, and so I was like, why don't you put fertilizer in your big giant thing? It's like, oh yeah. And we took it out and tried, like, oh my god, this is so much better. That little vineyard one was like 6 meters wide, whereas this thing is like 15 or 20 meters wide or some nonsense. Like, this is kind of what we're looking at, taking the header on our harvester. We're planning on taking it from that coverage we had in that, like, little sprayer to basically this. About. I think this might be a little wider. This might be, like, 20 versus the other one's, like, 15 meters. But yeah, it'll be a huge improvement on the speed we get things done. Man, I totally forgot that I needed to get this done. I'd be pretty upset if I missed the the fertilizing, because it really does change your yield by a tremendous amount, which is fair because it does in real life too. Especially like in real life, it depends on your crop. Some crops straight up wreck your soil that you have to like constantly adjust your soil to accommodate it. Or do a thing where you ping pong back and forth what crops you're growing. Like do 1 year of the really, like one harvest, I guess I should say, not year. One harvest of the crop that like really just eats your soil. And then the next like 2 harvests you do something just to kind of repair your soil that isn't at a total loss. I imagine most major commercial operations, though, they just blast it with fertilizer to get it back where it needs to be done. Do crops grow faster than others in this? Yeah, there's different crops have different time spans they grow. Like there's the oats, for example, only take a couple of in-game months to grow, versus the wheat takes just shy of a full year. Alright. I need to stop trying to react to what I'm seeing my lines do here and just go, alright, we're at 180 degrees, go. To keep the line straight so that it's not... Because, like, the wiggle back and forth changes the angle, which also kind of hurts it. So I'm probably going to miss right here at the end. Maybe not. Yeah, so I'll hit, like, that end spot real fast, just like a little touch. That's fine. It's too wide, it'll be 2 passes, so we'll just make sure we get this one. Alright. But yeah, I know you have crops that, you know, they grow faster. I want to say the crops when it comes to like fertilizer, it's all of them. There's like 50% fertilizer and 100% for like 1 or 2 passes with fertilizer. Or if you have a field you have freshly plowed and it was full grown grass there, I believe that gives you 50% fertilization right from the start. Like the grass becomes fertilizer, as it were. But that's only the first time you plow it. Alright. But you hope they improved the forestry in this game. It was pretty weak in the older games. I have heard it's much better in this one versus the other ones. It feels decent to me in this one. I haven't played the other ones to compare though, so I don't really know. I mean, you have all the production lines in regards to where you can have your sawmill make your lumber into logs and into planks and sawdust and all that. They do have a bunch of machinery for cutting down the trees in a whole bunch of different ways. Like, I don't know what the old one had, but if I actually check the forestry equipment here, like, you've got the things that, like, auto-cut them, the trucks for loading them up. You've got this one, you can put equipment on the front. You've got this style here where it grabs the tree from the bottom and it chops it up. You've got this one that grabs it tall and it just cuts the bottom off. You got different style of cranes and all that for all moving it. So they have a whole bunch of stuff in here. They also have, where there's the tree stumps, I've got the grinder back there, but they also have like the mulching grinder kind of thing where it's similar to your grass cutter, but much smaller. That it'll handle a lot of it and all that. All right, let's leave that there for now. Because I'm going to take over this. This tractor I have here technically doesn't have enough horsepower to run the seeder, but it's only a little bit. So it runs it just really struggles. But that's the reason you see me keep trading back with the New Holland. That's also the reason the New Holland is starting to have problems. Is it literally everything I do in these fields, for the most part, it's doing it. Plowing, seeding, fertilizing. So it is wearing out much faster because it is doing everything, and I only break out the other one to kind of fill in the gap when I want the AI to do something for me for a little bit, which is usually the seeding, because that's the only one that's kind of close. The fertilizer and all that, it's more the weight of the thing that I have problems turning because it lifts the front wheels off. I need to get a weight for it. Unfortunately, that tractor I have there's not a whole lot I can do about the weight. Versus a lot of other tractors, I can just get a giant weight that grabs in the front, but that doesn't have the front connection on it. Which is why, for the horsepower, it's very cheap. Like, for the other tractors, you get over 100 horsepower, it's 10, 20,000 cheaper than them. But you can't have a front connection. It doesn't have a lot of options for weighting anything. There's, like, almost no upgrades you can make to the tractor itself. It doesn't have the greatest top speed. It just has the horsepower. It has one thing it does, and it does it well. And everything else it's kind of not good at. I have a feeling we're going to have to dip pretty far into our flour to get the bakery. I hadn't realized how much is going to need to get in the fertilizer. But that said, the stuff from the greenhouses should get us somewhere in the ballpark of 20,000, maybe a little bit over. So it should be like one of our things of flour should be all I probably need to be able to afford the bakery, and then we can take all the rest of it and just move it over to the bakery. which will work out really well, because that would mean we're still riding forward on a whole extra harvest that will effectively have like 2 harvests, you know, in the wild, as it were, that we've pulled that we haven't gotten paid out yet. That's in the process of, you know, becoming more valuable goods. That should ultimately mean when we are cashing out on it finally, it'll be a ton of money. It's just, you know, it's money that's currently caught up in the process, the procedure. Trying to think of other games that would be well suited for these styles of runs as well. Because like I said, it seems like people are very much enjoying this. Or even like down the road when we go to like whenever we get to the point that we're like satisfied that we like, you know, put the bow on this run, which I don't think is going to be for a while. You know, unless the viewership just implodes, which is always a concern. But you know, as long as people are checking it out, we just keep going with this farm, I guess. I'm enjoying it. I don't see a reason to stop. But if it were to the point where it's like, you know, yeah, we feel like this run's played out kind of thing, like either a new challenge for us to do in this or find another game that I can kind of do a similar thing. I do like the rags to riches / Survivor Man-esque challenges in these games. Because most of it's kind of well suited for streaming in the sense that, you know, it has a bit of a slow start that people like to see that start. But by the time it starts getting like really grindy, things start picking up their pace more and more. So there's more to see kind of thing. Whereas like the tycoon style games usually do the reverse, where you're making more money, but things get so much more expensive to make any type of meaningful progress that it gets slow, or you know, you're doing way more advanced things, so like completing a project is a far more significant time investment. I feel like this is a game that wouldn't necessarily be true. You cut the AI loose. Do you like Madoka Magica? I don't know what that is. So my current opinion is indifference, but at the same time, your hairstyle says otherwise. Dark magical girl anime. Oh, yeah, no, I have no idea what that is. No, honestly, for the hairstyle, that boiled down to I was raising money and I just put up the thing saying, okay, if we raise enough, I'll dye my hair. And then we did a poll on what color. And he went with purple. I did talk to Tomb. I do think the next time it needs to be touched up, it's time it's getting cut off, unfortunately. What are you raising money for? What were you raising money for? I don't remember what that one was. That may have actually been just a subathon, so I guess that would be for myself. But we've done Doctors Without Borders. We've done Gamer Outreach, which is for children's hospitals. We've raised money for the Pediatric Cancer Research Foundation, so children's cancer. We've done, there was another one for Children's Hospital, I'm blanking on the name of it. Oh, it wasn't Child's Play. But yeah, so a lot of the charities I like to do, I do around like children's hospitals, stuff like that. And they're usually focused around stuff like getting games and stuff for the children to do in the hospital. It's not usually always gaming. Some of it's like gaming and other activities. And usually it's targeted around long-term stay kind of situations for, you know, the unfortunate kids dealing. Not St. Jude's. St. Jude's is a wonderful organization, and I would have zero problem with raising money for St. Jude's. They're another absolutely fantastic group. But you know, it's dealing with stuff where like kids are going through like super difficult times, and a lot of them are too young to even explain what's going on, so they just want to go home. They don't realize that, you know, they're fighting a life and death fight, that very genuinely they need the help. I've raised money, not here, but in person. I've raised money for Make-A-Wish. But like, it's one of those things that, and it's not only for kids, but for people dealing with serious medical conditions and all that. That being in a better state of mental health has been demonstrated to have a far higher chance of having both a speedy and a more complete recovery. And so that kind of thing is, you know, especially with kids, like anything you could do to help. You lost some, mate? Yeah, no, that's something I have gone through as well. Not only family, friends as well. Like, I won't dig into it. I'm currently in that place, but we don't need to get into that. That's unfun times, but there's a reason why these causes mean so much to me. It's also a thing I advocate for people with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions. And a lot of people, you know, either their health problem leads to disability or their disability leads to health problems and all that, and a lot of them become long-term stay patients in hospitalization while they get whatever treatment it is to either help mitigate what their disability does to them or health problems that have come from that, and yada yada yada. So it's in line with all those things I try and do. But yeah, I do what I can. One of the things that is a stressful thing about it is one of those things that, you know, obviously I am doing that, and I chip in my own money as well for the causes, but a lot of the majority of it comes from, you know, viewers and all that. And it is making sure that you're not hitting up your viewers too much for charity, because then whatever the later charities are suffer greatly for it. Because, you know, them getting you the resources to help support them and all that kind of stuff, you know, there is an expense to them there. There is an overhead. So you don't want to sit there and be like, yeah, I'll sign up and I'll raise money for you, but, you know, you just finished raising money for someone else, so they get, like, next to nothing, and you end up ultimately costing the charity more than they gain. And it is always the thing, you want to help every cause that comes your way that, like, you believe in and is meaningful. And you just do have to be like, hey, I really wish I could, but, like, I just did this other cause with my community, and it's like, you know, I gotta wait a little bit before we go again. Because I think this last year, I think we did, what, 4 charities? 4 or 5? I feel like it went a little much this last year. But usually I do like 2-3 a year. Yeah, no, it's absolutely the very last Lardine. Talking about even people who survive, it's tough when they deal with those health problems, because it's never without its impacts. But you do what you can. I like the tree. I like the tree emote. The really small version of it's a little hard to see, but I like the tree emote. The medium and the large size when they pop up are really good. Yeah, the tree is great. I'm very happy with the whole set. There isn't one of those like, it's the weak. Like, honestly, the weakest one might be the hello of all of them, or its wave is what the emote is. But like, it's still good. But it's got some strong competition. All right. If I'm gonna have you take this over, okay. You drop that. We pop over here. It's good when you go through the emotes and you're like, this is the worst one, but it's also good. It's a good place to be. Versus I've had once or twice where I put out the emotes and they like look good, but, you know, it just didn't resonate with people, that they didn't really get used. You like the moving hair on it? Oh yeah, I specifically asked for that. Same with the jam. I was like, okay, like I want the head to bob, but like the hair and all that to kind of be slightly behind it. So like the head's moving kind of unnaturally fast, but like everything else is more realistic. And the reason I want to do this, I want to try and do the fertilizer before it gets too dark for me to see. This last field it'll be too dark to see, so we're going to just, you know, do our best. But yeah, we got a lot of other good ideas for emotes to do here in a little bit. But I haven't commissioned the next set yet. I'm going to be doing that in the next couple days because we just got these delivered today. And there is one change I asked for them to do. And they had asked the color palette if it was good on all of them. It was like, yeah, no, they all look good. But then after seeing the really tiny version of the Chaos one, I'm going to take the Chaos emote and we're going to move the fire to being blue instead of yellow. Because just it's a little too hard to see. Because you imagine the emote being fast and chaotic like that, but this looks good. Yeah, no, that's I honestly like the way it turned out, especially like the scarf waving. I'm honestly glad it's not quite as chaotic, because there's lots of really good full-on chaos ones, and so it's kind of a thing that differentiates it a little bit, which is one of the things that a lot of times when I ask for an emo, it's like, okay, I want to be like, this is the meme, this is the thing, like it's supposed to be, like it's a common emote or whatever. It's like, but I want to do it a little bit different, kind of to make it its own thing. Because it's more likely people be like, oh, that's an emote I really want, if it is a little bit different versus, you know, if you got 20 people, you know, with almost the exact same emote, it's fine. Everyone wants the different versions. But there's more of a draw if it does something different. The same with the jam emote's great. Oh yeah. That was she gave me, I was like, I'm looking for a jam emote, I'm looking to do this, and she gave me a couple examples. I'm like, okay, hear me out. I want something like that, but it's like, here's mystery skulls and their music videos. I want it to be that style of head bob as opposed to like the normal, like realistic kind of jamming one. It's like, nah, I want it to be that jerky one there. Because I feel like that is something unique that I don't see other people do on the platform. I'm sure there's someone else who's done it. It's probably not like, not aware of someone who's done it with like the really fast bob. I'm sure someone else has, but I was like, I feel like that's a way to make it a little bit different. Because it's always a big thing to want different. That's actually the reason I was going to do the dance in the first batch, which you can expect it probably to be in the second batch. But I'm trying to come up with a dance emote that is different enough to feel like its own thing, even though everyone gets a dance. Well, not everyone. A lot of people get a dance emote because it's a really good idea for an emote. Yeah, that dog emote, that's a good one. I like that one a lot. I mean, all of them are good ones. But for being something different, the dog emote feels like a very different emote there. Just a very different take on the jam. And I actually think having the blue fire will be a nice way of differentiating the chaos emote, because that's another one that there's a lot of people who have the chaos emote. Alright. I'm gonna need to remember that this tractor needs to be gassed up soon. It's pretty okay on its maintenance, but it needs to be gassed up soon. I think the biggest difficulty I'm going to have is, like, right now... Oh, let's top off the seeds. Like, right now on the channel, like, we just filled up our tier 1 emote slots, and I've got one or two I'm going to swap stuff out of. of all the emotes I'm going to do, some of those are going to have to go tier 2 and tier 3 due to lack of slots kind of thing. And I've had really mixed feelings on what goes where. Because a lot of the emotes that are like kind of the favorite emotes are ones that you would realistically want to have people spam. Like the taps emote will absolutely stay at tier 1, because I want people to spam that emote. But also you want to put some emotes in tier 2 and tier 3, and trying to figure out what goes there is... I don't know. Like in the past, because it wasn't animated, there were still emotes. That's where I put like the one with the character with the monocle sipping the tea and all that. Because that was literally the reason I had that emote made, was just to be like a super bougie emote for, you know, people who wanted to spend the extra money so they could feel all bougie. And I think I had greed up in like tier 3 at one point when I didn't have enough slots, so it was like the one with all like the money bags piled up I put there as well. I moved that down to tier 1 later when I got more slots. But man, it's you want to give people all the emotes, but I don't have unlimited slots. They give us a limited number. Maybe less used ones in tier 3? Well, the catch is you also want to make it sure that the people who get the tier 3 also actually get something that they feel like was worthwhile. And that's the catch-22. Is I don't mind it being an emote people want, but you don't want it to be an emote that like has a practical use. If that makes sense. Like, you don't want like the jam and the dance emotes to be the tier 3, or you don't want like the hello or whatever to be the tier 3. But like to me, like the bougie is a good example. I could see people wanting to have the bougie emote, and then, you know, putting that in tier 3. But it's trying to figure out which ones go where when you want all the emotes. I mean, I could move, like, it'll probably end up being some of the less used ones, because realistically, if it's a practical emote, it'll get used more. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? We'll see. I haven't come up with any decisions with that. And it may even be I might rotate them out. Like, that actually might be a nice middle ground solution, that what I might even do is, like, each month take, you know, take one of the tier 1 emotes, move it down to a tier 2, move a tier to a tier 3, move a tier 3 down to a T1. Do something like that. And, like, have certain emotes I don't touch. Like, the taps will never get moved up there. The hello will never get moved up there. But, like, of the other ones, maybe rotate them around, so that sometimes different emotes are available. I don't know. We'll see. That would require me remembering to actually rotate them, which is a very dangerous assumption. The trees actually work better in groups than in individual. Like, the tree by itself doesn't work as well as, like, having at least 3 or 4. I'm noticing that. As a large block, they work really well. We can create evil forests now. I will have to be careful. Like, I don't mind it getting spammed a little bit. If it gets to the point, other than if we're memeing about it, that people are just regularly throughout the stream dropping like 4 or 5 chat lines worth of trees, I'll be like, okay, you know, like, let's not get too carried away. I could see during like hype train nonsense be like, I want to see a forest, and people blasting the forest to just completely dominate chat during a hype train, or, you know, if we hit some milestone and we want to celebrate or whatever. Or if I die in a game in a situation where it's like an evil tree, like if I was playing Project Zomboid and got grabbed through the tree, that would be a time to spam the evil forest. Oh, we could raid message that. You know, limited spam, but we could raid message that. Like, just like a beware the trees or something like that. I need to raid message. I never do. But we could do something like that. I feel like the Rual chaos with the evil trees feels like a good mix, like a Rual chaos surrounded by trees. Like 3 or 4 trees on each side, because that would be, yeah, that'd be like one line there, so it's not too spammy. And then we could do something like, you know, beware the, like, we could shop it, like beware the trees or something like that. I don't know, I'm up for feedback. We can see what we can come up with for a raid message to raid out to people with. Yeah, the knife's a good one as well. I don't want to be too threatening for when we raid someone we don't know. You like the knife and the crowbar? They're both excellent. It's always one of those things that, you know, I make sure to give artists and all the time to actually get their work done and all that. Like, if they go, hey, I'm gonna need 2 or 3 days, they get their 2 to 3 days. Like, I don't argue, I don't question it. But it's always also one of those things that, you know, you said there's like 2 days are fine, and the whole time you're like, but I want it now. Because I do want to really see the chaos emote with the blue fire, so you can actually make out what the heck's happening there. For the raid message, do we know those kneecaps are ours? We need a bonk emote? A bonk would be a good emote. Do we have a bonk emote suggested? I don't think anyone actually suggested a bonk emote on the emote ideas. You might have to do colon bonk colon, the very last sardine. Maybe, maybe not. You suggest the pop emote, but you forgot about bonking. Yeah, no, I've got written down the pop one. I think that's one that might definitely make it. Like I am getting a large. I have my little booklet in front of me, like all the emote ideas, and then I asterisk a few of them, like, okay, it's a good idea, but like there's a technical limitation. Like people wanted the like the little idea light to like pop up and do that kind of thing or whatever. The problem is it just loops, so it just blink on and off. I was like, eh. And we had a couple potential workarounds for that issue, but it felt like one of those ones like, okay, that it started to feel like, okay, maybe we just do something other than that. Because some of the suggestions we had were to take existing emotes and animate them, which we're doing some of. Like we have the hello emote became the wave emote. We still have the hello for people who are not subscribed, so you can still use it. But we made an animated version for subscribers, because all the animated emotes are subscriber only. That's just the way Twitch works, not specifically me trying to force people to sub to get animated ones. Alright. They're almost done with this field. We're on the last couple of passes. Then we put down the fertilizer. And then we are good to fast forward time. And get things going. I really like a lot of your emotes, Cookie. They're fantastic. No, I actually turned it off one moment. Alright, sorry about that. Okay. Probably 3 more passes. I've debated a few times about making it so night isn't as dark, because I think it'd be a lot better for viewing. Plus, selfishly, it'd also be easier for me that I could keep working in the dark a little bit late, not be so bad. Very genuinely, it looks a little bit brighter on stream. Just a little bit, like 10-15% brighter on stream than to me. And that's not even the filter. It's just kind of the way OBS works. Like, this screen, it's very dark. But that screen, which is what I'm seeing the preview of what all you all see, it's just a little bit easier. Trees come out at night. You can never trust a tree. Not the trees? What are those emotes on the side, Eunuch? Hey, Captain Insanity, how's it going? Oh, and also, if people didn't notice, those new animated emotes, those are a slightly updated version of the avatar. The artist has changed their art style a little bit to have a little bit more detail to it. So you have a little bit more like shading, and they have the forbidden technology of having a nose. That did not make my glasses better. That definitely just put a bunch of like little fabric speckles all over the glasses. All right, AI, you take care of that. I'm cleaning my glasses. One moment. Noses are illegal here. Stop, criminal scum. How dare you have a nose? Just trying to get my glasses all tidied up. Not really getting better. Need to get more micro claws. It's pipsqueaks from oxygen not included in a mosh pit. It's a very specific thing. I also know I'm overdue to go to the eye doctor to see if I need to get new glasses and all that. And I don't want to, because it costs money. And that's a whole thing. I need to. And it's not even like that much either. It's just another thing. I probably should get that scheduled once we get to the new year, get past the holidays and all that, and get on the calendar. You lurk and try and sleep? Have a good night. I hope you have yourself some good sleep, very last Lardine. And thank you again for the lurk. Gotta look up how long it's been. Oh, you just had to clean up the chair we have in your back on your balcony because some bird felt happy about ease himself onto it right when I was smoking. Gotcha. Now I need a nap or a sleep emote. The closest I have is a Rual tired. Rual tired's pretty solid. Or actually, do I still have Rual out? I can't remember which one I had to get rid of for getting everyone in the tier 1. It was, I think I had Rual nope and Rual out, and one of those is getting pulled because no one almost ever, like, in the last month they've been used like twice. I end up pulling 1 or 2. I know I pulled Wee Woo, the animated version, because like no one uses it. Yeah, nope is out. Yeah, no one is using it, so we went ahead and got rid of it. Like, I can move it up to the higher tiers. I mean, maybe that's what we actually do. Alright, Alright, let's move this over here real fast. Drop it off. Finish fertilizing the field. Like, that's the whole thing, is I want all the emotes to be tier 1 and I don't have slots for... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. That's a mess now. Well, luckily it doesn't actually damage the goods. How about a comfy emote? I think we had one that was like... We discussed as like Rual chill or something like that. That was gonna be just, like... laying down, like either in a hammock or like a lounge chair with like a fruity drink or whatever. I think that was an idea we were looking at. That's probably gonna be a static emote, not an animated one, I think. Okay. Yeah, no, I get the comfy, like the wrapped in a blanket. That's a good emote. That's also one I can consider. I just need all the emote slots, chat. So if I could just have someone like give me a couple thousand subs, so that way I can have more emote slots that I know what to do with for at least today. Or a cult emote. We've never really had a cult meme here. Like, I know there's a lot of channels who have that, but we never had, like, there's been, in Rimworld once in a while we'll have, like, a one-off one-of-us joke. But that's about as far as it's ever gone. Okay, so I don't know how good of a job we're doing fertilizing this. I could be entirely off base, but it's the best thing to do in the dark. See, but I've already got my counter strategy to that cookie. Cookie saying the cult revolves around cookie. I'm slowly taking over. And that's we eat the cookie. It's I don't even have to like put effort into convincing people of that either. All right. So we got all that planted. And now we need to go and probably take the blue tractor and get stuff sorted out. Okay, because we've got the fields. So first, let's check out our production lines and make sure nothing's stuck. You're going to get stuck in not too long, and you're both fine. So quickly fertilize the fields, and then I'm going to get the trailer, and we're going to just do what we can with all this garbage. Alright, so it should be in a straight line. We'll just leave it as it is. I think at a minimum what I'd like to do with this is, even if they don't get like an actual autopilot thing, I kind of wish I could sit there and like put it at 90 degrees and like lock it in. You know, so something to consider is adding potato on BTTV so everyone could use it during the hot potato. Oh, absolutely. We could do that. I just have to go through and figure out. I've done that before. I just got to remember what it was that I have to do to set up BTTV to give extra emotes. Because I remember at one point people wanted me to just like open it up where anyone could add stuff to channel. Like, no. It's like there's a lot of really not okay stuff on here. Stuff, or at least stuff I don't want on my channel is the way I will phrase it. All right. We're at about 270. How are we doing time? We're doing good on time. Because once I do this, we'll be able to start working on just like getting through to the harvest time, and that's selling time. Yeah, historically, the two most popular emotes on the channel is Taps is number one, like, by miles and miles. And Extreme Panic is one of the ones that comes back a lot. Like, it's usually in the top 3. Which is funny, because that's literally just the panic emote, but they had like a built-in thing on Twitch where you could just add like the slide out, like shake it around kind of things. And it's just like, oh, I don't have enough animated emotes ready, and I just slapped that on for a couple until I commissioned Taps. Or Tap or whatever. One of the nice things about that is having the Rual Tomb and the Rual Tap, like where the Tomb one is kind of dark and the Tap is kind of bright, means it doesn't really matter if you're on a light or a dark background. One of the two is going to stand out, regardless of which way it goes. So that's nice. Just getting that tapping intensified. I like that they stay, for the most part, in time. Like, there's a slight difference in it, but yeah. I'm very happy with the new emotes. If people couldn't figure that out. Light background? Gross? I mean, there's a non-zero number of people who do that. That used to be a reoccurring thing I'd always have to deal with when I was speaking at conferences where I was showing code. So I use, when I'm doing like my day-to-day work in, you know, night mode and all that. But when you're doing stuff on projectors, dark mode is much, much, much harder to see on projectors. So you use light mode when you're presenting, because it's just so hard to see on a projector being rendered dark colors with light lettering on them. And people are like, "Oh my god, you're using a light background." I was like, "Look, man, I'm doing it for a reason that you're gonna like." Like, the alternatives, I show you the dark stuff, and you all have to squint your eyes because you're sitting way back there trying to look at a, you know, a projector projecting this. Now, when I'm working on my home computer or at office, I'm on dark mode. There's also another thing that went back and forth with when I was doing my courses, whether it should be light or dark mode on those. Because that was always kind of back and forth. That, one, a lot of people have their browsers in dark mode, so dark modes make sense. But also, a lot of times, it's easier to read a lot of those when they're on light mode. I think ultimately we decided to go with dark mode just to stay consistent, but it was definitely a whole big thing about, okay, there's pros and cons here. But yeah, now on your, when you're working on your own stuff, you know, whatever your preference, but generally dark mode will cause less eye strain. As long as your font is bright enough to see it. It's just that way you're not staring at a bright light day in and day out. I.e. streaming. I also need to fix, there's this strip here where I accidentally cut that field long, so I put down the grass spots to fix it. And you can see where I did it because the grass isn't growing there. So I need to do something about that. Because it looks weird now. And it's been that way for multiple in-game years now. Whenever I put down this field is when that happened. Because I cut that past that, and then I was like, what about the rocks? I was like, oh crap, the rocks. That's the reason why this field is so short compared to the other one. Is I didn't want to have to, like, go around the rocks and have the AI not be able to do it and yada yada yada. So, instead, you know, we just shortened the field up. So the fertilizer isn't going as far as I thought it was, but it's fine. It's still worth doing. But, it would be nice if it had gotten through all of it. But that's kind of the issue, is fertilizer is very expensive. So getting the yield you want out of your field, you kind of have to. I ran that longer than I needed to, which is a waste. It does make me wonder, I never looked into it, if there is a production line to make fertilizer. I don't think there is, but that would be a nice touch to the game, is that you could like take manure or something from the cows and some other material and make like just generic fertilizer. I can't imagine it would be a thing where you can get away without buying it, but, you know, to supplement. Reduce your need on buying a bunch of fertilizer. Yeah, so like the good news, even with all the spend we had on the fertilizer and all the other stuff we've done, we've got this fully planted, cropped, fertilized everything, and I still have 15,000 just sitting in the bank. Whereas the last season, literally I was selling our goods as we were going through the season to be able to afford the fertilizer and everything. So this is a good place to be, because this is the last thing I need to do for this set of crops, other than just harvest it. Alright. And we're done with this, so drop it off. Okay. I definitely feel like at some point soon, probably, so what we might do is before we get the harvester head, we might get the warehouse. So get the bakery, get the warehouse, then the harvester head. Because we're definitely getting to the point that these crates are starting to become, or the pallets are starting to become a nuisance. That I'm having to just collect them and dump them different places. While I wait for it to be time to sell. Yeah, I can pick up the other set. Alright. Actually, pick that up properly. I'm going to have to sit you down. Pick you up again so you don't tip over this time. And that is the one and only mod I've given myself. Is just the thing that's automatically loading those and all that. And it's only because it gets super tedious later in the game. Like, trying to pick all those up by using a forklift, just, it becomes Forklift Simulator. Okay. And these were all neat and organized until I plowed through them in the dark. It might be okay. How much do you have in there? Ooh, actually quite a bit. You have a lot in there, actually. That's exciting. Come on, give me the next batch. I think it actually has like a whole extra truck in there as well. Forklift simulator? I'm pretty sure there is an actual forklift simulator. Alright, I'm trying to set up so I think we sell these on 2 different months, or like one then the next month, but I didn't pull up enough. Alright, okay, you got 2 more boxes popping out. Or is it 2 or 4? I think 2. Alright, that's another full load. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to bang the mic. And we can go ahead and position you here, because we've already finished fertilizing, so there's no more fertilizing to do. Okay, so when do we get these things sold? So it's January and February, I just don't remember which was which. So we sell in January. Yeah, we'll just sell the flour. The flour we just sell in January, period. The tomatoes we sell in February. Yeah, so all this we sell in February. Alright, so the downside is, if we wait till February to sell the flour, it'll be too late to get the better price for it. It'll drop by almost $100 during the course of the day per item. Alright, so regardless, what that means is we go to bed. And then we wake up in the next month, we check on our greenhouses and all that to make sure everything's fine, and then we go to bed. Because we're between the seasons, I work on stuff. Let's check our production lines. You're fine. You're fine. Go to sleep. Do I... I'm waffling at what we're doing with the flour, because I need to make the 50,000 to get the bakery, to then put the flour in there. But I'm going to have to sell some of the flour to get the 50,000 to be able to do that. Alright, so I need to empty out that again. Yeah, so you get one more... Actually, you're going to get 2 full trucks, I think. 2 more full pallet, or things. No, you're not. It's 14, not... No, actually, you're going to get exactly 2 more trailers. There's gonna be money, so much money. Hey, Kitten Karma, it's going pretty good. I will. I'm assuming she fell asleep at her computer, because when she came in here earlier, it was way earlier than she'd normally go to bed. But that's all good. But I do hope you're having yourself a good evening. And I haven't kept up to where we're at now. I think we're probably getting pretty close to like 149 sub points or 150 sub points. The 160 we would need to unlock some Twitch integration streams. And as a reminder, subs are all 25% off, including gifty subs. So, you know, if you are someone who's like, let's say you fell asleep at 6 p.m. and got up at like midnight, that's always a rough time. But, so if you're someone who plans to be subbed to channel for a long time, it's actually a good time to like get yourself like 3-6 months, whatever. Alright, so let's check. So that's all good there. We're gonna run out of the wheat soon. Well, actually, it says we're gonna run out of the wheat soon. We'll get the last of our flour out. These are all fine. None of them have a backlog at all. Okay. So I do think I am going to sell at least 1 truckload of the flour to hopefully make enough money to buy the bakery. And then we can put down the bakery and start loading the flour into that. So then, you know, we'll sell like the veggies or the fruit and all that to get that going. Yeah, okay, so we're out of wheat. We have run the bakery, or we've run the granary until there's no more wheat left. So all of our fields runs that from when we harvest that in September to January. So we got about 5 months worth of wheat from the fields we have right now. So if we literally doubled our fields, we could still technically get through all of it in the course of 1 season or whatever, or the course of 1 year. So we actually can get a lot more stuff in that granary. But this is like peak sell time for the wheat. And I know I'm going to have to dip into the wheat at least a little bit to be able to get our bakery. So we're just going to do it. How much farther behind is the strawberries and all that? It's pretty far behind. It's honestly, let's look at that again. So at the end of January it's there, it's the end of February, so it's almost sell it in March. Like very beginning of March. Huh, does that change periodically? Versus this, it's the end of January. So we're at about here right now. If I sell right this second, that's how much I'm selling it for. Versus if we sell this like first thing in the morning tomorrow, it's worth more. So that's what we're going to do. Is I'm going to pull this up here and park it right here. We're going to hop back here. We're going to advance the day. We're going to go right back up there. I'm even going to start the day early. Hey, Papu the Hut. It's going good. We're about to cash in some flour to hopefully get our bakery built. Let's double check that. So we're now in February. So this is where we're at with February with these. And at the end of the day, it advances. I might just sell the produce today. Or, yeah, the fruit and all that today. I haven't... I think I'm selling the produce today. We're gonna hope this is enough between this and the produce to buy the bakery. We started the day early. That way we could try and get as much as possible sold at, you know, kind of the best price. We're gonna lean on the bakery stuff, or gonna lean on the produce to see if we can't keep as much flour as possible for the bakery and go from there. The downside is I can't see anything. There's the harvester. Okay. Alright, grab most of the lettuce. So this is going to be the bigger payout of these pickups, because the lettuce is worth more than the other stuff. So far as the tomato, strawberries, and all that. Alright. And then once we get enough money for the bakery, I'm going to want to get the equipment I can out of that corner, because I want to put the bakery kind of at that corner in the road. Because the idea is I want the bakery in what I would consider like the downtown area of what will eventually be like the downtown area of our like little farming town. Like right now, it's a grain mill, and that's it. But we'll add to it, don't worry. Hey, Papa the Hut, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. What were we streaming today and all that good stuff, and welcome in for the follows and all that. And what were we playing? Can we get a shout out while we're at it, by the way? So we were playing, take 2 seconds to look. It doesn't tell me, so it is what it is. Smells like grain spirit. It does. Yeah, so what are we playing and all that good stuff? A triple stream with 2 of your friends in Silver Run? Nice. Silver Run's a fun map. For those who don't know Silver Run, that's the first map I was streaming on the channel. The Super Duper Forestry map. Made by Java Hut Coffee Beans. Nice. Oh, we have links disabled. Honestly, if you're gonna stream, you really want to disable links, or at least very much limit who can and can't. Otherwise, the bots will cause you no end of trouble. And unfortunately, I slammed to that. Sorry, I was next to something. Forgot I could copy. No problem. I mean, like, it didn't, like, no one else saw it. They just saw 3 asterisks, just the Twitch built-in filter. Let's go grab some of that flour, isn't it? That's fine. I don't want to... Are we baking yet? We are cashing in right now. Try and make it happen. Meant to do that one? Gotcha. It's all good. But yeah, I know we're cashing in our stuff from the greenhouse right now, and a little teeny tiny bit of flour to get our bakery online. And then we should be good. We've already got the next field is already fertilized and planted and everything. Literally just got to harvest it. So we're in a good spot here. Like if I cashed in all of my flour, we'd probably break 100,000. But I want to save the flour for putting in the bakery to make it more money. A little bit of a shame that I plowed into all of my stuff because I was trying to drive around in the dark. So it's all mixed together, so where normally it's easy to deal with that. I made a mess. That's okay. So I should be able to cut across to where our greenhouses are. They'll probably have maybe another truck and a half worth. If I still don't have the money, I'll start eating into the flour we've got there. The downside is we have used all the flour that was in the grain, or all the wheat that was in the grain mill. Let's see, we're each taking different jobs in the map. Was farming, the other two are taking care of the woodwork. Because you hate the lumbering. I know a lot of people do, that the lumbering is a laborious job. Honestly, the only part about lumbering that's rough is getting the logs, you know, like collecting them to move. Like, cutting down the trees, just taking that little arm and just going, you know, slash it, like, just how it grabs it and, like, chops it down, like, going to the next one. That part's really not that bad. But, you know, when you get all those piles of logs everywhere, getting those onto something to get them out of there, I find that part to be the tedious part. There are some lighting options. You can... set up street lamps and all that. How much is in there? 5 more pallets worth? Just need to spit them all out. Alright, that's the first one empty. Can you use those machines? You just use the chainsaw? Yeah, that's fine as well. It still ultimately boils down to loading everything into the trailer. I found is the worst part, because then you sit there and you chop down the tree at the base. You just do the whole thing where you zip along and take off the logs and cut it up. Oh my god, please stop bugging out where you don't stack right. Alright, so you've also got 5. Yeah, so you should have literally exactly 1 trailer full. How much is the bakery? I believe it was 50,000. 50. Oh. Was that all of them? Yep, I guess we're... There should be one more. There you are. There we go. You love watching this game? Oh yeah, Tuma's definitely asleep. She went to sleep with the beanbag here in the back of the room. Guys, say you love watching the game? Yeah. Good night, you're not alone? Yeah, no, it's just the entire load-unload thing. You have that same glitch with the autoloaders. It's not every time, but every once in a while that... Because all the autoloader's really doing is, as it picks them up, it's just kind of going... You know, hold it above the pallet here, and just going through the spot. And if anything gets any physics movement to it at all, one of them ends slightly off, and then it just kind of cascades. All right. Hi, Light. How are you doing? That was abrupt. What was that sound? Happiness. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The sound of a newborn bird. A baby's first cry. Alright, no problem, Papa. You have a good one. Thank you again for the raid. It sounded like a Waldeer. Absolutely, or a jackalope. Alright, so safe to assume I'm gonna have to dip into the flower a little bit more. We have to do like another full trailer, but that's still okay. Because that should be enough, hopefully push us over the edge to being able to buy our bakery. And considering I pulled 5 full trailers of flour out of that thing, are jackalopes real animals? Only in your heart. For those who don't know what jackalope is, it's another like mythical animal. It's basically a rabbit with deer antler, but it's not real. Oh, interesting. Cool. You thought I was selling time out? Well, the thing is, I want to sell just enough to get the 50,000 for the granary, or sorry, for the bakery. Because I want to save all the rest of the flour to put in the bakery to get bread. But yeah, no, we are in the selling time for all the stuff out of the greenhouse. It's the bakery, like I want to continue to upsell my or process my goods into more valuable resources, but that requires the bakery, which costs 50,000. That's it. I also need to get a little bit of water as well, which is going to cost me something. So even though I got exactly 50,000, I need a little bit more than that. Alright, so there's the 50,000. Yep, that's enough for the bakery. What I need to do is I want to put on the corner of the intersection up here. I want to make sure I've got enough space to do that. So I might have to move some of my equipment around a little bit. Because the idea is, I mentioned this before, I kind of want to make this road here I'm on right now, over on this end. I want to kind of make that like town center for like a little farm town or whatever. So I gotta deal with that whole bit. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the seeds real fast. There's not much left of them. Excuse me, seeds? Yeah, no, but I've been able to pick them up before, so I was a little surprised they didn't just pop on here just fine. Drop that off there. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine, like, early to mid-game. It's not that big a deal. But, like, when you start getting to mid to late game, where you start having, like, lots of processing to do, it's just you rolling around, you know, to deliver stuff and all. And you can bypass a lot of it by having stuff automatically move before it, where it cuts into your margins, but it does so without you manually dealing with it. But, you know, it's a whole thing. I don't remember how big this is, but we'll get everything moved here. Because they also don't want the bakery, like, butted up directly against the road. You want, like, a little bit of space around it. Make it look real. Okay. Eventually all these tools need to be moved. Like, out of this area entirely. Alright, that should be fine for you. Let's move the harvester and they'll plop down the bakery. And ultimately down the road, I mentioned at the bakery I might build ourselves a warehouse. And I might put it like right in between these two. Alright, so let's go to construction and production. So I've got this style bakery here. Which I could see putting like maybe that direction. I think there's a second one though. We can consider our two different options. There's the other one. It almost feels like it should go this way. That'd be too close to that field, though. I think I like the house more. It also fits this location better. We can line it up with this just a little bit, give it a little bit of room. So it's not all mashed up against the side there. Yeah, I'll get a little bit of room because we're going to put like a parking lot or whatever to it. Like not a big parking lot, just a couple spaces. Alright, we've got ourselves a bakery right here. Apparently has brand new bakery, dirty scuffed walls. Excellent. Perfect. Why would I expect anything else? We're broke again, but yeah, bakery, pretty much. That's going to be a regular occurrence of the run, is we're going to hit like 100,000, buy the thing, and be broke. You know, do the next thing. The good news about this, though, is we're going to be immediately getting stuff here. I am curious if I tell the flour to be delivered directly to the bakery. I think I could do that. Like, what happens if the bakery fills? I should be checking this real fast before we go any far. Let's check your procedures. So you're the thing making bread. So it's literally, I don't even need water. It's literally just flour makes bread. Cool. That's convenient. I also feel like ultimately I'm going to need a different vehicle to drop off at the bakery if I'm going to do this manually. Because this giant trailer needing to drive back. How much does bread bring in? I believe bread was 1,600 a unit. Or like a pallet. So we could actually do the math right now to see how good this is. If we look at the bakery real fast. So it's 2 flour makes 1 bread. And so if we check our flour here is worth about 670 at max. Whereas the bread, on the other hand, wherever it's at, it's here somewhere. Bread here is worth about 1,800 at max. So basically, 1 bread is worth about 3 flour, but only costs 2 flour to make. So that would imply almost a 50% improvement in our profit per pallet. That's assuming, though, that the bread is also a 1,000 liter pallet, because sometimes the pallets are only 500 liter or 400 liters. They come in different amounts. If the pallet's a different weight, then things get interesting. Because if it's a 500 liter pallet, that would imply, you know, 1,000 liter... Well, no, actually, no, it wouldn't change the ratio. Never mind. $1,600 per loaf of bread. It's a lot of dough. Mm-hmm. It really rises. Alright, so it's time for me to park you up. And let's make sure everything's set correctly. So for this, so we have it currently set to storing. That's not the right thing. We currently have it set to storing. So we're going to store the bread. I have no idea what the capacity is, but if it's literally 2 to that, we get that much done. It's a much needed income. Yep. Alright, well I have nothing else left to sell. Those aren't yet ready to harvest, so... We go to sleep. We wake... Oh, right, I have to actually wait a moment. Going to the puncheon, but you could say you really rolled it. I mean, those jokes were well baked. Everyone's like, stop, stop. You can stop now. You would just say, we'd ever. That one's a stretch, I didn't know it, but that's okay. Alright, so we have gone slightly into debt. But if we're lucky... Oh, when am I supposed to sell the bread? When is bread selling time? Bread selling time is December. End of December, beginning January. Realistically, I'm going to end up dipping into bread sales later. Oh, I'm on the wrong side. Oh, how much are these? 1,000 liter. Okay. Bread puns happen when you yeast expect it. Yup. Hey, I mean, our viewer count's just going up with the puns, not down, so if anything, I'm being positively reinforced. I mean, what? Why did I not grab the trailer? That's fine. We'll roll over here, see if there's actually stuff here for us to pick up. Yeah, that'll help. So we're going to be selling some stuff at less than the ideal market, but that's okay. Because now I just need to float till we get the cash out for that. And honestly, to give you an idea of how much that made a difference, getting that bakery, we had one full load of flour that we sold, and all that, which we didn't even get the maximum amount out of it, because we sold some of it earlier to make ends meet. And that was already enough to get ourselves a bakery, which is another, like, you know, getting an extra 50% more money per like, sale or whatever. So we're already at the point that that thing is paid for building another building. Now, granted, I'm going to have to sell some of it early just to make ends meet, yada, yada, yada. It's fine. But that is encouraging, because that is, you know, in two streams, another building kind of thing. And realistically, with the next one, it'll be like another stream will get our first piece of next equipment. So we'll just keep it rolling. I'm actually glad it didn't end up taking water, not even because of like profit margins, right? Like, that's certainly one part, but just the fact that I wouldn't have to either build another water thing right next to it, which would be kind of just, you know, not something I wanted to necessarily do. But also so I wouldn't have to like deal with moving the water tank over there. So we'll sell this, which should be plenty to get ourselves back into the positive money. Because I'm willing to bet all our buildings stopped producing once we went negative. And that's because the operating costs for all of our buildings when we were at negative, like at zero money, basically. Yeah, once I get some surplus money, I figure we put cobblestone down for this road as well. And we will not use cobblestone for the parking spot. We're going to go ahead and make the parking lot probably asphalt. I don't have what I need to make like proper parking spaces. It could be that maybe next time we get a mod that lets us put down like painted stripes or to like make a parking lot. It could also be that we just frame it out with something else. Like lay some logs down or something along it. Are you explain? John's being like arms crossed, foot tapping intensifies. To which Eonek responds, "Are you suggesting that bread jokes are becoming stale?" I need to chew on it a little bit more. Then get a little dry. And I know I need to repair our tractor, but I'm putting it off because I know that repair is not going to be cheap. And the next time I really care about the repair on the tractor is when we go to use the seeder again. Which point I'm going to have to eat the cost. And this tractor is unfortunately getting kind of near end of life so far as where maintenance isn't a headache because the tractor is almost 10 years old. That's okay. Now we've upped our income a whole lot. We should be a lot more flexible around this. How are we doing so far as water in our greenhouses? It's about halfway. It's fine. And it's time to go to sleep again. What month do I harvest? It's what, July? I harvest in July, yep. Hey, Rhizomatic, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had yourself a good stream, but welcome in, raiders. And what were we playing today and how did it go? Alright, so we are burning about 400 in in-game days / month between all of our operations. Let's check in everything going on here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Farming Center, you love these games, thanks. Thanks to Baraghost Games. Hope you all heard him. I actually don't know who that is. But playing some Slay the Spire, let's see, Shin Megami, Tensi Devil Survivor, and Inscription lately. So if you're looking for any of those, they definitely have that over here. Sorry, I was having problems reading the second one and my brain just was like, cannot process. Alright, so we harvest the wheat in July and all that. And I was going to check our production lines. How is the bread factory? So the bread factory does fill up relatively quickly. So that's something for us to note. It only looks like it holds like maybe 5,000. I thought you're doing Slay the Spire and you hit the heart with the Ironclad. Nice. I still haven't played Slay the Spire. I'm pretty sure I own it. I've heard nothing but good things, but it has been on the to-do list and hasn't got the to-done. Alright, well. Alright, I have to have the engine running. Yeah, so it doesn't look like the bakery actually holds much in it. So that's going to be... I definitely think the warehouse is next. That way I can tell it to put this stuff in the warehouse and let it stockpile a little bit. Alright. It's a really addictive game, I've heard. But yeah, so we've made some solid progress. For everyone who's been popping in here, I should have mentioned, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. At 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life, without mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, that record has been beaten. But I am a variety content creator who plays a whole variety of games, because that's kind of how that works. But been playing a lot of simulation, survival, roguelike, city builders, settlement builders, all that stuff. Alright, so you're still good for a little bit longer. So it doesn't seem like the bakery produces nearly as fast. I think I'm getting about 2 pallets per in-game month. Which is not terrible. So you have May, June, July. Alright. I'm probably going to need to do another sale of something here soon, which doesn't super excite me. We'll see. But it seems like the bakery, I'll be able to overwhelm the amount of flour it needs very easily, whereas overwhelming our grain mill feels like it's going to be way harder. Yeah, so next in-game month, we go negatives on our stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. I'm going to pick this up. I'm going to check on you. So you're full. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to huck it out the other side. And we're going to pick up stuff from the from the words are hard. From the greenhouses, just sell it as it is to keep ourselves from going into negatives. Even though it's not a good time to sell it. But the stuff here, pretty soon I might actually start... Well, no, we're going to get the warehouse. Never mind. I was going to be like, pretty soon I might set to automatically sell to save me the trip. You get much worse margins when you do that. But if we do get the warehouse next, the warehouse can handle, I think it was 250 pallets. which would be way more than we're producing around here. Alright, so you'll have 4 more pallets. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we'll spit out 4 more pallets. We grab those. Grab these 2. And then we do it over here. Because I'm also going to need some money to start filling these up with water soon. These greenhouses are going to run out. Yeah, you're getting pretty low. You're about down to about 25% your capacity. All right. So let's sell these. We will top off, or at least, even if we don't top off our greenhouses, we'll get more water in them. Alright, that's fine. We recovered it before it could pull us over into our field. So yeah, so the next big things is we get the warehouse. That should be relatively cheap. And then we get the new header for our harvester. It's a shame I'm not going to have enough money to get the new header for the harvester for the next in-game month. Because that's when it would be useful. But it's also possible that maybe I miss out on that, and maybe we just make a ridiculous amount of money on all this stuff. Because it's probably going to be... that bread's probably going to get us up to, you know... I don't know, 80, 90,000 for the full amount of wheat or the full amount of flour we've got in there turned into bread. Because if it's 1.5 and 1.5 over, that adds up real fast. But yeah. Yeah, so you can have all of this get put into the warehouse. The flour, I believe we tell it to just put that into the I have to see how I haven't used a warehouse in this before. I'm assuming I could tell the warehouse to take the flour and store, like, deliver that to the bakery. And have our grain mill deliver the flour to the warehouse, so it just, you know, it has that middle buffer spot. We can take the warehouse and say, if I put, like, whatever, well, it's going to be pallets, that we will take the stuff from the greenhouse and put it into the warehouse, and then that's just, I would pick up the produce from the warehouse when it's time to sell, and just the same, I pick up the bread from the warehouse when it's time to sell. Because I'm pretty sure the bread is the end of its production chain. There isn't like, there's no, you don't make hamburgers. Now it could be we can build some type of store that becomes a sell point for that, which might have better rates than the market down the road. But we would have to deal with that when we get there. Alright, so let's turn this around. Alright, so we're filling this up because it's getting low. Yeah, so that one's not full. We're topping that one off real fast. I'm just going to do one load for each of them, probably. Well, actually, no, we could probably do... Yeah, it's not taking that much money, so we could probably actually, top them both off. Yeah, that'll probably be fine. Oh, I still need to gas up and repair the harvester. That's actually not going to be that bad, though. The issue is going to be when it comes time to plow the next fields. That's where we're going to run into problems because they have to repair that tractor. And that's going to run me somewhere in the area of like $2,000-3,000. Isn't water free from the river? You can't fill up everything at the river. Not all the containers will allow you to fill up at the river. And I don't know if it's a bug in this map, but I've not found a container I can fill up on the river between the 2 or 3 I've tried in different runs. That said, that river is way out there. But yeah, no, I tried the little teeny tiny one that you pull behind a truck. It wouldn't let me fill that up. It wouldn't let me fill this one up. It could just be an issue with this map that it just doesn't recognize it. Alright, so there's 1,500 worth of water in that. And we're going to drop this off in here. Yeah, I'm thinking what we could probably do is if I top these off, I could use, like, when I start harvesting, I can use the tractor to, how full is that? That's good enough. I'm worried if I dip into that too far, we'll get ourselves in trouble. Okay. Because it is harvest time. We're gonna cut the day a bit early. Instead of 8, we're gonna wake up a little bit early to get the harvest rolling. And that should be a whole thing. We're going to try our best to avoid using the blue tractor too much until it comes to plowing. The blue tractor is getting up there in years, and that is a problem. But it is harvest day. I'm going to repair this and gas it up real fast. Get the harvester going. We'll get the green tractor in position with the trailer to collect our harvest as we go. And we'll get all that in the granary to start getting more flour being made and go through that whole process. But yeah, there is a body of water way back there. It's like a little lake. But if we look at our map real fast, there's like this little lake here. I haven't been able to fill on that, and that's the only body of water in the whole map. Just checking the sales items. Alright. So I do think we're at the point of our next big purchase is the warehouse. Then we get the header for this thing. Realistically, I think we can actually get that done. Not probably this stream getting all of that done, but likely the next stream we'll get both of those things done. I mean, we might actually be able to make the, probably not get the warehouse. Like, we might be able to get the warehouse, it depends. Because I need to, probably not, because I need to harvest all the fields, I'll need to plow all the fields, and I'll need to seed all the fields, and then we'll reach the point where it's time to sell the bread. And that's when we get our huge payout we've been waiting basically over an in-game year for. That said, we actually did dip into the stuff pretty heavily. Yeah, so I think the order of operations now is we get the warehouse, we get the header for this, then we circle back to get the seeder, and then after the seeder, it's probably time to replace our tractor, the big one. We might pick up another... We might actually... what I might do is after the seeder, I might pick up an additional field, or an additional tile. And then after the additional tile, we save up for the tractor. Because that tractor is getting to the point its maintenance is becoming a problem. Yeah. There's water underground on the map, so you can make lakes and rivers using the landscaping tool if you want. That's interesting. I was unaware of that. That's really clever. I could use that to like separate areas out, have like what looks like a retention ditch kind of thing. Oh no, chat, that means I can make both retention ponds and ditches. Chat knows how I feel about retention ponds and ditches. It's a joke because when I was playing City Skylines 1, one of the runs more people watched while I was playing that, I was making it look like cities tend to look where I'm at here in Central Florida, which is because water retention is so important for us here to replenish our aquifer, that they're just everywhere. So you'd have like a neighborhood, and if there's like a little pocket between the next neighborhood, there'll be a retention pond there. So in theory, I could actually go through there and just put retention ponds and ditches everywhere. To be fair, some of the maps you play that are actually like the vanilla maps, they'll have a lot of those like little retention canals between the fields and all that. Alrighty then, so that's not the button I wanted. It's a button I pushed though. So let's get a driver in there for a moment. And while you're driving that, I'm going to run this up. We're going to gas it up, repair it up. And it's going to take over the trailer. So yeah, somewhere in around here, I'm going to want to build a yard for all my equipment, maybe put like a service location and all that. I think maybe we do that on the other side of that hill, where the greenhouses are. Maybe in the other, like, put the greenhouses on the other side of that little area. We build ourselves a yard. We can worry about that a little bit later. That is a nice to have. That is a convenience thing. That isn't a profit thing. We can shove that over here. We'll end up continuing to build our processing buildings at... Like, we'll put all the processing buildings, like restaurants and all that, on this main road. Put some houses in here just for aesthetics. But we'll put all our, like, more, like, canning factories and all that. We'll put those kind of down on the side roads farther back. That's the plan, at least. So it might even be when we spread it over to that side where that hill is right now, and we put a road going that way. Maybe that's where we'll grow our vegetables, and we'll build a canning building to can all that stuff. Like, long-term, we'll ultimately end up having multiple sheds, and we'll have multiple big tractors. And all that. Can you get a quick tour? Sure, I will do that in just a moment. I just want to gas up this tractor and get it back down there. There isn't a super big amount of a tour, but for the No Man's Land map, you probably noticed I just went into this big building here. The big building right there, that is where you buy all your equipment. Is just in there at that counter. You can just hit P as well. You've got the gas pumps right here to top off your gas. All your animal stuff is in that barn over there. But you roll over here real fast. And that grate there is the sell point that's just built in the game to begin with. Down the road we can get other places. You've got this little spigot thing here. That's where you can pick up like water or fertilizer, that kind of stuff. And that little door there, that's for any of the stuff you put on the sell plate that doesn't get actually dropped in there, like logs. Yep, no, I gotcha. But I'm introducing, like, the whole thing. I mean, that's basically the intro there. And for those who don't know this map, those two signs there, you can chop those down to make all the trees and all the rocks disappear from the entire map, if you want that. I do not. But, going down this main road, normally all you have is you have this, like, little thing over here. Way down there, there's a field that does start in the map that's kind of a big mess. And there's a little lake off on the right-hand side, but not a whole lot else down here. But what we've done... Oh man, you're already almost full? I need you to slow down, AI. But, what we've done is we've got 2 tiles of land I own the land where this little road up here intersects. We made that road, That's not just something that was on the map to begin with. We've placed our... It's now 4 fields because this field on the right was 2 separate fields that we've combined to 1. We've got our little bakery built right here on the left that is doing bakery things. I hit the end of the road. That's all I ask. Hit the end of the road and turn around. So we got our bakery right here. Right now, we've just kind of dumped all our tools in this open space. I am going to eventually add more here, like a warehouse. We've got ourselves a granary that's currently right here. That's what all this wheat is for. We're going to fill that all up into that granary, and that'll all do us good. But if we go a little bit farther up the cobblestone road, which eventually I'm going to put streetlights along it. We just haven't gotten to that point yet. We get over here. I've got my wonderful bus that I sleep in and the truck that we started with just hanging out up there. But down this way, we've got our 2 greenhouses off of this little gravel road that we've got popping off of here. And down this gravel road, we've got ourselves a little water tank that I can pick up water, and our 2 greenhouses. Greenhouses are currently growing strawberries, lettuce, and tomatoes. You'll notice there's spots for 4 of them here. When I started the map, I used the greenhouses that came with the map. I came to realize those are pretty overpowered, so we got rid of them. And then you'll notice there's a big open spot here. We actually had the water tower that came with the map. Same deal, it was a little overpowered, so I opted to get rid of it to, you know, make sure we're at least keeping things somewhat in line with the challenge. That said, I don't regret having them, but the greenhouses that come with this map are absolutely absurd. They make you like $30,000 to $40,000 every single day, and you have to fill up their water like every single day, and you have to empty them out almost every single day. They're like the world's fastest greenhouses. So we just done for balance. Sweet, it did manage to turn around. I was worried it wouldn't, because it being turned around like that, I could just grab the trailer and pull up there. Now, granted, the person is still costing me money, even though they're just parked with the arm out. I will be taking that job over soon, but we'll deal with that in a minute. Because I got a couple more things I still need to get done. But yeah, so we've got the 2 small fields there and there that we're operating. Because a bunch of rocks in the way to make it bigger. And I got 2, like the really big long field here and a somewhat smaller long field back over there behind the granary. But yeah, so the next move we've got is probably next to the granary. Just like a little bit of space so we can drive tractors through and all that where it's not a pain. Is I gotta put a warehouse over there. I haven't figured out which way I'm gonna rotate or all that, but I could put enough gap between that I could drive a tractor between there. That way we can start shipping all those pallets into the into the building and whatnot. But that'll all be good. And I'll have enough space to build more there. I don't know what I'd put there yet, though. I could potentially see putting some silos to hold, you know, various grains for the granary, other stuff. I don't have any immediate plans for that. But our next big purchases is we're going to build that warehouse. After the warehouse, I'm going to be getting a new header for our harvester here, so it doesn't take nearly as long to harvest. After that, I'm going to get a planter that's bigger than my little teeny tiny blue planter here. That should help a great deal. Alright. Yeah, so I just want to get this first batch in here so that we're producing flour again. And I'm going to take this tractor, and we're going to park it over here on the end. We're going to grab that bread on, like, and switch it over. And then once we've got all that sorted out, we will take over the harvester and start doing the harvesting ourselves. So that way I'm not losing all my money to staffing. Yeah, more in there. Nope. Alright. Okay. Because that one set of laps cost us almost $1,000 for the AI to do that. It'll be fine when I get the big harvester. It only takes like 4-ish, 5-ish passes to do the whole thing versus like 10. But paying out like $2,000 for them to harvest a field cuts into our profit margins pretty bad. Yeah, so there's a very, very, very good chance this is the last time I'll need to harvest this field with this harvester. With this harvester's header, I mean. That I should be able to afford the bigger one. You know, by the time we get all that bread out. And then, like, it might be 1 or 2 more harvests before I can get the bigger seeder. Let's see, do you have set goal for the survival? Like a certain amount of money or production? Nothing that's a hard goal. I mean, we could certainly go with the classic, have $1 million. But realistically, knowing myself, every time I start getting to a couple 100,000, I'm going to spend it to increase my production, which means it'll take long to get there. But $1 million would be a fair thing. I wonder we can check our stats. I wonder what we've made so far in revenue. Where was that? There's somewhere here it has, oh yeah. So as far as money we have made throughout our entire run, let's see here. It doesn't tell me my total amount of money we've made. Like, we've got all, like, just random work stuff. I'd have expected to say, like, how much money you've made and how much money you've run out. It's got to be here somewhere. Finances, maybe? Yeah, there's finances, but it only shows, like, the last couple of months. It could also be one of those things that we play until our monthly finances hit a certain point, like that we're making like 100,000 a month or some nonsense. Yeah, because it doesn't have like a cumulative thing. I know in the save file it keeps that. Like you can actually look at the save file and see that information. But weirdly, it's just not here. But yeah, we could maybe set our goal to be something like once we're able to make 100,000. In a month. Or somewhere in that ballpark. Like as like an average or whatever. Or, you know. We can come up with it. Because genuinely, if we break this whole thing down on how much we'll be making a month, if I make close to 100,000 every year from what we're going to get out of that, you know, that means we're making basically 10% of our goal. Because sure, well, a little less than 10% of our goal. Because that bakery, if it was making 100,000 a year, you divide that by 12, it ends up being, you know, 8,000-9,000 a month. Which tells me I'm, you know, just shy of 10% of my objective. Get a couple more things lined up production chain-wise, and it shouldn't take super long. We'll see. I know it's better to have your runs have a defined goal of like, yeah, we're going to launch the rocket, yeah, we're going to do this. We're going to complete one of every production chain. Which is the way I'm going to approach this, is I'm going to try and set up one of every production chain as well. That said, I want to make sure I'm actually utilizing most of the production chain we do have. Checking in on the bakery again. I don't have a feel for how fast it's going through that flour yet. Yeah, so we're storing 20-something thousand. It's running... So yeah, that should imply they have 10 months within there. But when we looked at the granary, it was looking similar to that. And then ultimately we ran out of... Like, we had used all of the material within about 4-ish months. I don't know exactly what's going on with that. But that's fine. All we do is we just keep adding produce or product to it. The big thing is going to be trying to get ourselves set up with the best harvesters we can. I'm trying to remember. I know they have, like, you can just take these harvesters, get different headers and all that. I don't remember if they had... Some of the stuff they have, like, special harvesters that only do that 1 or 2 crops. That, for those 1 or 2 crops, are very efficient, but they're crap for everything else. Yeah, it's for that. We have these harvesters. Yeah, that's already for that. There's not a special one for these. Any plans for aesthetics? Yeah, so I do want to put streetlights along this road to my right here. And I'm going to put what looks like an asphalt parking lot in front of the granary and in front of the bakery. As well as when you get the warehouse, we'll add, like, parking for that as well. And then eventually I'll probably plop down a couple of houses along that road in front of me, that kind of thing. Are you ever going to start a new one, or how do you know you've completed the challenge? Well, that's kind of what we were discussing a moment ago, is we haven't defined what the win condition is. So it's kind of hard to say with that. So LNA Family Farm saying, so how big is your map? So the map here, I don't know the actual, like, real estate size of it, but, like, this is the whole area, and this is the 2 tiles I have. So if we look at that, I own, these are, like, just the 2 tiles here. Out of it's something like 60 or so tiles. Yeah, 60 tiles. And if we look at our stats, it's unfortunately, it doesn't tell me how many acres I own. It tells me how many I've worked. But, I think I actually look at the fields. I think it will tell me how big a field is. I just gotta remember where I do that. Yeah, it doesn't tell me. Is this 22? Yes, this is Farming Simulator 22. We are playing a modded map called No Man's Land, which the entire gist of the No Man's Land is, instead of having, like, an existing town or city or all that you buy fields and all that, it's just trees and hills and all that. And there's just the few buildings you see way out there in the distance to facilitate the handful of things you need to play the game, like a place to buy tractors, a place to sell stuff. Do you have mods, original mods? The only mod I have that isn't just, like, straight up the normal DLC of the game is I am using the Universal Autoloader mod. Which is just because when you get to mid-late game, if you don't have that mod, the game is basically Forklift Simulator. Until Farming Simulator 24. Have they confirmed 24 is when it's going to be the next one, or is that just people guessing based on that? Because I haven't heard one way or the other. I mean, I assume they're going to have a future version, you know, where it's 24 or 25 or 26 or whatever. Because that said, this Farming Simulator 22 only came out a little over a year ago, right? Because we're in the middle of the Year 2 season pass. You know, and doing the math, the Year 1 season pass covers Year 1. And we're pretty far into the Year 2 season pass, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. But it does seem like during the course of a stream, I'm getting about 1 full year in-ish. Because, like, when we started the stream, I had just finished harvesting. If you look at the mod network, it'll have you get trucks. And it is not a scam for Sim 22 and 19. It'll help you get trucks. I mean, there are trucks in the game. Generally speaking, when I play my games, I mod them extremely lightly. because I have had plenty of times in the past I've had games get soft locked or that they've had bugs or crash. Yeah, I don't care about Fords or Chevys or anything like that. I don't have a strong preference. Me in real life doesn't enjoy driving trucks. I respect their utility, but I would rather have a very small gas efficient car personally. Easier on the old pocketbook. But I know I'm like, when people are like, but you can get this thing made by Yamaha or whatever. It's like, okay, is that good? I have no background in farming. I have no loyalty to brands or anything like that in farming because to me it is a game that I get to check out doing macro scale agriculture. I do not have 19. Farming Simulator 22 was my first farming simulator game. Or is my first farming simulator game, not was. Alright. But yeah, so we are playing on like the hardest difficulty the game has. We started with a chainsaw, $0, and 1 segment of land. I wasn't allowed to take leases or loans or anything like that. I gave myself a truck and a place to sleep just for practicality of time and all that. And we built all of this up from $0 and a chainsaw. Am I on Epic Games? No, I'm on Steam. But yeah, I won't be necessarily sprucing up at the very end. Like the streetlights, I've debated once we start making like once we get the ball rolling on the money enough where I'm making 100,000 plus a year, just periodically being like plunk down 2 or 3 streetlights or whatever. Like make it a thing that like each month I put down a streetlight to get things moving along, because those run, I think it's 5,000 each. So like right now, I need every penny I can to save up to like make my equipment not terrible, because my main tractor's getting worn out to the point it's going to start being a problem in maintenance costs. I need to get a bigger harvester, at least a bigger header. I don't mind if I have to like empty it out like twice a pass or some nonsense, but I need to get a better harvester or a bigger harvester head so it doesn't take me all like my entire in-game month just to harvest the fields. We need to get the better seeder, same reason. But once I get those bigger ones, then we can keep expanding. Eventually I will hit a point that even though we have the really good equipment, I'll have to start setting the game's time to be slower. Oh, so yeah, the release dates for everything. Yeah, so Farming Simulator 22 is basically the very end of November, or very end of 2021. It was in November. Yeah, makes sense. Getting too close to tractor. It's fine. I was reading chat and running into things, as you do. Would a bigger header even let you complete a pass? If I do catch the whole thing, no. I would get right about to like 80-90% of the way through, and it would be full. Which just means what I would do is I would have the truck, or I'd have the tractor with the trailer right there with it, following along, and then drop it off and come right back. That would be the point. I just sit there and say, AI, you're harvesting, and I just follow it around with the trailer. So you're playing a roleplay? Not so much a roleplay as a challenge run. And thank you for the roses. I do appreciate that over on TikTok. And the heart with the dart. I appreciate that as well. And for those who don't know what's going on with that on the Twitch side of things, because I am streaming to all 3 platforms, Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube, that is basically their way of showing support. It's kind of like their equivalent to bits and all that. And the 10 roses, so thank you so much for that. That's very kind of you to throw all that support. Can you increase the size of the internal tank? No. So that's the, Yep, same name in all 3 platforms. Twitch is my main platform, but I do stream to all three. But yeah, so if you don't increase the size of the internal tank on your harvester, you get a bigger harvester. Now that's the expensive thing. Because the bigger harvesters get to like $500,000 and all that. That is the big upgrade. Hey, L&A Family Farms, welcome in. That was the person showing all the love on TikTok. But yeah, no, and I do stream to all the platforms. TikTok tends to be, so actually I take that back. YouTube tends to be the biggest pain in the butt because I do switch games usually halfway through stream. We're on the second half of stream right now. But switching categories on YouTube sucks. Because you have to like end the whole thing, bring it back up, type everything in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Versus like TikTok, my only annoyance with TikTok, and there's two of them.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
I need to grab myself an actual other drink because that's about done. My only two annoyances with TikTok is first the whole thing where people can like report your stream and you're kind of guilty until proven innocent. So I have probably every other night I'm playing Farm Sim and someone troll flags it as inappropriate for children, which is really annoying because it's Farm Sim. How much water did the bakery take? None, actually. It just uses wheat to make bread. There's no water required. In real life, you need more than just wheat to make bread, but in the game, it's just wheat. Oh, that was a stretch, not a posture check. My bad. So that's going to be really good for us. And it's also, based on what our estimates are, it's going to be 1.5 learning. Some kid should be learning this about the stuff. Yeah, to be clear, it's not TikTok flagging it. It's what happens is you have individuals pop into streams and they just want to cause drama, so they will report you for things you're not doing. And unfortunately, TikTok does a really terrible job at handling that stuff. Now, like I said, it's kind of guilty until proven innocent. Now, like, appealing that kind of thing makes no sense, versus we have buddies to the channel who then turn around and who like they've gotten suspended on their channels for like a week or two for like something being taken out of context that's like perfectly fine. You know, like you're playing a first person shooter and you shoot a person, you're like, I'm gonna get you kind of thing, and they take that out of context. Or like, see, they're threatening their community. It's like they're playing a game. But they get suspended for it. And that's a TikTok. That's the big foul. That's the one that TikTok really, really does need to sort out. I take that back. I got 3 things I got to beef with TikTok with. The next one is TikTok has a thing that when you've been streaming for a couple of hours, it'll put this big CAPTCHA thing that I have to answer while I'm streaming. That they're like, "Are you still actually here?" And if you don't do the CAPTCHA in time, it ends your stream. Which is super annoying, because I have to do it every single night usually. It's actually not triggered tonight, which worries me a little bit. And then the last thing is they make you use their own software, and its optimization is horrific. Whereas I use OBS for YouTube and Twitch, which is pretty good. So bear with me for just a moment. I ran out of beverage. So I'm going to grab myself a new beverage. And I'm going to watch this thing. I put a worker on it. They're going to mess up. They're going to miss the line. I've got to go by and clean it up and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to quickly deal with that. So bear with me for a moment. We're going to let the tractor continue doing tractor things while I go grab a new drink, use the restroom, and I'll be back there in just a minute. And thank you so much for that follow. Welcome to the stream. So you saw someone get reported for Nazi support while playing Hell Let Loose. For people who don't know, it's a PvP game where you play as either the Ally or the Axis. Kind of reporting someone playing terrorist in Counter-Strike. Yeah, so I can only see that in certain places they do have rules about you're not allowed to have content with that. Still. Like, obviously it's a video game. Whatever. Alright, well, I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in a moment. Hey, sorry, you caught me just grabbing a drink real fast. So welcome in, Raiders. I didn't see who raided us. Ah, Ultrasaurus. Ultrasaurus raided us. Thank you so much for the raid, Ultrasaurus. I really do appreciate that. How was your stream? What were we playing? And all of that good stuff. For those who don't know, Ultrasaurus, an absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform that I would highly, 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 highly recommend if you're into simulation games like Farming Simulator or American Truck Simulator or SnowRunner. City Skylines 2, you created a new map and we had fun. Nice. That's excellent. But yeah, so definitely, absolutely would highly, highly, highly recommend dropping the follow and all that stuff. Meanwhile, I'm just going to quickly fire my person in here because they cost too much and our economy is just cannot afford their wages. We are playing on the hardest difficulty. But thank you for all those follows. For everyone popping in here, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. At the moment, we're playing Farming Simulator, where we're doing the Survivor Man Challenge, where we started with a chainsaw, $0, a truck and a dream. And since then, we have been slowly making that into an actual respectable farm, where we constantly have almost no money. But that said, considering we started, if you see that bus way out in the distance there, that's where we sleep at night. It's nice and burned down, has a wood fire stove, some MREs, and that little 1984 truck next to it, that is not close enough. Oh, don't mind me, just wasting a little of that. So you need to try doing a save like that to mix it up. Oh yeah, so the rules we have is I may not sell the truck, because most people, they don't give them that truck. I did that for stream purposes, so you didn't have to watch me pick up one log and then walk it all the way down there one by one. So that was just convenience for people. And I may not take leases or loans or anything like that. And I basically just have to make as much of a farm as I can. And as you can see, it's going pretty well. We've got our granary up. We got our bakery up. I'm still not making a bunch. Well, I'm making good money, but right now all of my money is tied up in, everything here. But by my estimates, we should be in much better shape, where we should be making somewhere in the area from our bakery of that around just a little bit shy of 100,000. And then we'll go ahead and let you take that over for a minute, because this is basically full. Yeah, we are cash poor, asset rich. A bakery. That's where all the money is going. It was actually the one that really got me was that granary. That granary set me back $96,000 when I didn't have, I had no production chains or anything. And so that really, really made us struggling. Yeah, a typical farmer complains about the economy while accidentally dumping while grain is on the ground. Yeah, luckily in the game, I actually don't believe it takes any of that away from you. I could be wrong. But yeah, so it's, getting the granary set up hurt us pretty bad, but it's taken all of our income and increased it by about 50% from all of our fields. And then the bakery on top of that is like another 50% on top of that. Yeah, no, I know you can scoop it back up. Oh, it takes away from the veggie harvesters? Maybe it does. If it does, I can clean up someday. But yeah, so I will, I'm going to drop this back off into position. Oh yeah, I forgot I let the AI take over and it immediately messed up my field. As it do. Is that bread on the flatbed? Yes, it is. It just dumps nowhere. But yeah, so we're getting our bread ready to sell in December, because bread is magical and lasts forever. We just assume it's all Wonder Bread. You wonder if it's bread. Let's go ahead and give the grand tour for those who haven't seen No Man's Land or me playing this map before. But I should say, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. Oh yeah, I forgot to have this log in here. That's been there for like 4 years. But I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, at 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, that record has been beaten. But I'm a variety streamer. I do play games like Simulation, City Builder, Settlement Builder, Tycoon, Roguelike, survival games, a whole range. So if you any of that sounds good, don't forget to drop your files and all that good stuff. Sounds like the problem of the veggies themselves. Alright, so we're going to get rid of this one log. But for those who've never seen the No Man's Land map, basically when you start the map, everything out there is just field and rocks and trees as far as the eye can see. Over here is the only existing buildings on the map. You've got the tractor supply place, which has your repair station right there, where you buy your tractors. You gas up your stuff right here. You've got your animal in that area. And then if we zip on over here real fast, that is your sell point for both like your logs and all that. And in that spot you can get fertilizer and water and stuff like that. And that's the only existing buildings on the map when you start. Otherwise, you just have this dirt road that shows up over here. There's this little just dirt spot here. And if you go way down the way here, there's one like dilapidated field and a lake. Otherwise, that's the map when you start. You buy any loose material there? Yeah. But since then, we built this road here. We've got our bakery. I've got a bunch of equipment. That's about to stop because it's going to be full of wheat. We got our granary, more loose equipment. I've got my 4 fields of wheat here going. Eventually, we're going to diversify our crop more early on before I had the granary I was. And we've got our truck I'm driving right now. That is what I started with. Got my little gravel path here that goes to our wonderful greenhouse over here. Now, we did try the greenhouses that came with the map. They were ridiculously overpowered, so I got rid of them. They were making about $30,000 to $40,000 every single day, so we didn't keep those. But that's the reason why the platforms look all weird there, is that's where they were. So I put the vanilla ones in there, because those were fair. Is there new crops on the map? Well, I mean, the greenhouses that come with the map have mushrooms and flowers that are pretty cool. And then also, in addition to this truck, this is where we sleep at night. Our wonderful, wonderful, wonderful home away from home. Where we've got a nice wood fire stove. The bed we certainly don't sleep in for our own health and safety. Some MREs, a workbench, and a not working door. Just as it was intended. And then meanwhile, we're just going to go ahead and kick out our worker out of here. And all that. The crops are DLC specific, not map specific. Yeah, no, I think there is modded maps that adds more stuff like that. Because, like, for example, if we were to look at this map under the construction section, there is map specific stuff. And almost all of it is fairly unbalanced in favor of being nice. Because, like, we go to silos, for example. The cheapest silo you normally have is about 100,000 for, like, the one that has the tractor and everything to it. Like, even the one here that has, like, 1 million liters is that. Or you can get for 8,000 bucks. A silo that's 1/5 that size. $8,000, basically $100,000. That's not balanced. So it's just a thing they have. And it's fine, like, nothing wrong with doing that. But for a challenge map, it kinda undermines the challenge part of it. Yeah, no, maps do have to be updated to accept different goods. You can run to maps that they have a sell point that doesn't know that, you know, carrots are a thing, and then you go to sell carrots and it just doesn't work. It doesn't know that carrots are a thing it's supposed to be buying. Now, sometimes they'll have it where you can, I believe you can build buildings that are sell points that will then accept your carrots, so that even though the map doesn't come with a thing to accept carrots, you build the building that, you know, comes with the DLC that buys the carrots, and it kind of gives you a sell point. But yeah, so at the moment, our current priorities of what I'm working on is we're harvesting all our fields. And right next to our granary, to the left of it there, I'm planning on building a warehouse, because we are starting to kind of hit that point where between the flour and the bread and our greenhouses and all these other things, because money is such a big problem for this run, I don't want to just auto sell it to the front point where they take their extra cut for delivering it for me. So instead I want to deliver it to the warehouse, since it's all right there, and then when it's the right time of year, grab the appropriate pallets and run them over to the sell point. Because if I set it to just automatically sell it, they'll sell it whether it's a good time to sell it or a bad, and we just have to live with it. Oh no, sorry, the silo doesn't earn 8,000, it costs 8,000. So it costs 8,000 for a thing that holds 200,000 liters. Whereas the thing that carries almost a million liters, thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. The thing that costs, stores almost 1 million liters, costs more than, like, well over it. And, like, you still need a conveyor for that one and everything. The one with the conveyor costs significantly more as well, like almost 200,000. So the whole point is, they give you stuff that's probably balanced around the lower difficulties, maybe, or something like that. But yeah. Also, I think there's a goods multiplier for spawning the pallets. For spawning the pallets? I don't know what you, like... Oh, when you're saying the profit? It's, basically if you sell directly from the greenhouse or whatever, it takes a cut. So it's not so much as a multiplier, so much as a penalty if you do sell directly from the production thing. Yeah, and I missed that spot in the middle because we used the AI for a minute. But yeah, where people popped in, like, you only have $1,000. That's basically what happens, is I will earn up to, like, 50,000, 70,000, whatever my next thing is, sell it, like, buy it immediately, and then I end up cutting into a little bit of my... I'm really hoping I can keep that fit in between. I don't think I can. I think that spot where it gets too wide is going to be too wide for this harvester. But yeah, so after the silo, my next buy is to actually get a new... I'm going to get the biggest header for this harvester, which is going to actually introduce pain points, because the harvester's capacity isn't high enough to really handle it. But I'm just going to live with it in the short term, because the bigger harvester is heckin' expensive. And then after that, we're going to get the biggest planter, because I have a tractor who can handle it. Or sorry, seeder, not planter. Planter's a separate thing. The biggest seeder. And then we're going to get a new tile, and then, we're going to keep escalating. The downside is, after I get the new tile, I probably need to replace my tractor. It's going to be almost 10 years old, and... is just maintenance costs are going to start catching up to us. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, if you don't care about, like, the balance around challenges or whatever, which is 95% of the player base, I would say, probably more than that, actually. If you're not doing a challenge, the No Man's Land stuff on the map is totally fine. If you remember correctly, the John Deere Harvester has mods for the internal tank. Surprised this one doesn't. We can check. I still think the header is the higher priority. Like, get the header, then expand the cargo. Or then expand the storage. I honestly haven't looked at it. My assumption of what would happen is we would get the header, and I would want enough extra space that it would be worth going after the like an actually bigger harvester. But that's kind of later. You're using a vanilla harvester? Yes. This is the smallest of the vanilla harvesters. The one I think it's 75,000. And then we're using the smallest header for it for this crop, which I think was an extra 25,000. So this whole thing represents 100,000. Versus the header I want is, I believe, 100,000-ish. And then the biggest harvester, something like 550,000 or something like that? 650,000? And there's a good chance we'd start ramping up to those type of levels. Because I am expecting to get, between the greenhouses and the bakery and all that, I'm expecting to pull in somewhere in the area of 130,000 a year now. 120, 130 between all of it. And that's with, like, nothing else to increase my yield. So that's our biggest field done. And this is next. But yeah, $0 in a chainsaw and a truck. That's the reason this hill has the forest ground, but no trees, is that was a forest. So we took all the trees from that, and we borrowed a couple from that area, and that's all the trees we've cut down. Everything else has been greenhouses and then building up fields, because it's trying to avoid making it just Lumberjack Simulator. Your brain went, do you yield? Well, I try to yield. I try to yield as much as possible. Get all the money we can. Need to go? Bedtime? Well, thank you so much for tuning in, and you sleep well. And thank you for everyone else who was popping in, hanging out after that raid. I know a lot of people, it is getting pretty late and all that good stuff, so it does mean a lot for those who do hang out. It does help a great deal. And all those follows and all that good stuff. But yeah, so we've been doing a lot. Like earlier today, we played a game called While the Iron's Hot, which was an adventure blacksmithing game, like kind of pixel art, a lot of fun. We did that for a dare drop. I don't think I'll end up playing that one again on stream. Like I had a good time with it, but you know, some things feel like they stream better than others. We've been playing a lot of Medieval Dynasty lately. We've got a run going pretty far that we're well into Hamlet size. I think we're at like 24 maybe people living there now. I was just saying, hate to raid and run, but you're exhausted. Oh no, absolutely no problem. By all means, self-care is very important. Been almost for 20 hours. I hope you're doing well. And I see you put in Farm Sim tonight. Always great to see you. Well, thank you. No, I very, very genuinely take care of yourself, get your sleep, all that. I really do appreciate the raid, so thank you so much. You have a good one. And again, you should be following, like, if you're here watching this and you are not following Ultrasaurus, I don't understand. This is what they do. Among other simulation games and all that. But yeah, fun times over there. Did you find a good Tycoons lately? You've been looking for games like Caravaneer for years. I don't know Caravaneer. For Tycoon games, it depends on what you're looking for. One game I personally enjoyed that is a bit different is there's a game called Let's School that is you run a school. Now granted, the school is run kind of in I believe it's, I could be wrong, I believe it is kind of the way schools are run in Japan, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong about that. But not schools like you'd see here in the US. But it's a solid one. I've had a good time with that. Software Inc. is a little rough around the edges, but is a lot of fun. I don't know if that released this year, but we played that earlier. That was pretty decent. Entirely unrealistic in all of the amounts and everything. I.e., we developed an operating system in the early 1980s where we got a casual $1 million loan in the 1980s as a company who never once produced any solid products. There's about 1,000 reasons that's not going to happen. And then we made operating systems and became billionaires. So yeah, in the 1980s, that's a key part there. The 1980s makes all those quantities 100% not going to happen. But a very fun game. Yeah, no, Software Inc. is like 100% a solid gameplay. You just have to like shut off the realism part of your brain. In modern day, that happens all the time. I mean, getting a company that's like literally nothing in its backlog, being able to get $1 million loan is a bit hard. You need collateral and everything. Let's see, Caravaneer, I can words. You start with a rifle, some rounds, a mule, and a couple water bottles. $1,000. and you have a caravan your way up to wealth. Interesting. I've not been made familiar with that one. It sounds like something I'd enjoy. So let's go ahead and drop this off real fast. Oh, it didn't really actually need to be dropped off. It's fine. I don't know how much of that this fills up. But yeah, no, there's been like, so sometimes the line of what is tycoon and what is another genre, like simulation, kind of gets blurred a little bit. There's definitely been some tycoon games. A lot of them, unfortunately, have fallen into the early access area, where it's like, okay, it's good for what you get so far, but the promise is the bigger part of it. And usually with recommending games in that state, I usually only want to recommend them if it's like, if this was all the game ever was. Like, it wasn't early access, like that was the 1.0 release, it's done. Then I'd recommend it, kind of thing. I'm very leery to recommend games of what they could one day be, because how many early access games don't make it? Or if they make it, they do the thing where the budget's running a bit on the dry side, and so ultimately they, you know, they just kind of rush the last little bit of it and call it 1.0. That happens a lot, unfortunately. And it's not that I think they mean to, especially for newer teams. It can be very difficult to realize the cost and scope and time that's going to go into stuff. And just the budget doesn't hold out. And then you have the games that, you know, they blow hundreds of dollars on their budget, and then just they release the game and only get a couple hundred sales and go, well, crap, we've just lost a bunch of money. Or they do a Star Citizen where half the game is basically a store. Oh yeah, no, our Star Citizen comes up from time to time. Like, there's actually good stuff there now, but I kickstarted it. And when it started going to the thing where it's like, you could buy this ship with real-life cash, you could buy land with real-life cash, you could buy this with real-life cash, I was like, I'm sorry, I cannot get behind that model. I understand they're funding to what they, you know, is intended to be, like, the most ambitious project ever, and yada, yada, yada. But, like, that crosses things I don't want to support. And no judgment for anyone who does play it and enjoy it and have it, like, have a good time. For me, that's not the thing I kickstarted. I want a game you buy it. And then, like, maybe expansions, or, like, I don't even have a problem with DLC for games. As long as, you know, it feels meaningful what you get, I'm on board. But, like, the buying your way ahead kind of thing just really is like, eesh. So I'm saying that or feature creep. Had that happen to you at work too, writing some scripts, makes some work easier. Oh yeah, no, that's feature creep is a real danger. I mean, that's actually the bigger commentary about Star Citizen. Star Citizen is feature creep the game. Are you gonna use the straw to increase yields of field? Eventually. I have $912, so we don't have a baler. But yeah, eventually I will definitely be collecting the straw. Right now I've got about 4 other things lined up before we're going to be considering that, though. Because I think the cheapest baler was something like 30,000 for the baler? It's like 20, 30,000 for the baler. And then I need something to pick up the bales with, which granted I actually have that. So that's actually not a good reason. But yeah, so I would need the 20, 30,000 for the baler. Yep, no, I'm probably gonna go a little long, Eonek, since we had a raid right here when normally this is the time of stream I'd be calling it a night, but I'll go a little bit long. Tomorrow's my day off. And by all means, if any of my mods be like, hey, I need to wrap up for the night, like, you're all here voluntarily. Like, if you gotta sleep, take care of yourselves. I'll keep your names. No, it's fine. But yeah. Now, usually if I have a big raid right towards the end, unless it's a night where it's like, nah, tonight is not a night I can, or it's just, or I've started already going the low energy where I'm burnt. You know, it's like, but my fish heads. No, it's, if you want to make Rual play more, get more raids in, hey, if that's the way you want to do it, if you all want to go to the other creators that you know are wrapping up this point, that will actually take your word of advice for raiding and say, you need to raid Rual as your malicious strategy of trying to keep the stream going longer, I will stream longer. Because very really, you're bringing more people in who are going to follow the channel potentially, or subscribe, or throw bits, or, you know, lurk or whatever. Twitch is going to force its ads on us, and that's going to be more ad revenue for me. You are literally helping me out financially in doing so. I will accept that bribe, thank you. Don't actually do that, because I don't want people to like go around and just hop between channels. Like, you need to raid Rual. I don't want that. That is going to just upset a lot of other people, being like, you need to get your audience under control. But if that was the thing that kept happening, I mean, eventually I'd have to draw a line on it somewhere. Like, it's not frequent enough, it's a problem. But if it was like every night, then it's like, all right, hang on. That'll get you flagged for bot-like behavior real fast. So it depends on what people are doing. Like, if you are literally jumping between channels doing that, then yeah, your individual account will probably get flagged as bot-like behavior. You'll probably get yourself reported in some way. That kind of thing. So, like, very much, please don't do that for your own sake, and please don't do that to, like, make people not like me because my audience is being a bunch of jerks. But also, it's one of those things, it's just not cool. But, like, if you're hanging out in someone else's chat, you like, raid Rual, it's like, that's fine. Beatus is, oh no, I fear you may be addicted to farm. I've said for months that I really enjoy Farm Sim. But like the last time I was like, when I first started playing on the channel, it was kind of mixed on how people received it. But it seems like a lot more people are into it. I think the big difference is the first one I was doing Silver Run and just chopping down trees, and so it ended up being that like a good 80% of each stream was chopping down trees, and then the last 20 was like maintaining the fields we had. So I do think the fact that this one has been more of a mix of like harvesting and plowing and the occasional dealing with trees and setting up production lines, and that we actually had like a formal challenge at the beginning that we were doing versus just, you know, playing straightforward and all that. It makes things. He says, we'll schedule an intervention at the coffee shop after you build that production chain. Well, that's the problem, is I don't like coffee. So you're all going to be sitting there going, where's Rual? I thought he was supposed to be here. We were supposed to do this thing. He said, yeah, he said he didn't like coffee. And then he didn't show up. What are we supposed to do? Meanwhile, you're off cutting in a new field. Yep. But yeah, no, it's we got a lot of things that when December rolls around in this in-game year, we're gonna get our big payday, and I'm excited because that's gonna be new things. I almost didn't get that on time. Would have ruined some crop. You think a lot of us are addicted? Yeah. Well, it's been funny. Like I do a thing where once a month I will start doing like a deep dive into all my numbers and all that. See like what performed, what didn't perform, how different things went and all that kind of stuff. You say you just started Farm Sim, you're the tutorials that recall? Gotcha. There's unfortunately not much there in the tutorials that they do leave you with a lot to figure out. So it is genuinely, and this isn't trying to be self-serving, it is genuinely one of those things that to learn Farm Sim, you often have to either find YouTube videos or streams to watch other people play Farm Sim to figure out how to make it work. Because like, here's how you harvest, here's how you plow, here's how you, I don't remember what else they do. There's like 3 or 4 functions. And then it's like, okay, you're on your own now. You're like, but when do I plow? When do I harvest? It's like fertilizer? Nope, not gonna tell you how to do that either. Weeding? Nope, that's not on the agenda. You have friends that play too? Excellent. That's also a great way as well, is to just play with other people who can be like, hey, you know, now that you've done this, it's time for you to do that. That's what streams and chat are for. Absolutely. There's a lot of games that's true of. Like, one of the best ways to learn a game like Project Zomboid is to watch other people play it. You built your own town at Farm Sim on this map? Yeah, that's what we're going to probably do. Is I think my plan is that road right there, I'm going to continue to add stuff like the little restaurant and all that. Houses over there. We're going to put all our, like, production, like the granary and, you know, when we get a canning factory and all that, we're going to put that farther off. So like you'd have in a real town, you'll have kind of your residential district, all that kind of in the middle, residential / commercial. But all your industry is kind of tucked away a little bit farther out. Gonna kind of go with that. I don't think we're gonna go on to like make it a truly realistic city in the sense of like how much residential you would need to support everything. We'll put some, you know, a couple, like a block or two of houses. Remember when Rual thought fertilizer it wasn't worth it? Yeah, I mean, the problem was early on just trying to justify it. But yeah, no, it's necessary. Like, that's the thing. All of my experience playing that game playing this game outside of this wasn't on these settings, so I didn't have to worry about those things. It was still profitable. So it's like, yeah, I know I get more profit, but I want the next tool, and it's like, oh no, this I really need to make the margins matter. It's not the bulk, it's just making everything I make as much money per unit. Because I can't afford more land. Just like I can't afford everything. You guys gonna throw it? You don't think mulching is worth it? In the game? Is there? I don't... Oh, yeah, there is mulching. You can cut the logs into mulching. Yeah, no, because usually it's just better to make it into other things. He said, the Academy under the tutorials on Giant's website is a good place to learn about the different aspects of the game. Yeah, I will say that, like, for me personally, having to, you know, like, being required to leave the game to look up how to play the game, even if it's on their official website, they should just make that part of the game. Like, it can have its own section or whatever, so it's tucked nice away, but that really does need to be in the game, because to me that's always a party foul of when you're playing a game, and to learn it you gotta alt-tab out of the game. Even for games with incredible depth. It's hard to just go in a straight line for me. Yeah, it is for me as well. One thing you can help is it's kind of hidden behind my sub thing. Let me go ahead and do this real fast. So I take away that sub label. If you look down in that bottom corner, you'll see like there's a GPS coordinate thing down there. Right now it's at like 179.6 degrees. You can try to adjust that. If you're trying to make a straight line, you go, okay, well, 180, and you just try and stay on it kind of thing. That'll help you a little bit. Now, that said, as you drive, you can see it kind of gets shifted around a little bit here and there. Fractions of a degree. It's not worth fighting it too much. That is one of the things that I kind of said a mod I would like to see, and it may exist, I may not know about it, is one that I can, like, get on that 90 and, like, lock it in. That's, like, you're at 90 degrees unless I, like, slam into something. And it'll stay on course. Just to, like, free up my hands a little bit. Or the other thing is to be able to have it where I could put a worker in control of my vehicle, but while I am sitting in that vehicle, it's effectively me driving, that I don't have to pay the worker. Now, obviously, the moment I hop on, you pay the worker. But basically, give the machine I'm in kind of an autopilot. Yeah, no, I've heard that, but I'm assuming I gotta get, like, the really fancy tractor. Which I don't mind paying extra for the privilege. like as like a one, like you buy it for the tractor and it's in there until you get your next tractor. That's true. They only put up the Academy about a month ago, you think. Yeah, I'm willing to bet a whole bunch of new players started and then screamed into the wind. They got lots of feedback about how, you know, like you did the tutorial and you have no idea how to play. And for the record, that isn't a thing that is exclusive to Farming Sim that they've run into that. But that would be my big complaint is just to learn the game, you have to use resources outside the game. You know, and people say, well, that's fair for any game with any complexity. I'd be like, no, it's not. EVE Online, you can learn almost everything about the game inside the game. Now, min-maxing it, you gotta go outside the game. And then games like Terraria, to learn to play the game, to beat all the things, you don't need to necessarily leave the game. They do have the guide, and sometimes its hints are a little cryptic, but they will literally be like, I think there's something rumbling in the in the dungeon. It's like, okay, I get it, guide. I need to go to the dungeon. I understand. You know, it would be awfully weird if someone broke the flower in the jungle. Okay, I guess you want me to break the flower in the jungle. I was just told there is a third-party mod that lets you go in a straight line. I think there is. But those would be two mods I would consider, especially for like stream. I mean, honestly, off streaming as well. Because of that, I can make a big field, and while I'm trying to like edit videos or whatever, I can like get the tractor in online, lock it in, and then you know, do a little tweaking on the video for 2-3 minutes if it's a big enough field. Then turn around, get the tractor positioned, do that. You know, at that point, I probably would just set up a worker. But like I like to do sometimes what I refer to as ant farm style games. And what I mean by that is it's a game that you kind of set stuff up, you hit the go button, and then you can work on something else and just kind of keep an eye on it, and then occasionally you poke the next thing. So City Skylines 2, for example, would work well for me for an ant farm game. That you set up part of your city and all that, you go work on like whatever you need to be working on, and then you go, oh wait, let me, I got a bunch of money, or like this thing came up, so you deal with that thing. So you spend, 15-20 minutes like messing with your city, and then you go back to what you're working on. And that just has to do with ADHD kind of stuff. There's a work methodology called Pomodoro that the idea is you hop between what you need to be doing and something fun. And usually I have like a hard schedule. Like I do 15 minutes of the thing that I need to be doing, 5 of the fun thing, because that is a way to work with your brain when you have ADHD. It doesn't work for everyone, to be clear. But because ADHD, if you just try and force yourself to do the thing that's not fun, it's hard to get any engagement, any progress whatsoever. I've stared at homework I know how to answer and gotten literally nothing done for hours with just the homework there staring at it. But if you do something fun, you get that little dopamine hit, and then you switch over to your homework while your brain is still in that dopamine hit, you can manage to get a little bit of work out of it, and then you turn around, you go back for your dopamine hit from the game. You just go back and forth. And for those who don't know what dopamine is, that's just the chemical your brain produces for like, contentness, fun, joy, whatever. It's the fun one. It's the happy brain drug. So you get that little hit of happiness, and then you go to your homework, you work until it starts to wear off, and you go get more. Distant Worlds 2 is good for the FR? Yeah, happiness. I was dancing around and not getting whatever. Let's see. You can use Courseplay to do what you want. Yeah, the only problem with that is if I set the worker pay to 0, it's the worker pay is 0. And I do want, when I use the workers for everything else, to still pay them, because I'm allowed to use workers in this challenge. So like when I hop out of this thing and just let the worker roll, I want to still have to pay them for that, because that, to me, that's part of the challenge, part of the balance. But when I'm physically sitting in here, like if I'm doing this, I want to be able to hit the worker button, and it goes that. It only affects Courseplay workers. Okay, I have no idea what that is, but I'm down to look into a mod that does that. Okay, so Courseplay worker is literally just the worker in the vehicle I'm sitting in, or is it a separate? I'll have to look into it. Let's see. You draw a perimeter on the field and generate a course for the tractor to attachment you're using to follow, and then that course. Oh, okay. I get it. Makes sense. You can, let's see. You can set up an empire to do whatever you like, taking over exploration ship, flying off. And play as Admiral and stuff like that. Yeah, so the X series games are good for that, like X3, X4. Those are also good for that kind of thing as well. Where you can kind of set things up and let things run, and then, you know, occasionally hop in to intervene when something's getting attacked or whatever. There's lots of games. A lot of tycoon games fall into that. City builders fall into that a lot. Let's see. Dopamine has more to do with movement. You're not a professional, then make you feel good. So it could be that you're satisfying the whole need to move thing. So I was under the impression that dopamine was around like a happiness thing. And the reason that comes into play, because that's the big thing that happens with why gambling is so incredibly addictive, is it's a whole thing that when you pull the lever on the slot machine, it doesn't even matter what your outcome is. The pull of the lever, your brain registers dopamine at the possibility of winning. So you're already getting the reward as in having won, despite not doing anything. But it's used more in movement. I don't get so. It's both, but it's used more in movement. Okay. Well, I mean, so ADHD isn't about movement as being the motivator. Like there is the whole thing that people associate the hyperactive part of it, but our better understanding of ADHD nowadays, the term ADHD is actually really bad for what it actually entails. Because it's actually far more common people with ADHD to be in the hyper-focus thing, where it's not that they need to fidget and move and do all that kind of thing so much as, yeah. Dopamine is a hormone and a neural transmitter. Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's chemicals in the brain, 100% on that one. But like, for the use case I'm talking here, movement isn't the important part of it. Like me walking around in a room and then sitting down trying to do homework doesn't usually do anything for me when I was doing homework. Because I tried the whole thing of working out a little bit and it didn't seem to do very much. Like, it was better than doing nothing. But I did find the whole jumping back and forth between fun and the thing I need to be doing tended to be very effective. And for the record, I'm not an expert on like brain chemistry or anything like that. You set yours to 400%, now that the money sort of means nothing. Gotcha. But yeah, now the big point was that the Pomodoro method, which there's a whole bunch of strategies, it's not like this is what you do if you have ADHD. It was one of the strategies for tackling when you're trying to do something that you're having difficulty getting your brain on board with, that you kind of life hack it to give it a hit of what it wants and then follow it up with the thing you need to do, and just ping pong back and forth, because without that it's very, like, you can't just muscle your way through it. I've tried that. Many people try it, and it actually actively makes it harder to focus when you do it that way. So it's learning to work with your brain versus against it, which is the entire reason the Pomodoro method exists. But yeah, no, a lot of people, the way ADHD things, it's not they can't stop moving, they can't stop whatever, like they're fidgeting, like the way it's depicted in media. Those symptoms do exist, but not everyone experiences that. There's different types of ADHD, but there is ones that the big issue is they get something they're interested in that they hyper focus, and so the attention problem isn't a lack of attention, it's the attention's in the wrong place, is the way I would say it. That they hyper-focus on this thing to the detriment of the other things. Now, it's only to the detriment when it's the other things they need to be doing. Versus, if they happen to hyper-focus on the thing that needs to be done, that's great. That's the dream right there. Oh, I need to get this done? Cool. And I'm just, like, super into getting it done? Excellent. This is perfect. I'm gonna get that done to a level most people can't. But, unfortunately, the things you need to do are often the boring things that you don't want to do. Let's see. So, Plummetin saying, me, all I could do is take stimulants, and that is what works. Pomodoro is actually a detrimental thing. I phrased it badly. Yeah, no, I got you. Well, that's the reason I was saying it's not a, this is what you do, this is the win. Some people it works, some people it doesn't. Like I said, I don't remember, there's supposed to be like three different forms of ADHD, which have their own different symptoms. And that's the reason why I said ADHD as a term doesn't match anymore. That was our we don't know as much naive version of defining it, which for those that don't know, that stands for attention deficit hyperactive disorder. There is an effort in people who specialize in diagnosing and treatment with ADHD. Well, I guess it's more therapy. That they're trying to move it. I believe it was MAST is the abbreviation, but it's more, I don't remember what the acronym is actually for, but it's more along the lines of inconsistent attention, like having basically inconsistent control of attention kind of thing, because that more accurately describes the condition and what people deal with. There's gonna be another ones we're gonna miss a slice. The movement thing is move thing movement. Gotcha. But yeah, no, that's the whole thing with almost all these things. There isn't one, this is what you do to fix it, because if there was, we would do that. We would all collectively do that if there was an easy solution that worked 100% of the time. But brains are complicated. Symptoms aren't, the same for everyone. So we have to do a lot more trial and error. Even for people who take medication, you can have this medication that works for 80-90% of people, but then there's the other 10-20% of people that medication actually does, like, it ends up being negative to their treatment. Or for some people, it's not even that it doesn't work for the ADHD. It's unfortunately it's the side effects end up being more problematic than the benefit for that individual. Let's see, if you donate just 50 cents a day to Rual, he will eventually organize his farm. I'm working on it. I'm not working on it. Just, I could potentially be working on it a little bit more than I am. Alright, so get you out of here and take this over. Do we skip a bunch, or we did just get like one little spot in the middle? One little spot in the middle, when I'm on this one, or I'm going to do a half pass, we can clean it up. Let's see, you always have to think about this one video that the guy explaining ADHD, like, this 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, a monkey, a duck, a bird, old MacDonald had a farm. It can be that way. Sometimes the brain is not interested in what you're doing and goes to find something it does find interesting, whether you like it or not. And getting it back on track is honestly the big part of the fight. Machine sheds are expensive. This is true. Yeah, you're trying to get to that. It's like dopamine is more rules than it is enjoyment, which is actually a fairly small role with it. Yeah. But it's all around different ways people approach it. If unless I'm watching something while I do a boring task, I cannot make progress on the boring task. Right. I honestly feel like that's a big change in how I approach it, because again, when I was younger, I was not diagnosed with ADHD. I didn't get diagnosed with ADHD till about I think has it been a year yet? It's been this past year. Which I've been 99% sure I had it for about 3-4 years now. It just took me that long to go through the process to get formally diagnosed. Because if anything, the process for getting diagnosed for ADHD should be held up as evidence that you don't have ADHD. It's that much of a pain in the butt to do if you have it. Because you have to schedule stuff, and you have to organize stuff, and all the things that ADHD makes you bad at. Well, typically makes you bad. I shouldn't blanket statement it quite that bad. But it was a whole thing. But it's one of those things, and one of the problems that makes it difficult to get a diagnosis as an adult is as you go through life and you don't have the condition, but you start figuring out things that do and don't work for you, you do what's referred to as masking. That basically, you don't know your condition or whatever, you don't know, like, that you have it, but you've effectively come up with ways to mitigate some of the symptoms by just trial and error growing up. You still have it, you still have those symptoms and all that, but you found ways to somewhat work with them. They still can be impactful in a negative way on you, and it's still good to know, but because of all the masking, it can be a lot harder to diagnose because the obvious symptoms aren't as obvious. Let's see, but if you put something like a documentary that's interesting to me, you can low brain effort tasks. Yeah. Oh yeah, but that's getting kind of in the, like, you're doing a similar thing to what the Pomodoro method would do, is you're giving your brain something it wants while doing something that it doesn't want to do. Then there's differential diagnosis that results in multiple visits to site because they're so much similar. Oh yeah, that's the other one, is there's a lot of different conditions that have overlapping symptoms. So you go up and you're like, I definitely have this. And then you turn around and you go and you're like, well, you have symptoms that align with that, but I'm also seeing a lot more symptoms that align with this other thing. So you actually have the other thing and not this. Where there are like certain symptoms that overlap between, for example, autism and ADHD. Yeah, no, I didn't see a hiccup. I've got the other computer watching and all that seems fine. And then there's times where you just happen to have both things. That's another one that becomes a real booger to diagnose, is sometimes you'll have multiple conditions that one effectively covers for the other, that you're like, you have all these symptoms, but you have these other symptoms that don't align, and we're trying to like get to the bottom of it. And it's a whole big thing. There's also the difficulty that people who live with the conditions undiagnosed usually end up running into more problems with anxiety and depression and all that, because that's what happens when you're dealing with an undiagnosed condition, and you're dealing with all sorts of extra stresses, and you don't know why, and you look around and go, am I just dumb? Like, what's happening here? And then you realize you're working against your brain, that, you know, like, nothing is, like, wrong with you in that sense or anything. Like, you're not dumb or whatever. It's just, you have been fighting your brain and you just don't realize it. That once you learn to work with your brain, you can be a lot more successful. What are the people with basically opposed symptoms? Are you saying, like, two people, same condition with complete opposite experiences, how it's expressed? Or do you mean, like, you have two conditions whose symptoms are effectively, like, counteractive of each other? The second one, I think I would be less likely to see that sort of thing happen. The first one, there absolutely is those things. Like, you have stuff like bipolar disorder that, you know, which way the mood swings can go can be very different for very different people. So they have the same condition, but the way it's expressed is very different. Like, one makes you energetic, but the other tires you out, stuff like that? Oh, maybe. Not with, like, just ADHD, because, like, express it in the way it's going to express. But I could see conditions like that. Yeah, like, there's definitely things that from the outside would seem like they're opposites, but realistically, like, if you sat back and you look at it more objectively, you could kind of get a better idea. Alright, let's quickly go ahead. I'm going to turn this thing off for 2 seconds. get over to this because we're moving fields. Honestly, that field right there behind the granary, I'm probably not going to use this. It's close enough. It's probably not worth my time because it's only going to be like 2-3 empties of the harvester. So it won't even fill this up. So I'm going to do with this. We're going to drop this off and I'm going to stage it at the next field. But yeah, no, you have sometimes that from the outset, it can be very hard to differentiate. It seems like the person's all over the place. But then when you kind of look at it more closely, you'd be like, okay, I understand. But yeah, you have stuff that can be like really rough to diagnose because the expression can be just so different. Do you remember a case in Japan with someone going after inheritance using 2 different poisons to hide the time of poisoning? Oh, that one surprised me. Like you're doing stuff to kind of manipulate the evidence. Alright, so that's running. Wait, well... Oh yeah, we named our farm Hopeless Pastures. I forgot about that. I saw Hopeless, I was like, what? You don't see the farm name very often, so I was like, wait, what a second? Wait, did that say? Alright, so what's going to probably happen here, chat, is normally I would have wrapped up around like 40 minutes ago, but we did go long because we did have a nice, very generous raid pop in. It is getting pretty late for me, though. It is about 4:30 my time, a.m. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to get a raid started. So first of all, for all you checking this out on YouTube, thank you so much for checking out, and don't forget to like and subscribe, but I'll be ending the stream on YouTube because there's no such thing as raiding over there. And we're going to end it over there on TikTok